Welcome back to Mr. Darkness. Some secrets are buried beneath the forest. Some voices should never be followed. And some things only appear after midnight. Tonight, you'll hear terrifying stories of park rangers, forgotten trails, skinwalkers, ghosts, missing hikers, and creatures waiting in the darkness. Relax, close your eyes, and let the sound of rain and wind carry you into the unknown. No ads. Just hours of dark stories, only on Mr. Darkness. Now, the rain has begun. So has the nightmare. If you've ever stood at the edge of the Mogollon Rim when the last streak of orange bleeds off the horizon, you know what absolute silence feels like. It isn't just the absence of noise. It's a physical weight that settles into your ears until you can hear the blood humming through your own temples. I was 34 years old when I worked the backcountry of southwestern New Mexico for the United States Forest Service, stationed in the deep interior of the Gila Wilderness. My name is Marcus Vance, and in the late summer of 2019, I was responsible for monitoring nearly 200,000 acres of high-altitude ponderosa forest, sheer volcanic basalt canyons, and dry creek beds that hadn't seen flowing water in 6 months. I had been a park ranger for nearly 9 years by that point, 4 of them spent in the Gila. I knew the terrain better than the back of my hand. I knew where the black bears came down to scratch against the Douglas firs, where the cougars stalked the mule deer through the scrub oak, and where the old Apache trails vanished into the brush near the Gila cliff dwellings. I was used to the isolation. I preferred it, honestly. Most days, the only human interaction I had was checking trail passes at the trailhead, or exchanging brief radio check-ins with dispatch down in Silver City. But nothing in my training, and nothing in my years spent under those vast ink-black desert skies, could have prepared me for what happened along the West Fork Canyon during the 3rd week of August. It started with a routine welfare check. A pair of backpackers, a middle-aged man named Arthur Pendleton and his 22-year-old son, Julian, had registered for a 4-day trek starting at Willow Creek and heading south toward the Whitewater Baldy area. They were scheduled to check out with the ranger station at Glenwood by Tuesday afternoon. By Thursday morning, their rented sedan was still sitting alone in the dirt turnout at the trailhead, covered in a fine layer of white alkali dust. My supervisor called me over the truck radio while I was clearing fallen brush near Iron Creek. His voice came through the dash speaker, clipped and static-heavy. He told me to swing by the Pendletons' planned route, scout their marked campsites, and see if they'd just twisted an ankle or gotten dehydrated in one of the dry canyons. It was standard procedure. In the Gila, heat exhaustion and minor injuries happen every summer, and 90% of the time, you find the hikers sitting under a rock overhang, waiting patiently for someone with a radio and a fresh jug of water. I packed my standard 72-hour patrol pack, buckled my duty belt with my Sig Sauer 9-meter, grabbed my topo maps, and headed out on foot from the trailhead just after 9 in the morning. The air was already 90 degrees, crisp and dry enough to make your throat feel like sandpaper after 10 minutes of walking. The scent of hot pine resin and parched earth was thick in the air. By 3 in the afternoon, I had logged 12 miles along the West Fork Trail, descending into a steep, narrow canyon where the rock walls rose 400 feet on either side, carved out of jagged red basalt and volcanic tuff. The vegetation down in the canyon bottom was denser, tangled thickets of gamble oak, wild rose, and massive, pale-barked sycamores that clung to the dry riverbed. I reached the site where the Pendletons had noted on their itinerary that they planned to set up their second camp. It was a flat sandbar beneath a soaring basalt cliff, shaded by 3 giant ponderosa pines. When I stepped out of the willow thicket onto the sandbar, I stopped dead in my tracks. The camp was there. In fact, it looked completely intact. A blue dome tent was pitched neatly near the base of the cliff, staked down properly with aluminum pegs. A pair of heavy leather hiking boots sat outside the tent zip, neatly aligned side by side. Next to the stone fire ring, a lightweight camp stove sat resting on a flat rock attached to a small green propane canister. A stainless steel mess kit sat beside it, containing half-eaten oatmeal that had dried into a hard, cracked crust in the desert heat. "Hello? Forest Service!" I called out, my voice bouncing off the sheer cliff face above me. "Arthur? Julian?" No answer. Only the faint, dry rustle of pine needles in the afternoon breeze. I walked over to the tent, unzipped the mesh flap, and peered inside. 2 sleeping bags were unrolled, laid out over foam pads. A couple of dry bags containing spare clothes were stowed neatly near the head of the mats. A pocket knife, a pair of expensive binoculars, and 2 headlamps were resting on an open trail map. Everything was there. Their packs, their water bladders, their food bags, which were hanging correctly from a high pine branch 20 yards away to keep them from bears. People don't just walk away from their boots, their water, and their navigation gear in the middle of a desert wilderness. I stepped back out of the tent and scanned the ground. The soil near the sandbar was dry and packed, but near the edges of the dry riverbed, there were patches of loose, fine silt. I bent down searching for tracks. I found clear boot prints leading into the campsite from the north, matching the direction they would have come from Willow Creek. But I could not find a single footprint leading away from the camp. Not toward the riverbed, not up the canyon walls, not back up the trail. It was as if both men had simply vanished into the air while standing barefoot beside their tent. I pulled my radio from my shoulder clip, keyed the mic, and called in to dispatch. "Silver, this is Ranger Vance. Do you copy?" Static hissed in my ear, followed by the faint, broken voice of the dispatcher 30 miles away. "Go ahead, Marcus." "I'm at the West Fork Sandbar site, mile marker 14. I've located the Pendleton camp. Tent and gear are all here, completely undisturbed. Water supplies and boots are still at the site, but the individuals are absent. No sign of struggle, no blood, no animal activity. I'm going to do a grid search of the immediate quarter-mile radius before dark." "Copy that, Marcus," the radio crackled back. "Do you need a ground team dispatched?" I looked up at the towering canyon walls. Sunset was still 3 hours away, but in these deep slots the light dies early. "Negative for tonight. Send a SAR team out to the trailhead at first light tomorrow. I'll set up camp here and maintain a visual on the site overnight." "Acknowledged. Keep your radio on channel 2. Next check-in at 20 more hours." I unclipped my pack, set it down near a high boulder overlooking the site, and spent the next 2 hours conducting a systematic search of the surrounding canyon floor. I pushed through dense blackberry brambles, climbed 30 feet up the slippery scree slopes at the base of the cliffs, and checked every shallow cave and rock alcove within 500 yards. Nothing. No torn clothing, no dropped gear, no broken branches. The only thing I found, and at the time, I brushed it off as a strange geological detail, was a series of markings on the cliff face directly behind the Pendleton's tent. About 7 feet off the ground, the smooth volcanic rock looked scraped. Long parallel grooves had been cut into the stone, each about 6 inches long and deep enough to expose the lighter, unweathered gray rock beneath the red patina. They looked almost like claw marks, but they were far too straight, too precise, as if someone had dragged 4 hardened steel chisels downward through the rock with immense, steady pressure. By 6:30, the sun dipped below the high western rim of the canyon. Almost instantly, the temperature dropped 20 degrees. The golden light that had filled the canyon melted into a deep, bruise-colored twilight. A cold downdraft began to blow through the gorge, bringing with it the smell of cold stone and dry pine. I returned to my gear, built a small controlled campfire in a pit away from the Pendleton site, and cooked a simple meal of dried beans and rice. As night fell, the wilderness went remarkably quiet. Usually, the southwestern high country at night is full of ambient sound. The high-pitched yips of coyotes echoing across the mesas, the scuttle of kangaroo rats in the scrub, the distinctive, hooting call of Mexican spotted owls roosting in the cliff hollows. But that night, as the darkness settled thick and heavy between the canyon walls, the forest became unnaturally suffocatingly still. By 8 o'clock, I made my scheduled radio check-in. The signal was degraded, heavy with atmospheric static, but I managed to confirm my position and report that my initial search had yielded no results. After clearing with dispatch, I sat on a flat rock near my fire, wrapped in my light jacket, watching the embers burn down to a dull red glow. At 9:15, the sound began. It wasn't a roar or a scream, or the rustle of an approaching animal. It was a sound I had never heard in all my years of living in the outdoors. It started as a low, continuous vibration, a deep, resonant hum that seemed to travel through the ground rather than through the air. I felt it in the soles of my boots first, a faint, rhythmic pulsing that vibrated up through my legs and into my chest. I stood up immediately, reaching for my flashlight. I clicked on the heavy LED beam and swept it across the riverbed and the surrounding forest. The white light cut through the gloom, illuminating the pale trunks of the sycamores and the dark, tangled brush. Nothing moved. I sat back down, holding my breath, listening intently. The vibration stopped. A minute passed. Then, from somewhere high up the canyon, while perhaps 200 or 300 feet above, my head in the dark, came a noise that made the hair on the back of my neck stand straight up. It was the sound of a woodblock being struck hard against hollow timber. Crack. It echoed down the stone walls of the canyon, sharp and clear. 2 seconds later, another strike. Crack. "Who's up there?" I yelled into the darkness, my voice sounding thin and small against the vast expanse of rock. "Forest Service." "State your name." The canyon returned my own voice back to me, degraded by the acoustics of the cliffs. "State your name." I stood there with my beam aimed up at the black basalt faces, waiting. No stones fell, no branches snapped. But then, from the thick foliage of a massive cottonwood tree barely 30 yards from where I was standing, a voice spoke. It wasn't a call or a shout. It was spoken at a normal conversational volume, perfectly clear, completely devoid of any echo. "Silver, this is Ranger Vance. Do you copy?" I froze. The blood drained from my face so fast I felt a rush of dizziness. It was my voice. Not just a voice that sounded like mine. It was my exact voice, carrying the identical cadence, the exact gravelly pitch, and the slight southern inflection I had used when I had radioed dispatch 4 hours earlier. It even included the precise static pop at the beginning and the faint breath catching at the end. "Who's there?" I rasped, stepping back toward my camp and drawing my 9mm pistol from its holster. "Show yourself." Silence filled the canyon again. The air felt suddenly dense, heavy with a sharp, metallic odor that smelled distinctly like copper and damp river silt, though the creek bed was completely dry. I stood beside my fire, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I kept my flash beam trained on the base of that cottonwood tree. Minutes crawled by. The silence stretched until it felt like a wire pulled so taut it was about to snap. Then the cottonwood's leaves rustled. It wasn't the wind. There was no breeze. A thick branch, 4 inches in diameter and 10 feet off the ground, bent slowly downward, as if the immense weight had just stepped onto it. The leaves parted. I raised the flashlight beam, aiming it directly into the center of the tree. For a fraction of a second, my eyes registered something that my mind immediately rejected. Standing, or rather clinging to the trunk of the tree, was a figure. It was impossibly tall, easily 8 or 9 feet in length, but its limbs were unnaturally thin, like dry willow branches wrapped in gray, dust-covered hide. It had no hair. Its skin was the color of dry volcanic ash, tightly stretched over a frame so gaunt that every rib, every bone of its elongated spine was visible through the skin. Its head was narrow and hairless, lacking any discernible ears or nose. Where its eyes should have been, there were only deep, recessed concavities filled with dark, dry shadow. But its mouth was open. A wide horizontal slit that stretched almost from one side of its jawless head to the other, entirely toothless, lined only with pale, dry pink tissue. As the light hit it, it didn't flinch. It didn't growl. It didn't hide. It simply pulled its long, 3-jointed arms back against its ribs and began to slide down the bark of the cottonwood. The movement was entirely soundless. There was no scrape of skin on bark, no snap of twigs underfoot as its long, 6-toed feet touched the sandy floor of the riverbed. My hands were shaking so violently that the flashlight beam bounced crazily across the dirt. "Stop right there!" I screamed, dropping into a defensive shooting stance and leveling my sidearm at the center of its chest. "I will fire, stop!" The creature stopped 30 feet away from me, just at the outer edge of my flashlight's secondary glow. It stood perfectly upright, its long, spindly arms hanging down past its knees. Then its chest expanded. It didn't breathe in air. It seemed to inflate like a dry bellows. From inside its featureless head came a second voice. It was not my voice this time. It was the frantic, terrified voice of a young man. "Dad, Dad, don't look back. Run, just run!" It was Julian Pendleton. The voice was distorted with panic, choked with tears, echoing with the exact acoustic resonance of someone screaming inside a narrow stone cavern. "Julian?" I shouted, my brain desperately trying to rationalize what I was hearing. "Where are you?" The creature didn't move its limbs, but the voice coming from its throat changed instantly, shifting seamlessly into an older, deeper man's voice. Arthur Pendleton. "Julian, stay in the tent." "Don't come out!" "Oh God, it's..." The voice cut off abruptly, replaced by the sharp, sickening sound of tearing canvas and a high-pitched, subsonic hum that made my teeth ache and my vision blur at the edges. I realized then, with a cold, sickening clarity that paralyzed my muscles, what I was listening to. It wasn't talking to me. It was playing back-recorded audio. It was broadcasting the last moments of the two men who had camped on that sandbar 48 hours ago. The creature took one slow, deliberate step forward. Its foot hit the sand, and as it did, that deep ground-shaking vibration ripped through the rock beneath my boots again. I didn't think. Instinct took over. I pulled the trigger. The gunshot roared in the narrow canyon, a deafening muzzle flash illuminating the space between us for a split second. The heavy 9mm bullet struck the creature directly in the center of its thin torso. There was no blood. There was no cry of pain. The bullet made a sound like a blunt rock striking a dry log, a dull thud. The creature didn't drop. It didn't even recoil. It merely tilted its narrow head 3 inches to the side, as if analyzing the sound of the gunshot. Then, it mimicked the gunshot back at me. From its mouth came the exact, pitch-perfect sound of my pistol firing, the crack of the powder, the echo off the rocks, even the sharp click of the slide cycling back. The sound was so impossibly loud and accurate that my left ear began to ring uncontrollably. I fired 2 more rounds in rapid succession. Both hit. Both produced the same dry, hollow impact. The creature didn't attack. It didn't charge. Instead, it began to back away. It moved with a strange, fluid motion, its long, jointed legs stepping backward into the shadows of the brush without breaking a single twig or making a sound in the dry leaves. As it faded into the darkness beyond the light of my torch, its mouth opened again. This time it didn't use the Pendletons' voices. It didn't use mine. It pulled a sound from somewhere deep in its chest, a sound that sounded like 2 massive, ancient stone slabs being ground together under thousands of pounds of pressure, mixed with the faint, rhythmic crying of an infant. The sound moved rapidly away from the camp, traveling not along the ground, but up the vertical basalt wall of the canyon at a speed no living animal could ever achieve. Within 5 seconds, the sound was coming from the very top of the 400-foot cliff above my head. I stood there alone in the dark, my gun raised, my chest heaving, the barrel of my weapon smoking in the cold night air. I did not sleep. I didn't sit down. I retreated to the narrowest gap between 2 giant boulders at the base of the rock wall, keeping my back pressed hard against the solid stone. I kept my sidearm held in both hands, my flashlight switched to its lowest beam to conserve the battery, sweeping the perimeter every 30 seconds, all through the long frozen hours of the night. The entity remained above me. It didn't come back down into the canyon floor. Instead, it walked the upper rim of the cliffs. Every 20 or 30 minutes, it would throw a sound down into the dark. Sometimes it was the sound of a zipper on a tent being slowly drawn down. Sometimes it was the heavy, crunching sound of boots walking on loose gravel, right outside my rock gap. Even though my light showed nothing there, at 2 in the morning, it played back my own voice again, whispering from the top of the canyon wall. "It's okay. It's just heat exhaustion." Wait for SAR, it was hunting psychologically. It was testing the perimeter, leaning over the edge of the sky to drop mimicked fragments of human fear into the dark to see if I would run. I stayed in that crevice until the sky, above the eastern rim, began to turn from black to deep indigo. As soon as the first gray light of dawn touched the tops of the highest ponderosas, the sound stopped completely. The heavy metallic smell of copper and ozone vanished from the cold morning breeze, replaced once again by the clean scent of pine and dry dust. At 6:30 in the morning, I heard the faint, distant sound of a real helicopter rotor beating against the air from the north. The search and rescue team was coming in. I packed my gear with hands that wouldn't stop shaking. I walked over to the Pendletons' campsite one last time. In the pale morning light, I looked closely at the sand around their tent. Where the creature had stepped during the night, the fine silt hadn't just been indented. It had been fused. The intense localized vibration or energy the thing emitted had vitrified small patches of the dry sand, turning the footprints into brittle, glassy, gray crusts that crumbled into dust when I touched them with the toe of my boot. The search for Arthur and Julian Pendleton lasted for nearly 3 weeks. More than 50 SAR personnel, tracking dogs, and thermal-equipped helicopters scoured a 50-square-mile radius around the West Fork Canyon. They never found a single trace of either man. No clothes, no equipment, no remains. The bloodhounds lost their scent completely at the edge of the sandbar, refusing to step foot into the dry riverbed near the cottonwood tree. The dogs simply sat on their haunches and whimpered, tails tucked between their legs, staring up at the bare basalt cliffs. In my official report, I stated that I had encountered an unidentified predator in the canyon, fired warning shots, and maintained my position until morning. I didn't mention the voices. I didn't mention the bullet marks that did nothing, or the vitrified sand, or the sound of the gunshot played back from a mouth with no teeth. If I had, they would have taken my badge and put me under psychological evaluation before the sun went down. I resigned from the National Park Service 2 months later. I moved out of New Mexico, down to the flat, open coastal plains of South Texas, far away from canyons, far away from ancient rock cliffs, and far away from high-altitude forests where the trees grow thick enough to hide the sky. It's been 7 years now. I work a desk job for an agricultural supplier. My life is quiet, predictable, and dull, but I still can't sit in a completely silent room. I keep a fan running in my bedroom every single night, winter or summer, just to drown out the quiet, because every once in a while, on cold autumn nights when the wind blows hard against the window panes, I'll sit up in the dark, and for a fraction of a second I'll hear it. Not outside the window, but deep in the back of my own memory. That low, ground-shaking hum, followed by a voice I haven't heard in years, calling out from the dark with perfect, terrifying clarity. I was working as a permanent backcountry law enforcement ranger for the National Park Service in the state of North Carolina. I spent nearly 6 years stationed in the Great Smoky Mountains National Park, primarily overseeing the remote south-central drainages that slope down toward Fontana Lake, a region dominated by heavy, old-growth timber, deep hollows, and miles of tangled rhododendron thickets that locals simply call Laurel Hells. If you know that country, you know how vast and unforgiving it is once you leave the paved scenic drives. Beyond the paved overlook pullouts and the crowded gift shops of Gatlinburg or Cherokee, there are hundreds of thousands of acres where the mountain earth belongs strictly to itself, steeped in damp shadow and the lingering quiet of abandoned settlements. My primary responsibility during that season was the Hazel Creek District, a section of the park reachable only by crossing Fontana Lake by boat or by hiking miles over high, cresting ridges from the Appalachian Trail. Before the federal government acquired the land in the 1940s to flood the valley for the hydroelectric dam, Hazel Creek was home to thousands of people. Mining companies had pulled copper from the ridges. Timber outfits like the W.M. Ritter Company had cleared the yellow poplars, and small mountain communities like Proctor and Bone Valley had flourished along the water. When the park was established and the reservoir rose, the towns vanished. The buildings were torn down or burned, leaving behind only moss-covered stone foundations, crusted agricultural iron buried in the leaf mold, and family cemeteries stranded on high, silent knobs that were gradually reclaimed by the canopy. I lived in a small, wood-frame ranger station near the mouth of Hazel Creek, close to where the stream empties into the quiet green water of the lake. It was a simple structure: hardwood floors, a wood stove, a propane refrigerator, and a standard-issue Motorola base radio setup patched into the park's repeater tower on Klingman's Dome. Most of my job was routine. I checked backcountry camping permits, maintained emergency caches along the trails, cleared fallen hemlock branches with a crosscut saw, responded to occasional twisted ankles, and ensured visitors kept their gear hung high on bear cables to protect the local black bear population. I liked the work because it was quiet. I have always preferred solitude, and the slow, rhythmic cadence of backcountry life suited me. But what happened between late October and early November of that year altered my understanding of the forest entirely, leaving me with a quiet, persistent dread that eventually forced me to hand in my badge and move away from the mountains altogether. It began on a Tuesday, the 25th of October. Autumn had arrived late that year, but when it finally hit, it came with cold, heavy rains that stripped the leaves from the high ridges and turned the forest floor into a sodden, rust-colored carpet. The temperature had plunged into the high 30s at night, bringing thick, woolly mists that settled into the creek valleys and stayed until well past noon. I had spent the morning running my 16-foot patrol boat down the northern shoreline of Fontana Lake, checking the boat-in campsites for unpermitted fires or trash left behind by late-season fishermen. By mid-afternoon, I hauled the boat onto the slip at Proctor, hoisted my pack, and set off on foot up the Hazel Creek Trail to conduct a routine 3-day sweep of the upper drainages. My destination for the night was Campsite 84, situated deep in the Bone Valley branch about 7 miles up from the lake. Campsite 84 was notoriously isolated. It sat near the old ruin of the Hall Cabin, a turn-of-the-century homestead site where the creek branched into narrow, steep-walled ravines that climbed toward the high Appalachian Trail ridge. The hike-up was slow and wet. The air smelled strongly of wet shale, damp loam, and the rich, sickly sweet scent of decaying Fraser fir needles. Hazel Creek roared to my left, swollen with recent rainfall, its white water churning against gray boulders. Apart from the heavy rush of the stream and the steady crunch of my own boots against the wet gravel of the old railroad grade, the woods were utterly silent. There were no birds calling from the hemlocks, no squirrels chattering in the white oaks. That kind of silence isn't entirely unusual when a cold front moves in, but the stillness that afternoon felt dense, almost physical, as if the air itself had thickened under the weight of the cloud layer resting on the canopy. I reached Campsite 84 just as the light began to fade around 5 o'clock. In the deep hollows of the Smokies, sunset doesn't arrive as a colorful horizon. It is simply a gradual darkening of the air, a shifting from gray to deep charcoal while the sky above the tree line is still pale. The campsite was empty, consisting of a fire ring constructed from river stones, a cleared flat spot for tents, and 2 high steel cables stretched between yellow poplars for hanging food bags. I set up my standard issue 2-person tent, stowed my pack inside, and walked down to the creek edge to filter water. As I squeezed the pump on my water filter, watching the clear water trickle into my Nalgene bottle, I noticed something odd near the tree line across the stream. The far bank was steep, rising quickly into a dense tangle of mountain laurel and fallen timber. Embedded in the mud right at the water's edge was a backpack. It wasn't a modern nylon pack. It was an old canvas rucksack, bleached to a pale, mottled gray by years of exposure, its leather straps rotted down to brittle threads. It was half buried in river silt and fallen leaves, wedged between 2 exposed tree roots. I paused, the pump frozen in my hands, studying it through the dimming light. Backcountry visitors frequently drop gear or lose items to fast water, but this pack looked as though it had been sitting in that exact spot for decades. I finished pumping my water, crossed the cold, knee-deep current over a line of slick stepping stones, and knelt by the bag. The canvas was stiff with dried mud and covered in dark moss. When I gently unbuckled the rusted brass hardware of the top flap, the wet fabric tore like wet paper. Inside, protected somewhat from the elements by a cracked oilcloth liner, were a few mundane items: an empty tin of lard, a pair of wool socks that had melted into a soft gray felt, a rusted steel pocket knife, and a small, leather-bound pocket diary. I didn't open the diary right away. I placed it carefully inside a Ziploc bag for my pack to preserve it, thinking it might belong to some long-forgotten logging casualty or a hiker who had gone missing back when the park was young. I recrossed the creek, ate a quiet meal of freeze-dried stew by the light of my headlamp, and crawled into my sleeping bag as a cold, steady drizzle began to patter against the rainfly. Around 2 in the morning, I woke up. I didn't wake up suddenly with a start, but rather drifted out of sleep with that distinct, uncomfortable awareness that something in my environment had shifted. The rain had stopped. The only sound was the steady, muffled roar of Hazel Creek 50 yards away. I lay still inside my mummy bag, listening. My headlamp was sitting on top of my boots near the tent door. Outside, the night was pitch black. Then I heard it. It was a faint metallic clicking sound coming from the direction of the bear cables at the edge of the campsite. It sounded like the heavy steel carabiners hitting against the steel wire, a sharp clink, 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 as if someone were slowly pulling the cable down to hang a pack. I unzipped the top of my sleeping bag quietly, reached out and picked up my flashlight and my sidearm, a standard Glock 17 in a synthetic holster. I sat up, unlatched the holster's retention strap, and unzipped the inner tent door just enough to slide my head and light through. "Park Ranger," I called out into the darkness, my voice sounding flat and small against the damp trees. "Who's out there?" No answer. I switched on the high-powered LED beam of my patrol light and swept it across the clearing. The bright white circle illuminated the empty camp. The fire ring sat black and soaked. The wet trunks of the yellow poplars stood like gray pillars in the mist. I swung the beam toward the bear cables. The wire was motionless. But standing directly beneath the central cable, bathed in the sharp light of my beam, was a deer. It was a mature white-tailed buck, its coat dark and soaked with rain. It wasn't feeding or moving. It was standing completely still, side profile to me, its head turned sharply over its shoulder so that both of its wide, dark eyes were fixed directly on my light. What caught my breath wasn't the deer itself. Wildlife at Campsite 84 was common, but the utter lack of reaction. Usually, when a high lumen beam hits a wild animal at night, they twitch, blow, or bolt into the brush. This animal didn't blink. Its chest wasn't heaving with breath. It stood perfectly rigid, its eyes reflecting the cold LED light with a pale, milky sheen. I watched it for a full minute. The silence between us felt extraordinarily heavy. "Get," I said, clapping my hands together sharply. The sound echoed off the stone bank across the creek. The buck didn't flinch. It slowly lowered its head, turned its body with a smooth, unnatural fluidness, and walked, not bounded, but walked with slow, deliberate steps straight into the thickest, most impenetrable wall of mountain laurel behind the bear pole. It didn't make a sound. A 200-pound buck pushing through thick rhododendron usually creates a racket of snapping twigs and rustling leaves, but as it moved into the dark foliage, there was complete silence. I stayed awake for the rest of the night, sitting back against my pack inside the tent, my flashlight resting on my knee. By dawn, a low, dense fog had settled into the valley, dropping visibility down to about 30 feet. The air was cold enough that my breath blossomed into thick clouds inside the tent. I packed up my gear, checked the ground where the bucket stood, finding deep, fresh hoofprints in the mud that vanished abruptly right at the edge of the laurel bush, and began my hike back down toward the Proctor Ranger Station. When I reached the station around noon, I stoked the wood stove, hung my damp gear to dry, and sat down at the heavy wooden desk in the main room. I retrieved the Ziploc bag containing the leather diary I had found in the riverbank. The leather cover was cracked and black with age, curled up at the edges like dried leaves. I carefully unsealed the bag and used a thin wooden spatula from the kitchen drawer to separate the brittle, water-stained pages. Most of the early entries were illegible, faded blue ink smeared into faint shadows by decades of groundwater. But toward the back of the small volume, where the paper had remained dry inside the oilcloth lining, the handwriting was clearer. The entries were dated autumn of 1938. The writer was a man named Arthur Vance, a coincidence in surname that gave me a slight chill, though Vance is a fairly common name in the western North Carolina mountains. According to the entries, Arthur had been working for the Civilian Conservation Corps, helping to survey trail routes and clear timber before the park was officially dedicated. Read through his daily tallies of cut trees and weather conditions until I hit an entry dated November 4th, 1938. Creek high today. He had written in a tight slanted script. Fog hanging low in the hollow since Tuesday. Men are restless. Miller swears he heard his sister calling him from the lower ridge near the old copper pit. But his sister is in Waynesville and hasn't stepped foot in these hills in 5 years. He walked out to look for her during noon break and didn't come back by evening roll. We went up with lanterns until midnight. Found his axe driven deep into an oak stump near the spring, but no tracks leaving the clear cut. The forest up here doesn't echo right. You call out, and the sound comes back to you from the wrong direction, like somebody is standing 20 feet behind you repeating your words back into your ear. I stared at the faded ink for a long time. The wood stove creaked as the iron expanded, sputtering a small puff of smoke into the room. I flipped to the next page, but the remaining sheets were stuck together, fused into a solid, moldy block of pulp. I shook my head, chuckled quietly to myself, and placed the diary into a metal evidence box on the corner of the desk. In the Park Service, you hear hundreds of stories. The Smokies are filled with local lore, tales of lost hunters, mysterious lights on the ridges, old Cherokee legends about the Sul Kalu, the giant mountain spirit, or the Spearfinger. When you spend enough time alone in dense timber where the light barely hits the ground, your mind plays tricks on you. Acoustic anomalies are common in steep drainages. Sound bounces off rock walls and damp hollows in bizarre ways, twisting voices and making distant waterfalls sound like human speech. I knew this rationally. I had spent 6 years in these mountains, and I prided myself on being a practical, logical man. That evening, the park radio crackled to life. It was Sarah Miller, a dispatch operator working out of the park headquarters in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. Unit 404, Gatlinburg. Her voice came through the speaker, crisp and static laced over the Klingman's dome repeater. I picked up the hand mic from the desk unit. Unit 404, go ahead, Gatlinburg. Tom, we've got a report from a family in Asheville, Sarah said. They had a relative head out for a 4-day solo hike starting from the Forney Ridge parking lot on Sunday. He was supposed to exit at Hazel Creek today at noon to catch the shuttle boat, but he hasn't checked in. Name is David Keller, 32 years old, experienced hiker carrying a green Gregory pack and a yellow tent. Have you seen any sign of him down on the creek? I pulled the visitor log toward me. Negative, Gatlinburg. I just came off a sweep of campsite 84 in Bone Valley today. Didn't see anyone at 82, 83, or 84. Register at the trailhead was clear. Is he carrying a locator beacon? Negative on the beacon, Sarah replied. Family says he planned to follow the Forney Ridge Trail down to Springhouse Branch, then cut across to Hazel Creek. Weather's supposed to hold clear through tomorrow morning, but another heavy rain system is moving in from the west by Thursday afternoon. We're setting up an IPP, initial planning point, at the Forney Ridge trailhead for tomorrow morning. Can you head back up Hazel Creek toward Springhouse Branch at first light to do a hasty search of the lower trail? Copy that, Gatlinburg, I said. I'll leave the station at 600 and work my way up to the junction. I'll check in on Channel 2 every 2 hours. 10 to 4, Unit 404, be careful out there. Forecast says temperatures dropping into the high 20s tonight. I signed off, hung up the microphone, and went to bed early. I slept poorly. All night, the wind rattled the metal roof of the ranger station, and in the spaces between the gusts I kept imagining I heard the soft, rhymed clicking of metal wire coming from the dock out on the lake. By 5 in the morning I was up. I drank a mug of black coffee, strapped on my heavy leather duty boots, packed my search and rescue kit, which included extra rations, thermal blankets, emergency flares, a medical kit, and a satellite messenger unit, and locked the ranger station door behind me. The air outside was bitter cold and bone dry. A heavy frost had laid down over the valley, painting the tall grass along the old railroad grade in sparkling white. The sky overhead was clear and black, heavy with brilliant stars, but down in the deep bed of Hazel Creek, the cold air had trapped a thick carpet of ground fog that hugged the water like a river of milk. I set off at a quick, steady pace, my headlamp cutting a long yellow tunnel through the dark. My plan was to cover the 6 miles up to the Springhouse Branch junction before 8 in the morning, checking all off-trail shelters and clearings along the way. By 7, the sun began to strike the highest peaks, the tops of Siler's Bald and Thunderhead Mountain glowing a pale, fiery orange far above me, while the floor of the valley remained steeped in deep, blue twilight. I reached the mouth of Springhouse Branch right on schedule. The trail here split, one branch continuing up along Hazel Creek toward the spine of the mountains, while the Springhouse Branch Trail climbed steeply into a narrow, dark V-shaped hollow bounded by high, sheer ridges. I stopped at the trail junction sign, pulled out my canteen, and took a drink. The forest here was ancient, filled with massive tulip trees that were 6 feet thick at the base. The ground was treacherous, covered in a slick carpet of damp leaves hiding mossy, tennis ball-sized rocks that could easily snap an ankle. David, I called out, using my hands as a megaphone around my mouth. David Keller, National Park Service. My voice echoed up the hollow. Keller, 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 dying out slowly in the heavy timber. I waited, listening intently. The stream beside me bubbled loudly over shale shelves. A far-off raven croaked once from the upper ridge. I reached for my radio on my shoulder harness, switched it to channel 2, and keyed the mic. Gatlinburg, Unit 404. Static answered me, a harsh rushing sound like wind blowing through dried corn stalks. I waited 3 seconds and tried again. Gatlinburg, Unit 404 on channel 2. The static shifted tone. It narrowed into a high-pitched warbling signal, then smoothed out. A voice came through the small speaker pinned near my collar. Unit 404. Go ahead. It was Sarah's voice, but it sounded strange, flat, tinny, and strangely stretched, as if the audio were being pulled through a wet cloth. Gatlinburg. I am currently at the junction of Hazel Creek Trail and Springhouse Branch Trail, I reported. I have called out with no response. I am proceeding up Springhouse Branch toward the Forney Ridge drainage now. Visibility is clear at ground level, frost on the ground. Next check-in at 0950. There was a long pause on the radio. The static hissed and popped. Then the speaker crackled again. Junction of Hazel Creek Trail. Proceeding up. Check-in at 0950. I frowned, holding the radio closer to my face. Gatlinburg, say again? Did you copy my transmission? The radio replied immediately, using my own voice, not a transmission from Sarah, but a perfect, static-laced recording of the exact words I had just spoken 3 seconds prior. Gatlinburg. I am currently at the junction of Hazel Creek Trail. I cut the radio off, my thumb clicking the volume knob to 0. A cold prickle went down the back of my neck, settling right between my shoulder blades. In backcountry radio networks, digital delay or signal overlap can occasionally cause a broadcast to loop back through a repeater station if 2 frequencies bounce off the same tower simultaneously. I knew that. I had seen technical glitches happen before on the Klingman's Dome Tower during cold snaps. But hearing my own voice coming back out of the speaker in that silent, freezing woods made my pulse quicken. I took a deep breath, adjusted my pack straps, and began climbing the Springhouse Branch Trail. The trail ascended rapidly, swinging away from the main creek and following a tiny trickle of a stream that emerged from deep inside the mountain. The trees grew taller and closer together here, their upper branches interlacing to form a dense roof that blocked out the morning sun. The air was remarkably cold, smelling of ancient wet rot and crushed pine needles. About a mile up the branch, I found the first physical evidence of David Keller. It was lying right in the middle of the footpath. A bright yellow water bottle, its plastic dented and scratched as if it had been dropped while someone was running. I picked it up. On the side, written in black permanent marker, were the initials DK. David! I shouted, turning in a full circle. David, can you hear me? Nothing. No answer. I looked down at the ground. The trail here was moist clay, packed down by years of foot traffic. Right beside where the bottle had laid were foot tracks. I unclasped my small tape measure from my belt and knelt down to inspect them. They were deep, clear prints made by a heavy hiking boot with a lugged Vibram sole, matching the description of the footwear Keller's family had provided. But the stride length was what stopped me. The distance between the left footprint and the right footprint was over 6 feet. The toes were deeply embedded in the clay, pushing back large clods of mud while the heels barely touched the ground at all. Whoever made these tracks had not been hiking. They had been sprinting at maximum speed up the steep mountain slope. And then I saw the second set of tracks. They were running parallel to the boot prints, right along the treacherous sloping edge of the trail bank. They were not human footprints, nor were they the prints of a bear, a cougar, or a boar. They were heavy, round depressions in the mud, roughly 6 inches in diameter, utterly devoid of claw marks or toe pads. They looked almost like the blunt, heavy impressions left by the end of a wooden fence post driven violently into the earth. The spacing between them was identical to the runner's stride, 6 feet apart, moving alongside the fleeing boots with horrifying, effortless speed. I stood up slowly. My heart was pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird. The forest around me was totally motionless. The pale morning light filtering through the high hemlocks looked gray and sickly. I reached down to my holster, unlatched the safety strap on my Glock, and drew the weapon, keeping it low at my side. David, I called out again. My voice sounded strained, tight in my throat. I began moving up the trail, following the double set of tracks. I didn't run. My ranger training was deeply ingrained. Never run in a search and rescue scenario. Keep your eyes on the terrain, maintain your balance, stay in control. but every instinct in my body was screaming at me to turn around, descend to Hazel Creek, and wait for a full tactical search team with firearms and air support. The tracks led up the trail for another 300 yards before they abruptly veered off the established path, plunging straight down into a steep, terrifyingly dense hollow, filled with old-growth hemlocks and massive, waist-high tangles of wild blackberry and mountain laurel. I stood at the edge of the trail, looking down into the green abyss of the hollow. The slope dropped off at nearly a 45-degree angle. Fallen logs, some 4 feet thick, lay piled on top of each other like discarded matchsticks, rotted hollow and slick with green moss. "David!" I yelled down into the hollow, far down in the dark bottom of the ravine, perhaps 200 yards below me where the shadows were thickest. Something moved. It was a slow, deliberate movement, a dark shape rising up from behind a mossy log. I raised my hand to shade my eyes, squinting into the gloom. A man was standing down there. He was wearing a red fleece jacket and a dark wool cap, matching the description of David Keller. He was standing with his back turned toward me, facing directly into the trunk of a massive, dead white oak tree. A wave of intense relief rushed over me, instantly followed by a profound, cold sense of unease. "David!" I shouted, leaning out over the trail bank. "David, it's Ranger Vance. Stay right where you are! I'm coming down to you." The figure didn't turn around. He didn't raise a hand or wave. He just stood there, his red jacket stark against the dark, wet greens and grays of the ravine, his face pressed almost directly against the rough bark of the tree. "David, can you hear me?" I called out, my voice echoing loudly in the narrow hollow. Slowly, unbearably slowly, the head tilted back. Not turned left or right, but tilted straight back toward the sky at an impossible, sickening angle, until the back of his wool cap was resting flat against his shoulder blades. Then, from the bottom of that dark, freezing hollow, a voice carried up to me. It was not a scream. It was not a plea for help. It was my own voice, clear, crisp, and perfectly articulated, speaking the exact words I had logged into my radio 20 minutes earlier. Gatlinburg. I am currently at the junction of Hazel Creek Trail and Springhouse Branch Trail. Visibility is clear at ground level. The sound didn't travel like a normal voice. It didn't lose volume over the 200 yards of dense brush and heavy air. It sounded as though someone were standing 6 inches behind my right ear, whispering the sentence into my collar with wet, cold breath. I stepped back from the edge of the trail. My heel caught on a root and I staggered, hitting the dirt path hard on my side. I scrambled backward, keeping my handgun pointed down into the hollow, my hands trembling violently. The figure down in the ravine didn't chase me. It didn't move from the tree, but as I watched, its head slowly tilted back down, and it stepped smoothly around the side of the oak trunk and vanished. Not ran into the brush, not ducked behind a rock. It simply ceased to be visible, as if it had stepped behind a curtain drawn across the air itself. I got to my feet. Every primitive biological alarm in my brain was firing at once. I didn't think about protocol. I didn't think about Park Service regulations or search and rescue logs. I turned and ran back down the Springhouse Branch Trail toward Hazel Creek. I ran faster than I had ever run in my life. My heavy boots pounded into the dirt, kicking up gravel and frozen mud. My pack bounced violently against my shoulders, the metal gear inside clattering loudly. I kept my hand locked around the grip of my service weapon, expecting at any second to hear those heavy, blunt, post-like impacts crashing through the rhododendron beside me. The trail seemed endless. Curves and trees I had passed 10 minutes ago looked warped and stretched, as if the mountain had lengthened itself while I was up there. The air felt heavy, cold, and thick in my lungs, tasting faintly of copper and wet ash. When I finally burst out of the timber at the Hazel Creek Junction, the bright daylight hit me like a physical blow. I collapsed onto my knees on the gravel of the main trail, gasping for air, my heart hammering so hard against my chest I felt sick. The main valley was quiet. Hazel Creek roared steadily over its rocks, cold, bright, and completely indifferent. I sat there on the gravel for 10 minutes, my gun resting across my knees, waiting for my breathing to slow down. The silence of the lower valley was no longer comforting. It felt like the breath held by an audience waiting for a curtain to drop. I reached for my radio. My fingers were shaking so badly I could barely turn the dial. I switched it to the emergency channel, Channel 1, which bypassed the repeaters and broadcast directly via line of sight to any units within range, as well as the main dispatch center. Gatlinburg, Unit 404, I said into the mic. My voice was ragged, cracking on the consonants. Gatlinburg, Unit 404, emergency, static. Then Sarah's normal human voice broke through, crisp, clean, and real. Unit 404, Gatlinburg, go ahead with your emergency. What is your location? I closed my eyes, taking a long, shuddering breath. I sat on the wet gravel, looking back toward the dark mouth of the Springhouse Branch Hollow. I knew what I should say. Standard protocol dictated that I report a sighting of the lost subject, declare him disoriented or combative, and request an immediate tactical search and rescue team with medical transport. That was the professional response. That was what went into the official record. Gatlinburg, I said, holding the mic close to my mouth. I have located evidence of the subject on Springhouse Branch Trail, dropping personal items. However, the terrain in the upper branch is unstable due to recent rain, and visual conditions are degraded by heavy fog. I am requesting additional personnel before proceeding further up the drainages. I am returning to the Proctor station to establish a staging base. There was a short silence over the radio. Copy that, Unit 404, Sarah replied. Search teams are already in transit from Bryson City. We have 4 rangers and 2 dog handlers heading across Fontana Lake by boat now. They should arrive at your station by 1300 hours. 10-4 Gatlinburg, Unit 404 clear. I clipped the radio back to my vest, stood up, and looked up into the mountain. The cloud cover was beginning to roll back over the peaks, a thick, gray blanket of winter rain descending from the high spine of the Smokies. The tops of the massive yellow poplars were swaying gently in a cold upper wind, making a long, low sighing sound that carried down into the creek bed. I turned and began walking back down the Hazel Creek Trail toward the lake. I walked fast, but I didn't run. Every 100 yards I stopped, turned around, and scanned the trail behind me. The forest was empty. The mossy stone foundations of old homes from the 1920s sat quietly among the trees, swallowed by ivy and thickets of wild rose. When I reached the Proctor Ranger Station at 1 in the afternoon, the sky had turned the color of lead and a fine, freezing rain had begun to fall. 10 minutes later, the park boat pulled up to the dock. 4 law enforcement rangers, men I knew well, guys I had worked with on wildland fire crews and search missions, stepped off, followed by 2 handlers leading pair of trained bloodhounds. Among them was Marcus Vance, no relation to me, though we often joked about it, a veteran ranger who had worked the park for over 20 years. He was a broad-shouldered, quiet man from Haywood County who knew the Appalachian backcountry better than anyone I had ever met. Tom, Marcus said, stepping into the warm cabin and shaking the rain from his broad-brimmed hat. You look like hell. What happened up there? I sat down at the desk, handing him a warm cup of coffee from the pot on the stove. I looked him in the eye. I didn't tell him about the voice. I didn't tell him about the face pressed against the white oak tree, or the twisted angle of the head. In this line of work, if you tell people you heard dead voices or saw impossible things, you get pulled off the field, handed a clipboard, and sent for a psychological evaluation in Knoxville. I found his tracks on Springhouse, I said, keeping my tone flat and factual. He was running, dropped his water bottle. His tracks went off trail into the deep hollow below the second switchback. The terrain down there is thick, heavy blowdown and rhododendron. I saw a visual on a jacket down in the timber, but I couldn't get a response. And the acoustic environment up in that hollow. It's bad, Marcus. My radio was looping. Marcus took a slow sip of his coffee, his brow furrowing. He set the mug down on the wooden desk and turned his head toward the metal evidence box where I had placed Arthur Vance's 1938 diary. Springhouse Branch, Marcus said softly, almost to himself. He looked out the window at the rain falling on Hazel Creek. You ever talked to old Artie Gaines down in Kinstone before he passed? No, I said. Artie's family lived up in Bone Valley before the park took the land, Marcus said, his voice quiet in the room. He used to tell stories about the old timber crews up on Springhouse. He said there were places in those high hollows where the old people wouldn't go. They called it the mimic ground. Said if you spent too much time up there alone when the fog was down, the hollow would start talking back to you. It would take a voice it heard 3 days ago, or 3 years ago, and bring it back out of the timber to pull you off the notch. The room was quiet except for the crackle of the fire in the wood stove, and the rain tapping against the glass, Other rangers were outside on the porch, checking their gear and prepping the dogs. Did they ever find people who went off into those hollows? I asked. Marcus looked at me for a long moment. His eyes were tired, deep-set, and grave. Sometimes, he said. Sometimes they'd find a pack or a pair of boots sitting right at the edge of the laurel, neatly unlaced. But mostly they just found nothing at all. The mountain is big, Tom. People forget how big it is. You get 50 feet off the trail in a heavy rhododendron slick, and you can die 20 yards from a search line while 200 men walk right past you. He stood up, zipped his heavy waterproof shell and patted my shoulder. Stay here at the station and handle comms. You've been on your feet since 5. We'll take the dogs up Springhouse and see if we can pick up the scent. Marcus, I said, standing up, be careful up there. Don't let anyone work alone. Stay in visual contact. He gave me a brief, tight nod. Always. I watched from the cabin window as Marcus, the 3 other rangers, and the 2 search dogs moved off up the trail into the gray, rain-soaked forest. By 4 o'clock, the storm had fully set in. The rain came down in heavy, relentless sheets, beating against the metal roof of the cabin with a deafening roar. High winds lashed the canopy, tearing dead hemlock branches from the trees and sending them crashing into the underbrush. I sat at the desk with the radio headset on, monitoring Channel 1 and Channel 2. At 4:30, the radio crackled. It was Marcus. Proctor Station, this is Team 1, his voice came through, heavily distorted by the storm. Team 1, Proctor, go ahead, I replied instantly. Tom, we found Keller's pack, Marcus said. His voice sounded strange, tight, rushed, and stripped of its usual calm authority. It was sitting near the bottom of the hollow, near that big white oak you described. Did you find Keller? A long pause filled with the harsh hiss of rain static. Negative, Marcus said. The dogs won't go down into the hollow, Tom. They're backing off the trail. Bloodhound won't lay teeth to the ground. We're pulling back. Copy that, Team 1, I said, my hand tightening on the mic. Are you returning to base? Team 1, copy. Returning. Then the line cut out. I stood up from the desk and walked over to the window. It was nearly 5 o'clock, and darkness had completely fallen over the Hazel Creek Valley. The rain hit the glass in long, icy streams. Outside, beyond the small halo of light cast by the cabin's porch lamp, the forest was a solid wall of impenetrable blackness. I stepped back to the desk, pulled my Glock from its holster, checked the magazine, 15 rounds of hollow point ammunition, and chambered a round with a sharp, heavy clack. I placed the weapon on the desk right beside the radio base unit. I waited. An hour passed. Then 2 hours. By 7:30, Team 1 had not returned. Springhouse Branch was only 2 miles from the station, a 40-minute walk even in heavy rain. I picked up the hand mic. Team 1, Proctor Station. Status report. Nothing. Only static. Team 1, this is Proctor Station. Do you copy? The radio remained silent. I stood up, walked to the front door, and unlatched the heavy wooden deadbolt. I pulled the door open an inch, looking out into the cold rain. The air smelled strongly of ozone, whetstone, and something else, a faint, sickly sweet odor like decaying vegetation and wet animal fur. As I stood there at the cracked door, the porch light flickered. The small bulb overhead buzzed, dimmed, and then went dark as the small gas generator behind the cabin sputtered and died. Total darkness collapsed over the porch. I reached for my flashlight on my belt, switched it on, and held it forward in a low, ready stance, the bright beam cutting through the rain. Out at the edge of the clearing, right where the old railroad grade vanished into the high timber, something was moving. It was not a bear. It was not a man. A tall, dark shape was standing between 2 large white oaks. It was far too tall, its upper frame reaching high into the lower branches of the trees, fully 8 or 9 feet off the ground. It possessed no distinct head or shoulders. It was a long, narrow column of dark, ragged mass, swaying gently from side to side in the wind like a wet pine bough. I held the beam of my flashlight directly on it. The beam didn't bounce off it cleanly. The light seemed to absorb into the dark surface scattered by the wet, hanging fringes of whatever covered its body. Then, from the dark edge of the woods 20 feet in front of me, A sound came out of the air. It was not a roar or a growl. It was Marcus's voice, clear, crisp, and completely devoid of emotion. The dogs won't go down into the hollow, Tom. They're backing off the trail. The voice didn't come from the tall shape by the trees. It came from the empty darkness right under the porch steps, less than 10 feet from where I stood. My breath hitched in my chest. I backed up into the cabin, pulled the heavy oak door shut, slammed the deadbolt home, and slid the heavy iron security bar into place across the frame. I backed away from the door until my spine hit the edge of the wooden desk. Outside, something heavy stepped onto the wooden porch steps. A long, slow pause. Creak. The wooden boards groaned under an immense, dead weight. Then came a sound that made my skin turn ice cold. It was a sharp, metallic clink. 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 It was the sound of a metal carabiner sliding slowly along a steel wire, echoing right against the thin pine panels of the front door. I raised my Glock with both hands, pointing the front sight directly at the center of the wooden door. My hands were shaking so violently the sight picture danced in dark circles against the wall. "Get away from the door!" I screamed into the dark cabin. The sound stopped. Silence returned, absolute, suffocating, and heavy. Then, right against the wooden panel of the door, so close I could hear the wet rustle of fabric or fur against the grain of the wood, a voice spoke again. It was my own voice. Not a recording. Not an echo. It was my voice, speaking with a slow, unnatural, halting rhythm, as if learning the physical mechanics of human speech for the very first time. "My name is Thomas Vance." I didn't shoot. I couldn't move. I stood there in the dark, frozen, my finger resting flat against the steel trigger of my gun, listening to my own voice repeat my name over and over into the freezing rain outside the door. Thomas Vance. Thomas Vance. It continued for 20 minutes. It didn't shout. It didn't try to force the door. It simply stood on the wooden porch in the pouring rain, reciting my name, my rank, and snippets of radio transmissions I had made over the past 6 years in the park. Around 3 in the morning, the rain finally stopped. The voice gradually faded, its tone stretching out into long, hollow whistles that sounded like the wind passing through the rusted iron pipes of the old copper mines up on Bone Valley, until eventually there was nothing left but the steady drip of water falling from the metal roof into the mud. Takir did not move from the desk until the first pale gray light of dawn began to seep through the cabin window. When the sun finally cleared the ridge at 7 in the morning, I unbolted the front door and stepped out onto the porch. The wooden steps were wet. Standing in the middle of the top step was a single item. It was my own leather-bound field notebook, the one I kept in the pocket of my duty jacket. I hadn't even realized it was missing. I knelt down and picked it up. The cover was wet. I opened it to the last page. Written across the clean white paper in dark, jagged black mud were 3 words, written over and over until the paper was torn through by the pressure of the strokes. Stay in the light. At 8:30 that morning, Team 1 walked out of the timber and onto the ranger station lawn. Marcus and the 3 other rangers looked exhausted, their uniforms soaked through with mud and water, but they were uninjured. With them was David Keller. They had found him 3 miles north of Springhouse Branch, sitting in an abandoned hunter's shelter near the park boundary, severely dehydrated and suffering from advanced hypothermia, but alive. When Marcus saw me standing on the porch, he walked over, his face pale and drawn. "We got lost, Tom," Marcus said, his voice barely above a whisper as he leaned against the porch railing. "We took the trail back down from Springhouse at 5 o'clock. We walked for 3 hours. The trail, it didn't go back to the creek. It just kept looping. We passed the same mossy oak stump 4 times. The compasses were spinning. The dogs wouldn't move, they just lay down in the mud and whined. How did you get out?" I asked quietly. Marcus looked at me, his eyes wide and hollow. The rain stopped at 3. The sky cleared just enough to see the stars over the ridge. As soon as we saw the stars, the trail was right where it was supposed to be. We were less than 200 yards from the main Hazel Creek path the entire time. He stopped, looking down at his muddy boots. "Tom," he whispered, looking around to make sure the other rangers were out of earshot, while we were stuck in that loop. "I heard you. I heard your voice calling out from the laurel thicket right beside us. You were calling my name, telling me to bring the dogs down into the hollow." I looked at Marcus for a long time. I didn't say a word. I didn't need to. In his eyes I saw the exact same cold, absolute terror that had gripped me all night inside the cabin. I turned in my resignation to the National Park Service 2 weeks later. The official report filed for the search and rescue. Operation logged David Keller's recovery as a successful evacuation of a disoriented solo hiker who had strayed off-trail due to severe weather conditions and acute early-stage hypothermia. The acoustic distortions, the radio looping, and the spatial disorientation were attributed in the official log to atmospheric interference and extreme fatigue among personnel. I moved out of North Carolina that December. I took a job working for a private land survey firm in flat open country in central Ohio, where you can see the horizon for 5 miles in every direction, and the trees grow in neat, predictable rows planted by farmers 50 years ago. I haven't set foot in a mountain forest since the day I left Hazel Creek. I live a quiet life now. I don't go camping. I don't hike. I keep the exterior lights of my house on from dusk until dawn, every single night of the year. Because every now and then, when an autumn cold front moves through Ohio, and the wind blows hard through the dry cornfields behind my house, I'll sit in my living room late at night, and I'll hear the sharp metallic clink, clink, clink of a cable swinging against wire out near the edge of the property line. And sometimes, if the night is very quiet and the mist is hanging low over the grass, a voice will come soft and flat out of the dark, speaking in my own voice, using the exact careful words I learned as a ranger. Unit 404, go ahead Gatlinburg. Visibility is clear at ground level. If you spent 4 years working the backcountry of southwest New Mexico like I did, you learn real fast that the silence in those mountains isn't actually silent. It's a dense, breathing kind of quiet that sits heavy on your chest, especially when the summer sun drops behind the Black Range and the high desert air turns cold enough to freeze your breath. I spent most of my 30s out there with a badge pinned to my chest, a radio on my hip, and a pair of worn-in boots that had seen hundreds of miles of volcanic ash and pine needles. The paperwork listed me as Michelle Miller, 36 years old, lead seasonal wilderness ranger for the United States Forest Service during the summer of 2016. But after what happened in the deep timber north of Whitewater Canyon, those titles and dates don't mean much to me anymore. I resigned 3 weeks after that shift, packed everything I owned into the back of my truck and drove east. I haven't set foot in a national forest since, and if you listen to what I'm about to tell you, you'll understand why. The Gila Wilderness is vast, over 3 million acres of rugged mountains, deep sandstone canyons, and ancient ponderosa pine forests that haven't changed much since Apache warriors roamed them. It's a land of sharp contrasts. In the middle of July, the daytime heat will bake you down to the bone, but once dusk hits, the temperature plummets, and the wind blowing off the high ridges carries an icy edge. My job that season was straightforward on paper: patrol trailheads, enforce campfire bans during dry spells, pack out trash, perform light trail maintenance with a Pulaski axe, and render assistance to lost or injured hikers. Most days were quiet. You'd go 3 or 4 days without seeing another human soul, just you, the wind in the trees, and the occasional black bear or herd of elk moving through the brush. My partner for that block of patrol was Arthur Callahan. Artie was 58, a lifelong resident of Silver City who had worked for the Forest Service for nearly 30 years. He was a broad-shouldered man with a graying beard, cracked leather skin, and a pragmatic, no-nonsense attitude born from decades of dealing with unprepared tourists and unpredictable weather. Artie didn't believe in ghost stories, UFOs, or any of the regional tall tales people like to whisper around campfires down in Glenwood. He was a man of facts, maps, and protocol. If a tree fell across a trail, you sought it. If a thunderstorm rolled in over Mogollon Baldy, you took shelter. If a hiker went missing, you followed the sign until you found them. Our assignment for the 3rd week of July was a 7-day spike patrol into the deep interior, specifically the remote drainage surrounding Iron Creek Mesa, an isolated stretch of old-growth timber flanked by sheer basalt cliffs and dense groves of gamble oak. It was an area known for tricky terrain and spotty radio reception, far beyond the reach of day-hiker trails. We packed our horses at the trailhead near Willow Creek, strapped down our wall tent, rations, and field gear, and started pushing south along the ridgelines. The first 2 days were entirely routine. We cleared a few downed logs blocking the trail, checked 2 small backcountry campsites, and made brief radio contacts with the main dispatcher down at the ranger station in reserve. But by the afternoon of the 3rd day, the atmosphere in the forest began to shift in a way that was hard to pin down. It started with the sound, or rather, the sudden absence of it. We were riding along a narrow contour trail about 8,000 feet up, heading down toward the Iron Creek Basin, when Artie's pack mule, a stubborn old mare named Molly, stopped dead in her tracks. She pinned her ears back, flared her nostrils, and let out a low, trembling snort. My horse, a gelding named Red, immediately caught the tension, stomping his hooves and tossing his head. I pulled up alongside Artie. The wind had died completely. In the high Gila, even on a calm day, there's always a faint rustle of pine needles overhead or the distant chatter of Steller's jays and chipmunks. But right then, it was as if someone had pulled a thick quilt over the entire valley. The birds had gone completely quiet. There was no wind, no insects buzzing in the dry grass, nothing. Artie leaned forward in his saddle, eyes scanning the thick stands of Douglas fir on the hillside above us. He reached down and unclipped the leather strap over his sidearm, a habit he only had when he suspected a mountain lion was stalking the trail. "You smell that?" Artie asked, his voice low and tight. I pulled off my hat, wiped the sweat from my forehead, and sniffed the air. The usual scent of dry pine resin and dust was gone. In its place was a sharp chemical metallic smell, like copper pennies left out in the sun mixed with the ozone stench that lingers after a lightning strike on a power transformer. It was harsh enough to catch in the back of my throat. "Smells like static," I said, looking up at the sky. There wasn't a cloud in sight. The sun was a stark blazing white disk in a pale blue sky. Maybe a strike up on the ridge from last night's dry lightning? "No smoke," Artie muttered, still scanning the tree line. "And wood smoke doesn't smell like iron filings. Keep your eyes open." We pushed on slowly, but the silence followed us down into the basin. It wasn't just quiet. It was an oppressive, heavy pressure that seemed to vibrate in your inner ear. Every time our horse's hooves struck a stone, the sound sounded unnaturally sharp and flat, carrying no echo through the trees. We set up our spike camp in a small clearing near Iron Creek just before sundown. The creek was low, running clear and cold over smooth gray gravel. We pitched the heavy canvas wall tent, hobbled the stock in a meadow with plenty of clover, and built a small, clean fire to heat up our field rations. As twilight set in, the light turned that deep, bruised purple characteristic of the Southwest Mountains. We sat on folded foam pads near the fire, drinking instant coffee out of tin cups. "Ranger Station 5. This is Patrol 2, radio check," I said, keying the mic on my handheld VHF radio. Static hissed through the speaker. I adjusted the squelch and tried again. "Reserve Station, Patrol 2 on Gila Alpha, over." Nothing came back except a strange, rhythmic static pattern. It wasn't the usual white noise of an unkeyed channel. It sounded almost like a steady, rhythmic scraping, spaced precisely 1 second apart. "Repeaters probably shadowed by the ridge," Artie said, tossing the dregs of his coffee into the dirt. "We're deep down in the fold here. We'll pick him up tomorrow when we climb back to the lookout spur." I nodded, clipping the radio back to my chest harness. But as I sat there watching the coals of our fire die down to a soft orange glow, I heard something out in the woods. It was a sound I'd heard 1,000 times, a thick, dry branch snapping up on the ridge above our camp. But it wasn't the sharp, accidental crack of an elk or a bear stepping on dead wood. It was followed immediately by another crack, then another, spaced out in a deliberate, slow cadence. Crack, pause, 3 seconds, crack, pause, 3 seconds. I stood up, pulling my flashlight from my belt. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the pale trunks of the aspen trees surrounding the clearing. "Artie?" He was already standing, holding his long mag flashlight in one hand and keeping his other near his holster. "I hear it." We stood side by side at the edge of the light, listening. The snapping had stopped. In the pitch-black woods beyond our camp, something was moving, but it wasn't moving like an animal. Animals in the wild make noise. They rustle leaves, brush against low branches, slide on loose shale. Whatever was up on that ridge was moving without brushing a single leaf. The only sound was the heavy, calculated weight of something stepping down on large pine limbs, deliberate and heavy enough to break thick wood, yet completely silent between strides. "Hello?" Artie called out, his voice booming into the dark. "United States Forest Service. If you're a camper, identify yourself. You're in a designated backcountry zone." No answer. The air remained completely dead. Then from about 50 yards up the slope, a voice replied. It didn't speak words. It made a sound that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up so hard my scalp went cold. It was the exact sound of Artie's radio call from 2 minutes prior. My own voice saying, "Reserve Station, Patrol 2 on Gila Alpha, over." It wasn't a recording. It wasn't an echo. It was a precise, pitch-perfect imitation of my own voice, but delivered with an eerie, flat tone, completely stripped of emotional inflection. It sounded like a voice coming through an old, broken speaker, played back in the pitch-black wilderness by something that had no idea what the words actually meant. Artie turned to look at me, his face pale in the light of my flashlight. For the first time in the 3 years I had worked with him, I saw genuine hesitation in his eyes. Did your radio spill audio?" he whispered. "No," I said, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. My radio was muted after I called out. We stood there for 10 agonizing minutes, beams of light cutting through the trees, sweeping back and forth across the dark mountain slope. Nothing moved. No eyes reflected back in the light. No red pine marten eyes, no green mountain lion reflection, no amber bear glare. Just black trunks, jagged rocks, and thick brush. Eventually, the silence returned, thick and suffocating. We didn't sleep that night. We sat in the canvas tent with the lantern burning low, our boots on, our weapons unholstered on our laps, listening to the vast, empty mountain around us. Every time the canvas flapped slightly in a stray draft, both of us flinched. When dawn finally broke, casting a cold, gray light through the trees, we walked up the slope to where we had heard the sounds. The ground up there was covered in a bed of dry pine needles and loose granite soil. What we found made zero sense. There were broken branches. Yes, thick pine boughs the size of a man's wrist had been snapped cleanly in half as if someone had twisted them like twigs. But there were no footprints. No boot prints, no animal tracks, no drag marks. Nothing had disturbed the soft pine needle mat on the ground. But right in the middle of a small patch of cleared dirt between two ponderosas, there was a single mark. It wasn't a footprint. It was a perfectly smooth, round depression in the soil, about 5 inches across and 4 inches deep, as if a heavy iron cylinder had been pressed vertically into the ground with immense weight. A few feet away was another one, and another. They led in a straight line up the mountain toward the rocky peaks of the Black Range, spaced exactly 7 feet apart. Artie knelt down and touched the edge of one of the holes. He pulled his finger back immediately. "It's cold," he said. "What do you mean cold?" I asked, kneeling beside him. I touched the compressed dirt inside the hole. The morning air was cool, maybe 45 degrees, but the earth inside that impression felt like ice straight out of a freezer. It was so cold it made the tips of my fingers ache instantly. "We're pulling the patrol back," Artie said flatly, standing up and wiping his hand on his trousers. "We're going to head up to the Bear Wallow lookout cabin, hit the landline or the high-gain antenna and report this to the district ranger." "Artie, what is this?" I asked, looking up the steep wooded ridge where the line of frozen depressions disappeared into the dark timber. "I don't know, Michelle," he said quietly, his voice devoid of its usual authority. "And I don't give a damn. We follow safety protocol. We don't track whatever made this alone out here without comms." We packed up camp in record time. The horses were skittish, snorting and tugging at their halters, refusing to eat their grain. Molly, the mule, was sweating heavily along her flanks despite the morning cold. It took us nearly 20 minutes just to get the pack secured because the animals wouldn't stand still. We rode out of the Iron Creek Basin, heading north toward the high ridge where the Bear Wallow lookout sat. The lookout was an old wooden cab mounted on a 40-foot steel tower, built back in the 1930s by the Civilian Conservation Corps. It had a small single-room ranger cabin at its base, equipped with a heavy wood stove, a propane stove, 2 bunks, and a high-gain radio mast connected to a deep-cycle battery bank. It was supposed to be unmanned for another 2 weeks until the seasonal fire watcher arrived, meaning we would have the cabin to ourselves. As we climbed higher, the terrain grew harsher. The lush forest gave way to stunted limber pine, jagged outcrops of white volcanic ash, and steep scree slopes that dropped off hundreds of feet into deep, nameless ravines. The sky turned an ugly, bruise-like shade of yellow-gray, heavy with the promise of an unseasonal high-altitude storm. By 3 in the afternoon, the wind caught up to us. It blew out of the west in violent, freezing gusts, howling through the metal struts of the lookout tower long before we even reached the ridge. We led the horses into the small wooden corral behind the cabin, unsaddled them and gave them extra feed inside the sturdy log barn. The cabin itself was built out of heavy hand-hewn ponderosa logs with a corrugated tin roof, bolted down to the bedrock to withstand hurricane-force mountain winds. Once inside, Artie went straight to the radio desk in the corner. He flipped the power switch on the base station receiver. The digital display lit up green, but the only sound coming through the speaker was that same rhythmic, agonizing scraping noise, shh, 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 interrupted by bursts of high-pitched electronic tone, like a dial-up modem trying to connect to a deadline. Base station, this is Patrol 2 at Bear Wallow Cabin, Artie said into the heavy desk mic. Do you copy? He switched channels, moving through the emergency frequencies, the fire frequencies, even the state police band. Every single channel was saturated with the same strange rhythmic interference. Solar flare? I offered, sitting down at the wooden table and staring out the small glass window toward the tower. Maybe, Artie grunted, rubbing his eyes. Or the antenna on the tower took a hit from lightning during the night. I'm going to climb up and check the coax connection on the cab. In this wind? I looked out the window. The sky was darkening fast, and the steel legs of the fire tower were whining like guitar strings as the wind whipped through them. We need comms. Hakel, Artie said grimly, pulling on his heavy canvas coat and leather gloves. If something is going on out here, I'm not spending the night blind and deaf. He pulled open the heavy cabin door and stepped out into the gale. I watched him from the window as he pulled himself up the narrow steel ladder of the tower, his coat flapping wildly. The wind was so loud it rattled the thick glass panes of the cabin, sounding like handfuls of sand being thrown against the wood. I turned back to the cabin, trying to make myself useful. I kindled a fire in the cast-iron stove using dry oak splints, filled the coffee pot from our water cans, and checked our supplies. Everything in the cabin was neat, orderly, and standard issue. Fire tools stacked in the corner, maps pinned to the log walls, emergency rations in a galvanized metal locker. 10 minutes passed. Then 15. I looked back out the window. Artie was halfway down the ladder, moving slowly. But he wasn't looking down at his footing. He was looking back over his shoulder toward the north ridge, a barren, rocky knife edge that ran for 2 miles toward Baldy Peak. Suddenly, he stopped on the ladder, about 20 feet up. I couldn't see what he was looking at because the cabin wall blocked the view to the north. I stepped to the door, pulled it open, and walked out into the biting wind. The air felt bitterly cold, dropping fast toward freezing. "Artie!" I yelled, cupping my hands around my mouth. "What is it?" He didn't answer. He was hanging onto the steel ladder with one arm, reaching with his other hand into his coat for his binoculars. He brought them to his eyes, staring fixedly at the north ridge. I walked around the base of the tower to get a clear line of sight. The north ridge was a barren expanse of gray rock and scattered, lightning-blasted dead trees. About half a mile out, where the ridge dipped into a narrow saddle, there was a figure standing on the skyline. My first thought was that it was another hiker, someone lost or caught out in the storm. But as I stared at it, my mind struggled to process the proportions of what I was seeing. The figure was impossibly tall. It stood well above the stunted pines near the saddle, not 5 or 6 feet, but easily 12 or 14 feet high. It was extraordinarily thin, like a charred telegraph pole sticking out of the rock. It wasn't moving. It was just standing there, silhouetted against the pale yellow sky, facing directly toward our lookout tower. Through the howling wind, I heard Artie let out a ragged breath. He slowly climbed down the remaining rungs of the ladder, his face entirely drained of color. His hands were shaking so hard he could barely hold his binoculars. "What is that?" I asked, my voice barely audible over the wind. "Artie, what the hell is that?" "It doesn't have a face," he whispered, his eyes wide and fixed on the ground. "Michel." I put the glasses right on it. "It's not a man. It's got no face. It's just smooth, like polished stone." "Is it a marker? A dead tree?" I demanded, desperately looking for a rational explanation. "Maybe the light's playing tricks on us." "Trees don't bend sideways against 50-knot wind, Michel," he shouted, suddenly grabbing me by the arm. His grip was terrified, crushing. It leaned over. It bent at the waist like a piece of wire and then stood back up. "We're going inside. Right now." We backed into the cabin and slammed the heavy oak door shut, throwing the iron latch into place. Artie shoved a heavy wooden bench under the handle for good measure. The storm fully hit us 20 minutes later. But it wasn't a normal storm. There was no rain. There was no snow. It was a violent screaming wind that brought with it a sudden terrifying drop in temperature. Inside the cabin, despite the iron stove roaring with burning oak, the temperature began to plummet. Our breath began to plume in white clouds inside the room. Frost began to form on the inside of the glass windows, creeping inward from the edges in delicate, sharp patterns that looked like long, needle-like feathers. And then the sound returned. Over the screaming of the wind outside, we heard a heavy rhythmic thud, thud, pause, 3 seconds, thud. It was coming from the base of the mountain, climbing straight up the rocky peak toward the cabin. It was the same heavy, deliberate cadence we had heard the night before at Iron Creek. But now it was moving fast, unbelievably fast, covering hundreds of yards of steep, broken terrain in seconds. The horses in the barn down below began to scream. It is a terrible thing to hear a horse scream. It's an unnatural, high-pitched, wild sound of absolute animal panic. We heard them kicking violently against the heavy log walls of the barn, their hooves splintering wood in a desperate attempt to break free. "Artie?" I squeaked, grabbing my shotgun from the rack beside the door and chambering a 3-inch Magnum buckshot shell. "The horses, don't go out there!" Artie yelled, pulling his own service sidearm. "You stay behind that door." The screaming of the horses reached a crescendo, a chaotic storm of thrashing and shrieking, and then in an instant it stopped. Cut off cleanly, as if someone had shut a door on the sound. The silence returned, sweeping over the mountain cabin like a wave. The wind outside seemed to drop away entirely, leaving only the sound of our own heavy breathing and the crackle of the fire in the stove. Then came a sound right outside the cabin door. It was a footstep, a heavy frozen weight coming down on the wooden porch planks. Creak. The thick log walls of the cabin groaned under an immense, localized weight, as if something heavier than a commercial vehicle had just stepped onto the small wooden deck. I pointed the shotgun at the door, my hands trembling violently, my knuckles white on the stock. Artie stood beside me, his gun raised, his breath coming in short, panicked gasps. Something tapped on the door. 3 slow, deliberate knocks. Knock, knock, knock. It didn't sound like knuckles on wood. It sounded like a piece of dense, solid iron being tapped against the oak panel. We didn't answer. We couldn't. Terror had locked my throat tight. I couldn't even draw enough air to scream. Then from just outside the thin wood of the door, a voice spoke. It was Artie's voice. It was exact, every rasp, every slight southwestern drawl, every subtle nuance of Artie's vocal cords. But it was dead. It was spoken with a flat, mechanical cadence that carried no life, no variation in pitch, like a computer program stringing together phonetic syllables. "Base station. This is Patrol 2 at Bear Wallow Cabin," the voice outside said, right against the keyhole. "Do you copy?" Artie let out a soft whimpering sound in the back of his throat. He backed away from the door until his shoulders hit the far log wall of the cabin. "Michel," the voice outside said, switching instantly to my voice, my tone, my breath patterns. "Open the door, Michel. We need comms." "It's cold out here. Shut up, shut up!" Artie suddenly screamed, breaking down completely and firing 2 rounds straight through the middle of the heavy wooden door. The gunshots inside the small room were deafening. Smoke filled the cabin, sharp with the smell of burned gunpowder. The two 9mm bullets punched clean holes through the oak planks. Outside, there was no reaction. No flinching, no cry of pain, no sound of a body falling. Instead, a face appeared at the small, frosted window beside the door. I will see that image until the day I die. It wasn't a face. It was a smooth oval surface of pale, dark gray material, like polished basalt or cold iron, completely featureless. No eyes, no nose, no mouth, no skin texture, just a slick, unnatural curvature. But pressed flat against the glass from the outside was a hand. The hand had 6 fingers. They were impossibly long, thin like iron rods with pale, jointless segments that flexed backward as well as forward. The fingers were tapping slowly against the glass, tap, 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 with a sound like metal scraping against stone. As the hand pressed harder, the glass didn't shatter. It began to turn white, freezing instantly from the center outward, spiderwebs of thick, opaque ice spreading across the pane until we could no longer see through it. Then, the pressure began on the roof. Something pulled itself up onto the corrugated metal roof of the cabin. The heavy pine rafters above our heads groaned and creaked, bowing downward under tremendous weight. We could hear it moving up there, a slow, dragging, 6-legged scuttle that sounded like heavy iron chains being hauled across the tin sheets. The iron stove in the corner suddenly went dark. The fire inside didn't just burn out. The flames were sucked down in an instant, the glowing red embers turning black as a wave of bitter, unnatural cold spilled out of the stovepipe and filled the room. My fingers were so cold I could barely hold the shotgun. The moisture on my eyelashes was freezing, sticking my eyelids together every time I blinked. Michael, Artie whispered from the floor where he had collapsed against the wall. He was clutching his chest, his eyes rolling back in his head, his lips turning a dark, bruised blue from the sudden, terrifying drop in temperature. Michel, it's taking the air. He was right. The air in the room was growing thin, dense, and impossible to breathe, like trying to inhale frozen lead. I fell to my knees beside Artie, dragging the wool emergency blankets off the bunk and wrapping them around both of us. I pumped the shotgun, pointing it up at the ceiling where the rafters were cracking under the weight of whatever was pacing back and forth above us. Leave us alone, I choked out, my voice raspy and thin in the oxygen-starved room. Get the hell away from here. The thing on the roof stopped. For 5 minutes, 5 endless, suffocating minutes, it sat directly above us on the central beam of the cabin. We lay on the floor, huddled together under the wool blankets, breathing shallow gulps of freezing, ozone-heavy air, watching our own breath freeze into ice crystals before it hit the floorboards. Then, slowly the weight shifted. We heard the heavy, metallic dragging sound move toward the edge of the roof. There was a dull, heavy thud as it dropped off the cabin deck onto the frozen earth outside. Then came the footsteps. Moving away, thud paused 3 seconds. Thud. Moving down the steep slope past the lookout tower, heading north toward the high, barren crags of the Black Range. We didn't move for 3 hours. We lay on that cabin floor in the dark, frozen solid, listening to the silence return to the mountain. It wasn't until the first pale light of dawn filtered through the ice-covered windows that I found the strength to stand up. My body ached with a deep, bone-chilling pain. Artie was conscious, but he couldn't stand. His heart couldn't take the extreme cold and panic. He was weak, shivering violently, his eyes dull and glassy. I pushed the wooden bench away from the door, unlatched it, and shoved it open. The morning sun was just coming up over the horizon, casting a blinding, orange light across a world covered in a layer of brilliant silver frost. The barn door had been torn completely off its heavy iron hinges. It was lying 30 feet away in the dirt, twisted like a piece of tin foil. Inside the barn, the horses and Molly the mule were gone. There was no blood, no signs of a struggle, no horse tracks leading out into the trees. Just 4 perfectly smooth, frozen depressions in the dirt floor of the stall where the animals had been standing. Deep, cold 5-inch circular holes pressed into the earth. I pulled Artie out of the cabin, wrapped him in 3 layers of heavy gear, and literally dragged him down the 6 miles of trail toward the nearest Forest Service access road. It took me 7 hours. I didn't stop to rest, I didn't look back, and I kept my shotgun loaded and clutched in my right hand the entire way down. We met a maintenance crew 3 miles from the trailhead. They took one look at us, 2 rangers half frozen, wild-eyed, covered in frostbite, and loaded us into the back of their crew cab truck. Artie spent 2 weeks in the hospital in Silver City before taking medical retirement. He never talked about that night. When the district ranger came to take our official incident report, Artie told them we were caught in an unseasonal cold front. Our stock had panicked and broken out of the corral, and we had sustained hypothermia trying to retrieve them. He left out the voices. He left out the holes in the ground. He left out the thing on the roof and the hand on the window. I tried to tell the truth. I sat in the assistant district ranger's office in Santa Fe 2 weeks later and laid out every single detail. The voice mimicry, the frozen ground, the six-fingered impression, the tall figure on the ridge. The assistant district ranger, a clean-cut guy who had spent his entire career behind a desk, just looked at me over his coffee mug with a look of quiet pity. "Ranger Miller," he said softly, sliding a mountain of paperwork across the desk toward me. "Hypothermia does strange things to the brain. Cerebral hypoxia, extreme stress, mountain panic. It makes people hear things. It makes people see things. You had a bad run out there. Take some administrative leave. Go home." I didn't sign the leave paperwork. I signed my resignation right then and there. I packed my things and left New Mexico that same week. I live in a flat, crowded suburb in Indiana now. I work in an auto parts distribution center, a place with concrete floors, bright fluorescent lights, and 0 trees. I try not to think about the Gila wilderness. I try not to look at pictures of the Southwest mountains. But every now and then, when a storm rolls in from the Midwest plains and the temperature drops fast, I sit in my living room with all the lights on, holding a hot cup of coffee, and I listen. Because deep down, I know that thing didn't die out there in the high timber. It's still up there on the Black Range, walking silently through the ponderosa pines, waiting for another ranger to pull up their radio and call into the quiet dark. And what scares me most isn't that it's out there. What scares me most is that I know, if I ever heard my own voice calling out to me from the dark again, I still wouldn't know how to answer. My name is Marcus Edward Vance. I am 34 years old. I currently live in a small, nameless cabin outside the town of Forks in the state of Washington, and until the autumn of 2018, I was a full-time backcountry law enforcement ranger with the National Park Service. I am writing this down because I can no longer carry it alone in my head, and because I know that if I don't leave a record of what happened in the Queets River Valley, the official file will remain the only version of the truth, and that file is a lie. It speaks of hypothermia, acute search and rescue fatigue, and environmental disorientation. It does not mention the things that lived in the sound of the rain, nor does it explain why a seasoned 52-year-old wilderness veteran turned in his badge, sold his home, and vanished into central Montana without saying goodbye to his family. I was born in Clallam County, raised on the damp fringe of the Olympic Peninsula, where the air always tastes of crushed hemlock needles, salt spray, and rotted bark. By 24, I had my commission from the seasonal law enforcement training program at Skagit Valley College. By 29, I was assigned permanent patrol duties in Olympic National Park, 1 million acres of old-growth rainforest, glaciated peaks, and coastal wilderness. People think they understand big country until they stand beneath a canopy of Sitka spruce 200 feet high, where the moss hangs like gray rags from branches thick as diesel engines, and the gray light of noon barely reaches the mud at your boots. It is a place that belongs to another age, indifferent to human presence, massive and dripping wet. The event that ended my career began on Tuesday, September 18, 2018. It was late in the season. The summer tourist had thinned out, driven away by the onset of the early autumn rains. That endless, suffocating Pacific Northwest drizzle that settles over the mountains like a wet wool blanket for 6 months solid. The Queets River District is one of the most remote corridors in the entire park. Unlike the Hoh or the Lake Quinault areas, which have paved access, visitor centers, and well-maintained loop trails, the Queets is wild and neglected. The access road is a narrow dirt track subject to washouts, and the trail itself runs deep into pristine rainforest along a river that can swell 3 feet in 6 hours when the clouds break against the peaks of the Mount Olympus Range. I was working out of the Kino Ranger Station that morning when the dispatch came through from the district office in Port Angeles. A solo backpacker named Sarah Lindqvist, 29, a botanical researcher from Oregon State University, had failed to check in with her partner on Sunday evening as planned. Her vehicle, a silver Subaru Outback, had been found parked at the Queets River trailhead by a maintenance crew clearing blowdown. Her trail permit indicated a 4-day solo trek up to the upper river basin to sample rare mosses and liverworts in the old-growth groves near Pelton Creek. She was 2 days overdue. My supervisor, a dry, graying chief ranger named David Hayes, called me into his office. Sitting in the visitor's chair was Thomas Mac McIntyre. Mac was 52, a 30-year veteran of the Park Service whose skin looked like oil-stained leather from decades spent outdoors. He knew the backcountry of the Olympic Range better than any mapmaker in Washington, D.C. He could name every ridge, dry wash, and timber stand from the Strait of Juan de Fuca down to the Chehalis Basin. He was not a man given to talk. He carried himself with the heavy, deliberate calm of someone who had pulled drowned kayakers out of white water and found lost hikers huddled in snow caves. Hayes handed me the search file. "Marcus, I want you and Mac to go in on foot from the Queets trailhead. We've got a helicopter on standby at Port Angeles, but the cloud ceiling is hovering at 800 feet, and the Weather Service is calling for 2 inches of rain over the next 48 hours. Air ops are grounded until this front passes. You two are the ground team. Find her camp, establish contact, and bring her out." Mac looked up from his mug of black coffee, his gray eyes quiet and hard.
"She's off trail, Marcus."
Her permit says she was targeting old-growth alder bottoms near the confluence of Pelton Creek. That's dense brush, big timber, zero cell coverage, and no clear trail past mile 5. If she twisted an ankle or got pinned under a log, she's sitting in a swamp in 72-hour rain. "We pack for 3 days, I said, opening my notebook. "Search grid starting at the Pelton confluence?" Mac nodded slowly, setting his mug down on Hayes' desk. 3 days. Heavy gear, full wet weather suits, satellite phone, and the long-range VHF pack. Rain's coming down hard already. Let's get on the road. We loaded our gear into the back of my government-issue Ford F-250, heavy internal frame packs loaded with cold weather gear, emergency rations, medical kits, signal flares, extra batteries, and our standard-issue Sig Sauer P229 sidearms in heavy leather duty holsters. We drove west toward Highway 101, then cut north onto the narrow logging roads that lead into the Queets Valley. The rain was steady, a gray sheet falling through the giant trees that bordered the gravel track. The gravel gave way to rutted mud as we crossed the park boundary line, the tires splashing through standing puddles that looked like black glass in the overcast daylight. When we reached the trailhead parking area at 11 in the morning, Sarah Lindqvist's Subaru was the only vehicle there. I got out and walked around it. The windshield was covered in a heavy layer of fallen hemlock needles and yellow alder leaves. The hood was stone cold. Looking through the glass, I could see an empty travel mug in the cup holder and a road map unfolded on the passenger seat. There were no signs of break-in, no forced entry, no notes left behind. She had simply parked, pulled her gear from the trunk, locked the vehicle, and walked into the rain. Mac stood at the trailhead sign, his yellow Gore-Tex jacket bright against the dark green curtain of ferns and moss. He was tightening the straps on his pack, his hat pulled low over his forehead. "Ready, Vance?" he asked, his voice low against the steady patter of rain on the forest canopy. "Ready," I replied, clicking my handheld radio onto Channel 2, the primary tactical frequency for park ops. "Dispatch, this is Unit 404. We are on foot at the Queets trailhead heading eastbound toward Pelton Creek. Weather is heavy drizzle, visibility less than 100 yards, cloud ceiling low. Do you copy?" "Copy, Unit 404. The dispatcher's voice cracked through static. "Log your check-ins every 2 hours. Next check-in at 1300 hours. Be advised weather is expected to worsen overnight." "Copy that out." We stepped off the gravel and into the forest. The Queets River Trail immediately swallows you. Within 50 yards of the road, the sounds of the modern world disappear, replaced by the deep, resonant murmur of the Queets River rushing over River Rock a few hundred yards to the south, and the continuous soft hush-hush-hush of raindrops hitting millions of wet leaves. The air under the canopy was cool and heavy with the scent of damp soil, rotting fern fronds, and rich decayed wood. The giant trees, Douglas firs and western red cedars 6 to 8 feet in diameter, rose like massive stone pillars into the gray mist above us, their bases enveloped in thick carpets of sword fern and club moss. For the first 3 miles, The trail followed an old river bench, elevated slightly above the floodplain. We walked in single file, Mac in the lead, his long strides steady and unhurried, his eyes scanning the ground and the brush on either side of the faint path. The rain turned the dirt into slick red clay mixed with decaying leaf litter. Every few hundred yards, Mac would pause, pointing his trekking pole at a faint boot print in the mud, a Vibram sole pattern, small consistent with a women's lightweight hiking boot, pointing east into the valley. "She went in on Saturday morning," Mac said, speaking over his shoulder without stopping. "Step depth looks normal. Carrying a pack, maybe 40 pounds. No signs of staggering or hesitation." "She's an experienced field researcher," I said, stepping over a slick hemlock root that crossed the trail like a frozen python. She knew what she was doing out here. "Experience doesn't mean much when a cedar branch drops 60 feet onto your spine in a wind gust," Mac grunted. "Or when you misjudge a creek crossing by 6 inches and get pulled under by 300-pound hydraulics." By 2 in the afternoon, the rain had intensified into a steady, relentless downpour. The light beneath the trees was fading fast, changing from a dull gray to a murky aquatic twilight. We had reached mile 6 where the maintained trail officially ended, and the rough, unmaintained track began. Here the forest grew exponentially thicker. Ancient fallen trees, nurse logs 8 feet tall and 50 feet long, blocked the path every 50 yards, forcing us to scramble over slick, moss-covered bark or hack through dense thickets of salmonberry and devil's club with our brush knives. We made camp that evening in a small, natural clearing on a high bank overlooking the river, about a mile west of the Pelton Creek Junction. The river was high, a torrent of gray-green snowmelt and mud churning around massive river-washed boulders, throwing up a cold spray that mixed with the rain. We pitched our light mountain tents under the shelter of 3 massive hemlocks, whose interlocking canopy offered a small reprieve from the deluge. We cooked a meal of dehydrated beef and rice over a small propane burner, sitting on our rubberized pack covers in the dark. The forest around us was dead silent save for the roaring river and the ceaseless rain. No birds sang. No deer shifted through the brush. In the Pacific Northwest rainforest, night does not fall slowly. It drops like a heavy black cloth, total and impenetrable. Mac sat with his hands wrapped around a metal cup of hot tea, staring out into the absolute darkness beyond the circle of our small headlamps. His face was carved with deep shadows in the LED light. "You ever spent time up in the upper basin, Marcus?" he asked softly. "A couple of summer patrols near Bear Camp," I said, setting my spoon down. "Never came down into the Queet's Bottom in the fall." Mac took a sip of tea, his eyes fixed on the black void of the woods. "My grandfather was a timber cruiser out here in the late 30s, back before the park was expanded. Used to tell stories about the Queets country. Old loggers, guys who spent 40 years cutting timber from here to the Columbia River. They wouldn't camp in the Pelton Basin. Not even in midsummer." I smiled faintly, wiping wet rain off my chin. "Old lumberjack stories? Bigfoot?" Mac didn't laugh. He didn't even turn his head. "No, not Bigfoot. Loggers weren't scared of big apes. They were scared of things that didn't make sense. My granddad called them the quiet spots, places where the woods don't sound right. Places where you call out to your partner 50 feet away, and his voice sounds like it's coming from 2 miles up the mountain, or right behind your ear when he's standing in front of you. Acoustic bounce," I said, using standard training logic. "Dense canopy, river canyon walls, variable air density from heavy moisture. Sound does weird things in deep canyons." "Maybe," Mac said quietly. "Maybe that's what it was. But my granddad said the old Quinault hunters stayed out of the Pelton drainage too. They said something lived in the high timber that didn't have a skin of its own. Said it used the rain to move." He stood up, poured the rest of his tea into the mud, and unzipped his tent flap. "Get some sleep, Marcus. We've got 4 miles of off-trail brush busting at first light. Next check-in is at 6. I lay in my sleeping bag for hours, listening to the rain. The canvas above my head rattled with a heavy rhythmic cadence, tap, 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 tap. Outside, the river roared continuously, a deep bass thrumming that seemed to vibrate through the earth and into my sleeping pad. Every so often, the wind would catch the tops of the Douglas firs far above, making them groan with a dry, wooden sound that echoed through the valley. It was around 3 in the morning when I heard the first unnatural sound. I woke instantly, my hand reaching out of instinct for the flashlight resting beside my pillow. I lay still, holding my breath, listening above the roar of the water and the rain. It was a whistle. It was not the wind through the trees, nor was it the sharp, piercing cry of an elk or the low hoot of a barred owl. It was a clear human whistle, 2 notes, the first high, the second dropping down a minor third, like someone calling a dog in a suburban park. It came from somewhere across the river, high up on the opposite ridge. I unzipped the tent window an inch, cold, wet air rushing against my face. The darkness was absolute. I held my breath and listened. A minute passed. Then, closer this time from our side of the river, perhaps 100 yards up the trail we had hiked that afternoon, the whistle repeated. Wee-woo. It was perfectly pitch-pitched, deliberate, and entirely devoid of echo. In that thick, moisture-drenched air, a sound like that should have muffled and bounced off the giant tree trunks. But this sound was dry. It sounded as though someone were standing 3 feet outside my tent, leaning over and whistling through cracked lips. My heart began to hammer against my ribs. I sat up, unholstered my Sig Sauer, and clicked off the safety. "Mac?" I called out in a low whisper through the nylon wall. "Mac, you awake?" There was no answer from his tent, only the steady sound of his heavy breathing and the relentless beat of the rain. I crept to the flap of my tent, unzipped it slowly, and stepped out into the night. The rain was cold, hitting my face like needles. I clicked my flashlight on, its powerful white beam slicing through the wet darkness, illuminating the gray trunks of the hemlocks and the curtain of falling water. I swept the beam in a wide arc across the perimeter of our camp. Nothing, just the ferns, the moss, and the black trunks of the trees. Then, from the darkness just beyond the reach of my light, maybe 30 yards away into the brush, I heard a voice. It was faint, barely audible over the river, but it was unmistakably human. It was a woman's voice, high and strained, repeating a single word over and over in a rhythmic, monotone chant. "Help! Help! Help! Help!" The voice had no emotion in it. It didn't sound panicked or injured or exhausted. It sounded flat, like a voice recording played at slightly reduced speed, repeated every 3 seconds with absolute, terrifying regularity. "Sarah?" I called out, taking a step forward and swinging the flashlight beam toward the sound. "Sarah Lindqvist? Is that you?" "We're park rangers. Stay where you are." The voice stopped instantly. The forest fell completely silent save for the river and the rain. I stood there in my undershirt and rain pants, boots unlaced, holding my pistol in my right hand and the flashlight in my left, the beam shaking slightly as I cut it back and forth across the thick underbrush. "Sarah?" I called again, from directly behind me, not 30 yards away in the brush, but right at the edge of my tent. Where I had been standing 2 seconds prior, the voice answered. "Help! Help! Help!" I spun around, bringing the light and the gun to bear on my tent. There was no one there. My tent sat tucked beneath the roots of the hemlock, its yellow rainfly gleaming under the light beam. But on the wet mud next to the entrance, right where I had stepped out moments before, lay a fresh, pale object. I walked toward it, my boots squelching in the mud, my breath coming in short, jagged gasps. I lowered the beam. It was a small plastic water bottle, brightly colored, stamped with the logo of Oregon State University. It was half filled with clear water. It was perfectly dry on the outside, as if it had been placed there from a warm pocket less than 5 seconds ago. I stood there, the rain soaking through my shirt, staring down at the bottle. Mac's tent flap opened with a sharp zip, and he stepped out, his headlamp shining brightly, his face lined with sleep and sudden alarm. "Marcus, what the hell are you doing out here? Who were you talking to?" I couldn't answer right away. I pointed down at the water bottle lying in the mud between us. Mac walked over, his headlamp shining on the object. He stooped down, picked it up, and turned it over in his gloved hand. "Where did you find this?" he asked, his voice dead low. "It was just dropped here," I said, my voice trembling despite my best efforts to control it. I heard a voice, Mac, a woman's voice, calling for help. First across the river, then in the brush, then right behind me. Mac looked at me, his eyes sharp under his brow. He didn't tell me I was crazy. He didn't tell me I was hearing things or that I was overtired. Instead, he unholstered his own sidearm, clicked off the safety, and looked up into the black canopy of the trees above us. "We're packing up," Mac said flatly. "It's 3:30 in the morning, Mac," I said. "It's pitch black and pouring rain." "We're packing up now, Marcus," he repeated, his voice colder than the river water. We aren't waiting for daylight. We struck camp in total silence. We packed our tents in the dark, using only the lowest red light settings on our headlamps to preserve our vision. Mac worked with a cold, terrifying urgency, his hands moving quickly through the straps and buckles. We didn't talk. We didn't analyze what had happened. The air around us felt thick, heavy, and pressurized, like the air inside a storm cell before a lightning strike. By 4:15, with our packs strapped tight and our weapons unholstered and held at our sides, we began moving east along the riverbank toward the Pelton Creek confluence. The hike through the dark was a nightmare of wet rock, tearing thorns, and slick mud. Our flashlights could barely cut through the dense rainforest fog that had settled low over the ground. Every fallen log became a wall to climb. Every small side stream was a swollen channel of black, rushing water that threatened to sweep us off our feet. As we moved, I couldn't shake the sensation that we were being followed, not from behind on the trail but from above. High in the canopy, 50 or 60 feet over our heads, there was a continuous subtle rustling sound. It was not the wind. It moved against the direction of the breeze, a heavy rhythmic shifting of weight through the thick Sitka spruce branches that matched our pacing step for step. When we stopped, the movement above us stopped a second later. When we moved fast, the branches above us flexed and creaked in sync with our stride. At 5:30, as the first pale, bruised gray light of dawn began to bleed through the rain clouds, we reached the mouth of the Pelton Creek drainage. The area was a tangled primeval basin. The main river swung north here, while Pelton Creek cut down through a narrow, steep-sided rock gorge from the high ridges of Mount Olympus. The basin was filled with giant, ancient gravel bars covered in dead, bleach-white drift trees that looked like picked bones in the morning light. Mac stopped on a high gravel bar, his body dripping with rain. He pulled his binoculars from his jacket and swept them across the far side of the creek. "There," he said, pointing with a gloved finger. I lifted my own binoculars and followed his sightline. About 200 yards upstream, perched on a flat ledge of rock 5 feet above the roaring white water of the creek, was a tent. It was a small green two-person backpacking tent. One side of the rainfly was ripped free and flapping wildly in the wind. "Sarah's camp," I breathed. We crossed the creek, wading waist-deep through cold, rushing water that nearly tore my feet from the slippery gravel bed. We scrambled up the bank, our boots dripping, and approached the campsite. "Sarah," Mac called out, his hand resting on the grip of his pistol. "Park rangers." "Is anyone in there?" No answer, only the flap of the torn green nylon in the rain. We approached the tent from the side. I used the tip of my trekking pole to unhook the zipper loop and pull back the door flap. The tent was empty, but it was not abandoned in a normal way. Inside, Sarah's sleeping bag was unrolled and laid out neatly on her foam pad. Her backpack sat upright in the back corner, fully packed, zipped shut, and neatly organized. Her boots were sitting side by side at the entrance of the tent, laced up to the ankles, completely dry on the inside. Her rain jacket was neatly folded on top of her pack. Her headlamp was sitting on her sleeping bag, switched to the on position, though its battery had long since died. There were no signs of a struggle. No blood, no torn fabric. It looked as though she had simply taken off her shoes and coat, stepped out into the pouring rain in her socks and t-shirt, and vanished into the wilderness. "Mac," I said, my voice tight. "Look at the boots." Mac knelt down in the wet gravel at the tent entrance, leaning close to examine the boots. He reached down and touched the wool socks stuffed inside them. "Dry," he whispered. "She didn't walk out of here in her bare feet. The rocks out here would shred wool in 30 yards. "Where is she, Mac?" Mac didn't answer. He stood up slowly and turned to scan the surrounding forest. The gorge was tightly enclosed here. To the north, a sheer wall of dark basalt rock rose 200 feet into the mist, slick with moss and dripping streams of runoff. To the south and east, the rainforest rose up a steep 50-degree slope, densely packed with thick stands of old-growth timber, massive hemlocks, and impenetrable thickets of devil's club. Then, high up on the steep slope above us, perhaps 300 feet up through the trees, we heard it again. Wee-woo. The two-tone whistle echoed down the ravine, perfectly clear, sharp, and dry. Mac's head snapped toward the sound. "Marcus," he whispered, his face pale under his wet hood.
Get your gear.
"We're leaving this camp. We're going back. Mac, we can't just leave," I shouted over the roar of the creek. "Her gear is here. She's out there somewhere. We have to call this in, get a ground team, get search dogs. Look at the trees, Marcus." Mac barked, pointing up the slope, his voice cracking with a raw, uncharacteristic panic that sent a wave of icy terror straight through my chest. "Look at the high branches." I turned my head and looked up into the misty canopy where he was pointing. High in the branches of an ancient Sitka spruce, 60 feet above the ground, something was moving. It was not an animal. It was a shape, tall, impossibly thin, gray like the bark of a dead hemlock moving through the thick, moss-draped branches with an uncanny, fluid speed. It had no distinct form that I could fix my eyes upon. It seemed to bleed into the fog and the rain, stretching and bending around the trunks of the trees like smoke moving against the wind. And then, from high up on that slope, the voice came down to us again. It wasn't just Sarah's voice this time. It was my voice. "Mac." The voice called out from the trees above, using my exact pitch, my exact inflection, my exact cadence, perfect and hollow as an echo in a dead room. "Mac, you awake? Sarah, is that you?" My knees went weak. The air left my lungs as if I'd been struck in the chest with a sledgehammer. Hearing my own voice coming out of that wet, gray canopy, hearing my own words repeated back to me with unnatural, dead precision, shivered something deep inside my brain, an ancient instinct that screamed at me to run. To drop everything and flee. "Run!" Mac gasped, grabbing me by the shoulder of my jacket and dragging me backward toward the creek crossing. "Don't listen to it.
Don't look up.
Just run." We blundered backward into the swollen current of Pelton Creek, splashing wildly through the icy, waist-deep water. I lost my balance halfway across, slipping on a moss-covered boulder, and felt the rushing current grab my heavy pack, dragging me under. The freezing water filled my ears, my mouth, my nose. For a terrifying 3 seconds, I was tumbling in black whitewater noise, beaten against the gravel bottom. Then Mac's thick glove locked onto my collar, pulling me up, dragging me coughing and choking onto the opposite gravel bar. We didn't stop to catch our breath. We ran. We ran down the river corridor, throwing ourselves through dense thickets of salmonberry, vaulting over massive nurse logs, ignoring the tearing thorns that ripped our rain jackets and cut our faces. The forest around us had transformed into a tunnel of dark green horror. Every tree trunk looked like a shadow. Every hanging clump of moss looked like a reaching hand. And above us, following us through the top branches with terrifying ease, the thing kept pace. It didn't crash through the brush like a bear or a bull elk. It moved through the upper canopy without breaking a single dead twig, a silent gliding terror that drifted from tree to tree through the pouring rain. And as it moved, it spoke to us. It used Mac's voice. It used my voice. It used Sarah's flat robotic chant. The sounds mixed together, overlapping one another like a chorus of broken radios playing through the mist. "Help! Help! Marcus, you awake? Log your check-ins. Next check-in at 1300 hours. Help! Help! Don't listen." Mac screamed as we sprinted along the narrow, slippery river trail, his heavy boots pounding the mud. "Keep your eyes on the trail. Don't look up." The sky above us grew darker instead of lighter as a massive new storm front slammed into the Olympic Range. The rain became a solid wall of water, a deluge that knocked leaves from the branches and flooded the trail into a knee-deep torrent of churning mud. Thunder cracked high above the cloud layer, a deep, earth-shaking boom that rattled through the river valley. By noon, after 3 hours of non-stop, desperate flight, we reached the narrow notch in the river canyon known as the Queets Gates, a place where the valley narrows between two high, vertical basalt cliffs before opening up into the lower river valley. Mac suddenly stopped, dropping to his knees on the muddy trail, gasping for air, his face gray, his chest heaving wildly beneath his wet jacket. "Mac, get up!" I yelled, grabbing his arm. "We've got 2 miles to the truck. We have to keep moving." "I can't." Mac wheezed, clutching his chest, his eyes wide and bloodshot. "My chest. Marcus, my chest." I looked at him in terror. His face was drained of all color, his lips blue. The physical exertion of our desperate flight combined with the cold water immersion and the sheer crippling fear had brought him down. "Sit down. Lean back against the log," I shouted, pulling his heavy pack off his shoulders and setting him against a giant fallen hemlock. I unzipped his jacket, my hands shaking so violently I could barely work the zipper, and checked his pulse. It was erratic, racing, hammering against his neck like a trapped bird. "Dispatch!" I pulled my handheld radio from my chest pocket and jammed the push-to-talk button. "Dispatch! This is Unit 404. Emergency! Officer down. I need an immediate medical evacuation at the Queets gates. Do you copy?" "Dispatch, do you copy?" Static. Nothing but cold, harsh white static filling the speaker. "Dispatch, come in," I screamed into the mic. The static on the radio suddenly cracked, shifted, and resolved into a voice. It was not the dispatcher in Port Angeles. It was Mac's voice, coming out of the radio speaker in my hand, clear and close. My granddad called them the quiet spots, places where the woods don't sound right, places where you call out to your partner. I threw the radio into the mud as if it had turned into a copperhead. It lay there in the puddle, its small red light flickering, continuing to play Mac's words back to us through the rain. Mac leaned his head back against the bark of the nurse log, his eyes staring up into the foggy mist above us. "It's up there," he whispered, his voice barely audible over the rain. "It's waiting." I drew my Sig Sauer, stepped in front of Mac, and raised the weapon with both hands, pointing it straight up into the dense green canopy above the trail. "Show yourself." I screamed into the dripping woods, my voice cracking with rage and helpless terror. "Show yourself, you coward." "Come down." The rain hit my face cold and hard. For 30 seconds, nothing happened. The forest held its breath. The only sound was the steady roar of the river and the rain hitting the leaves. Then, the branches directly above us, 60 feet up in the canopy of a massive cedar, began to part. It didn't fall. It didn't jump. It descended slowly, like a spider sliding down an invisible thread. I cannot describe it in terms that make logical sense, because its shape defied the basic geometry of living things. It was tall, perhaps 10 or 12 feet in length, with limbs that were far too long for its thin, withered torso. Its skin was the dark, slick gray of waterlogged hemlock bark, covered in patches of pale, weeping lichen and dripping moss. But its face was not a face at all. It was a smooth, bone-white curve of hard, pale wood, devoid of eyes, nose, or mouth, like the smoothed, bleach-white surface of a drift log that had been scraped by the river for 100 years. And yet, as it hung suspended in the mist 20 feet above where Mac lay, a sound came from that smooth, featureless white mask. It was my mother's voice, a voice I hadn't heard since I was 12 years old, calling me from the porch of our old house in Sequim. "Marcus, come inside, honey. It's getting dark." "Come inside." The gun in my hands felt light, useless, like a plastic toy. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to drop to my knees, to cover my ears, to surrender to the cold, wet silence of the forest floor. The air around the creature smelled overpoweringly of ancient rot, damp earth, and the metallic, copper stink of wet rust. I fired. The gun crashed, a deafening bang that echoed down the river canyon like a cannon shot. The bullet struck the creature squarely in its chest. There was no blood. There was no cry of pain. The impact sounded like a heavy iron axe striking a wet stump, a dull wooden thud. The creature didn't fall. It merely jerked its long, emaciated torso back an inch, its bone-white face tilting downward, focusing its blank, featureless mass upon me. I fired again. And again. And again, bang, 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 the metallic cartridge cases flew into the mud, steaming in the cold air. The sound of the shots shattered the oppressive silence of the canyon, beating against the rock walls. On the fourth shot, the creature suddenly pulled back, retracting into the high canopy with terrifying, unnatural speed, rising like smoke caught in an updraft, disappearing into the thick gray fog that blanketed the tops of the trees. The forest fell silent again. I stood there, the empty pistol lowered in my right hand, smoke curling from the barrel, my heart hammering so hard against my ribs I thought my chest would crack open. My lungs burned with cold rain. I dropped to my knees beside Mac. He was still breathing, his eyes open, staring blankly at the sky. "Mac," I sobbed, pulling his arm over my shoulder, grabbing his belt with my free hand and heaving his heavy, 80-pound frame off the ground by sheer desperate adrenaline. We're going. We're going now. I don't remember the last 2 miles of that hike. I remember the feeling of Mac's heavy body dragging against my side, his boots kicking clumsily through the mud. I remember the weight of his rain jacket soaking through my own shirt. I remember the endless, crushing weight of the rain, hitting us like stones as we stumbled down the dark, muddy track. And all through those 2 miles high above us in the canopy, the rustling followed, never striking, never coming down, just watching, waiting, and repeating our own voices back to us in the dark. When we broke through the forest boundary and stumbled out into the gravel parking lot at 4 in the afternoon, the world was almost pitch black. My F-250 sat there in the gloom, a lonely island of cold steel and glass. I dragged Mac to the passenger side, pulled the door open, shoved him onto the bench seat, and slammed the door shut. I scrambled around to the driver's side, threw myself into the cab, jammed the key into the ignition, and turned it. The engine roared to life. The headlights flicked on, slicing through the heavy downpour, illuminating the dark curtain of the forest edge 15 feet in front of us. I threw the truck into reverse, spun the wheel, and tore down the dirt access road, the tires throwing rocks and mud high into the trees. I drove like a madman, smashing through deep puddles, sliding around slick logging corners, never taking my foot off the accelerator, until we hit the asphalt of Highway 101. 40 minutes later, I drove straight to the Forks Community Hospital. They took Mac into the emergency room immediately. The doctors said he had suffered a severe myocardial infarction, brought on by extreme physical strain and hypothermia. They stabilized him, but he spent 2 weeks in the intensive care unit before he was fit to be questioned by the Park Service investigators. I was interviewed 3 days. Later in the district ranger office in Port Angeles, I sat in a small, windowless conference room across from Chief Ranger Hayes and 2 special agents from the National Park Service Investigative Services Branch who had flown in from Seattle. They had my official report on the table between them, along with my empty service weapon and the dry OSU water bottle I had recovered from the campsite. Ranger Vance, the lead agent, a sharp-faced man named Miller, said, leaning forward on his elbows, "Let's go over this one more time. You're stating that you and Ranger McIntyre were ambushed by an unidentified individual or entity in the Pelton Creek drainage." "I am stating what I wrote in the report, Agent Miller," I said, my voice dry and hollow. "We encountered a non-human presence. It exhibited vocal mimicry. It was tracking us from the high canopy. I discharged 4 rounds from my service weapon in self-defense after being confronted at a distance of less than 20 feet. Miller looked at the other agent, then down at my report, shaking his head slowly. "Marcus," Hayes said softly, his voice full of a sad, tired pity that made my stomach turn. "You were out in a Category 4 rainstorm for 36 hours straight. You were soaked to the bone, suffering from early-stage hypothermia, exhausted and under extreme stress, looking for a missing person. Sound does strange things in those narrow basalt canyons when the wind is blowing 40 knots. I know what sound does in a canyon, David," I said, looking Hayes dead in the eye. "I know what a bear looks like. I know what an elk sounds like. That wasn't a bear. It wasn't an elk." It spoke with my voice. It dropped Sarah's water bottle at my tent flap dry while it was pouring 3 inches of rain an hour. "We searched the Pelton Creek camp 2 days ago," Agent Miller interrupted, his voice flat, emotionless, professional. "When the weather cleared, we found Sarah Lindqvist's tent. We found her gear. We also found evidence of a major rock slide on the upper ridge above her camp that occurred Saturday night. Her footprints lead directly into a massive mud and gravel slide debris field near the creek bed. We believe she was caught in a secondary slide while trying to evacuate her camp at night and was swept into the Queets River. Her body has not been recovered." "And the bullet marks?" I asked. "Did you find the bullet marks in the cedar tree?" "We found 4 standard issue 9mm slugs embedded in the trunk of an old-growth western red cedar, 6 feet off the ground," Miller said. "There was no blood, no tissue, no evidence of any biological contact. You fired 4 rounds into a tree, Ranger Vance." I sat back in my chair and closed my eyes. They had already written the narrative. It was clean. It was logical. It fit neatly into a filing cabinet in D.C. A tragic accident involving a solo hiker in severe weather, and 2 rangers who suffered a collective psychological breakdown brought on by environmental exposure, panic, and exhaustion. I didn't argue with them. I didn't raise my voice. I sat there in silence while they laid out the paperwork for my administrative leave. Mac never returned to duty. When he was discharged from the hospital 3 weeks later, he submitted his immediate resignation to the National Park Service, forfeiting a portion of his pension. He packed his belongings into a small trailer, sold his house in Port Angeles, and left the state. He didn't answer my calls. He didn't say goodbye to Hayes or any of the guys at the station. The day before he left Washington forever, I drove out to his house while he was loading the back of his truck. He was sitting on his tailgate, looking thinner than I had ever seen him, his hands trembling slightly as he rolled a cigarette. I stood beside his truck for a long time without speaking. The rain was falling softly through the fir trees in his front yard. "Mac," I said quietly. He didn't look up at me. He just stared down at the wet gravel between his boots. "Don't go back up there, Marcus," he said, his voice paper-thin, dry as dust. "Don't ever go back into those woods." "Mac, what was it?" I asked, my voice cracking. "You grew up here. Your granddad told you the stories. What was that thing?" Mac took a slow drag from his cigarette, exhaling the blue smoke into the damp gray air. He looked up at me then, and his eyes were full of a terrible, hollow emptiness that I will never forget for as long as I live. "It doesn't have a name, Marcus," he whispered. "The old people didn't give it one because giving something a name means it belongs to the world we know. It's been in those trees since the ice melted 10,000 years ago. It stays in the deep places where the roads don't go. And once it hears your voice..." He stopped, his jaw tightening, his breath coming in short, shallow hitches. "Once it hears your voice, Mac?" I pressed softly. He looked away, staring out past my shoulder toward the dark, forested line of the Olympic Mountains, rising up into the gray rain clouds in the distance. "It knows you," he whispered. "It remembers how you sound, and it never forgets." I handed in my badge and my resignation 2 weeks later. That was 6 years ago. I live far from the park boundaries now, in a small, dry clearing surrounded by cleared pasture land, where the trees are short and thin, and you can see the sky in every direction for miles. I don't go into the forest anymore. I don't go camping. I don't go hunting. I work as an estimator for a local building supply company in town, spending my days surrounded by dry lumber, bright fluorescent lights, and the clear, simple noise of forklifts and traffic. My life is quiet. It is safe. It is predictable. But every autumn, when the high-pressure systems collapse over the Pacific Northwest and the first heavy, relentless rains of September begin to hit my roof, I lay awake in the dark, listening to the water hitting the glass. And sometimes, not every night, but on those pitch-black nights when the wind drops low and the rain falls straight and cold through the trees beyond my driveway, I hear it outside my bedroom window. It doesn't knock on the glass. It doesn't scratch at the door. It just stands out there in the dark under the edge of the roofline where the water drips off the metal eaves into the wet grass. And in a voice that sounds exactly like mine, the voice I used when I was a 34-year-old ranger standing in the deep rainforest of the Queets River Valley, it calls out softly into the wet. "Dark night. Dispatch, this is Unit 404. We are on foot. Do you copy? Dispatch, do you copy?" I don't turn on the light. I don't look through the blinds. I just lie there in my bed, pulling the covers up to my chin, staring at the ceiling, waiting for the sun to rise. When the late October rain turns to sleet across the high basalt bluffs of Michigan's Upper Peninsula, the woods don't just get cold, they turn heavy. The sugar maples drop their last yellow leaves into the black mud. The hemlocks hold the dampness like wet wool, and the silence that settles over the ridges is so dense you can hear your own heart beating against your ribs. In the autumn of 2017, I was 36 years old, working my 5th season as a backcountry ranger for the United States Forest Service in the Trap Hills district of the Ottawa National Forest. My full legal name is Julian Vance, though the guys at the ranger station in Ontonagon just called me Vance, or simply the guy crazy enough to volunteer for the late-season boundary patrols along the old Copper Country cutoffs. The Trap Hills are a wild, fractured landscape. They aren't soft, rounded mountains like you see out east, nor are they clean, jagged peaks like the Rockies. They are ancient, iron-rich ridges of dark volcanic rock, sliced through by deep ravines, choked with old-growth pine and hemlock, and honeycombed with forgotten 19th-century copper prospecting shafts. In places, the canopy is so thick that midday looks like twilight. And if you step 50 yards off the North Country Trail, you are in terrain that hasn't seen a human bootprint since the logging camps closed down in the 1920s. It's the kind of country that demands respect, not because it's openly hostile, but because it is utterly indifferent to whether you make it back to your truck before nightfall. My job was straightforward on paper. I maintained trail corridors, checked remote USGS water gauges, cleared fallen timber after windstorms, and kept an eye out for illegal hunting blinds or off-season campers. I drove a dark green Forest Service Ford F-250 with a heavy steel bumper, a bed loaded with chainsaws, crosscut saws, rope, and emergency winter gear, and a high-gain radio mounted to the dash that mostly picked up static once you dipped into the ravine south of Victoria Reservoir. It started on a Tuesday, the 24th of October. A low-pressure system had stalled out over Lake Superior, dragging a wall of fog and freezing drizzle across the peninsula. The air smelled of wood rot, cold iron, and damp slate. I had spent the morning clearing a blowdown near the Norwich Bluff overlook, my shoulders aching from hours of wrestling a steel chainsaw through wet oak, when the radio on my shoulder crackled with the dry, rhythmic rasp of bad reception. I keyed the mic, leaning against the warm hood of my truck. District 2, Vance here. Go ahead, Brenda. Brenda was the dispatcher in Ironwood, a woman in her late 50s whose voice had been raspy from 30 years of thin coffee and menthol cigarettes. Her signal was broken, cut through by a strange metallic warble that I hadn't heard before on that repeater. Julian, got a call from State Police Post in Wakefield. Her voice cut in and out, riding atop a faint rhythmic thumping background hum. Land survey crew, working the Conservancy boundary, south of Old Victoria. One of their timber cruisers didn't return to the staging site last night. Name is Arlo Miller, 42, driving a gray Ranger. Did he have a locator beacon or a satellite phone? I asked, wiping cold sleet off my forehead with the back of my glove. Negative, Brenda replied, the static thickening. Just a compass, a handheld GPS, and a notebook. Company says he was mapping old-growth hemlock stands along Section 14, near the old shaft country. His truck is still sitting at the gate on Forest Road 6300. His wife called when he didn't check in at the motel in Bergland. Section 14 was a place I knew, but didn't particularly care for. It was a steep, heavily shadowed notch in the hills where the ancient copper prospectors had dug dozens of test pits into the basalt back in the 1870s. Most of those shafts were filled in or collapsed long ago, but a few remained open, deep vertical throats dropping 70 or 80 feet into dark water, hidden under thick beds of decaying ferns and fallen timber. Copy that, Brenda, I said. I'm about 20 minutes off FR 6300 right now. I'll head down to the gate, check the vehicle, and do a preliminary foot sweep along the main survey line before the light drops. Understood, Julian. Be careful down in that draw. Weather report says the rain is going to turn to ice by 6. Keep your radio on channel 4. Will do. Vance out. I hung the radio back on my strap, threw my heavy yellow rain slicker over my canvas jacket, and climbed into the truck. The road to Section 14 wasn't really a road at all. It was an abandoned logging trail, choked with alderbrush and deep mud-filled ruts that churned under my tires as I pushed deeper into the trees. The fog hung low, snagged on the upper branches of the red pines like torn gray fleece. When I reached the wooden barricade marking the entrance to Forest Road 6300, I found the truck. It was a light gray 2004 Ford Ranger, parked flush against the brush on the shoulder. It was turned off, but the driver's side door was sitting wide open, swinging slightly in the damp wind. The interior light was dim, flickering as the battery drained out. I pulled my truck up behind it, leaving my strobe lights flashing to mark the road, and stepped out into the mud. The rain was coming down harder now, needle-sharp and ice-cold. Mr. Miller? I called out, my voice swallowed almost instantly by the heavy hemlock canopy. Arlo Miller? This is the Forest Service. Nothing answered except the slow, steady drip of water falling from the pines onto the rusted cab of the gray truck. I walked over to the open door and looked inside. The keys were still in the ignition, turned to the auxiliary position. The windshield wipers were on, set to intermittent, clicking dryly and uselessly against the fogged glass every 7 seconds with a harsh thrup sound. On the passenger seat lay an open tin of sardines, half-eaten, a cold thermos of black coffee, and a yellow legal pad. I reached in, turned off the ignition to save what little battery remained, and picked up the legal pad. Arlo Miller had been taking neat, precise technical notes on timber density and basal area, standard forester stuff written in dark pencil. But on the last written page, the handwriting changed completely. The neat columns of numbers had given way to long, jagged lines drawn back and forth across the paper, so hard that the lead had snapped off and tore deep gouges through 3 layers of legal paper. At the bottom of the page, written over and over until the paper was black with graphite, was a single short phrase, "It isn't echoing." I stood there in the icy rain, staring at those pressed black letters, a cold knot tightening in the pit of my stomach. Wilderness rangers get used to seeing weird things. Hikers suffering from mild hypothermia do bizarre, irrational things when their core temperatures drop. But this felt deliberate. It felt frantic. I shone my heavy streamlight flashlights along the edge of the road. In the soft, dark earth near the truck's rear tire, I found Miller's tracks. He had stepped out of the truck, walked toward the bed, and then turned sharply into the thick hemlocks, heading down into the ravine toward Section 14. His boot prints were deep, heavy in the heels, as if he had been walking in a hurry or carrying a heavy load. I pulled my heavy pack from my F-250, double-checked my first aid kit, clipped my compass to my jacket, and pulled my Pulaski tool, a heavy axe-hoe combination used for trail clearing, from the bed. "Ironwood, this is Vance," I said into my radio, keying the shoulder mic. "I've located Miller's vehicle at FR 6300. Vehicle is unoccupied, door open, battery low. Footprints lead south-southeast into the Section 14 draw. I'm going to follow the line on foot for half a mile. If I don't check back in by 1700 hours, contact the county SAR team." "Copy, Julian." Brenda's voice came through, buried in heavy, crackling static. "Current time is on 1540. Watch your footing on those basalt ledges. They're like glass when they're wet." 10-4, I said. I clicked the radio back onto my belt, stepped over the low wooden guardrail, and plunged into the timber. The descent into the Section 14 ravine was steep, wet, and treacherous. The ground was a loose carpet of wet pine needles sitting on top of slick, moss-covered basalt. High hemlocks closed in overhead, blotting out what little gray daylight remained in the late afternoon sky, turning the forest floor into a dim, monochrome world of dark grays, deep greens, and wet black rock. As I walked, I kept an eye out for Miller's survey marks. Every 100 yards or so, I found a bright orange strip of surveyor's flagging tape tied to a branch. But as I followed them down into the belly of the ravine, I noticed something strange about the way they were laid out. Surveyors mark lines in grid systems, straight vectors designed to divide land into clean, rectangular plots. Miller's orange tapes weren't in a line. They were tied in a tightening, irregular spiral, leading deeper and deeper into the darkest part of the draw, where the old copper test pits lay hidden under the fallen timber. The air grew noticeably colder as I descended. It wasn't just the ambient drop in seasonal temperature. It felt localized, like stepping into an open root cellar or an underground cellar. The rain here didn't feel like rain. It fell in a fine, greasy mist that coated my face and slicked my yellow slicker. "Arlo," I shouted, holding my hand over my mouth to project the sound. "Arlo Miller. Forest Service. Can you hear me?" I stopped and listened. Normally, if you shout into a deep mountain ravine, your voice hits the opposite rock wall and bounces back to you after a fraction of a second. A clean, sharp echo that tells your brain how big the space around you is. When I shouted Miller's name, my voice didn't bounce. It didn't echo. It didn't travel at all. The sound of my own voice died the moment it left my lips, falling flat and dead into the heavy, wet hemlocks, as if I were standing inside a small, felt-lined room. The absolute lack of reverb was so jarring, so physically unnatural, that my ears felt a sudden sharp pressure drop. Like the feeling you get when an airplane rapidly changes altitude, it isn't echoing. The phrase written in Miller's notebook flashed in my mind. I took a slow breath, my heart hammering a sudden, rapid rhythm against my ribs. I looked up at the trees around me. They were massive, old-growth hemlocks, 3 or 4 feet thick at the butt, their dark, shaggy bark dripping with grease-like rainwater. But as I drew closer to a large tree on my left, I noticed that the lower branches were dead. Not broken or rotted, they were stripped clean of bark, gray, smooth, and rigid, twisted into odd, unnerving angles as if they had been scorched by intense heat. Though there was no sign of ash or fire, I stepped over a massive fallen birch and approached the trunk of the hemlock. I pulled off my leather work glove and placed my bare palm against the dark bark. It didn't feel like tree bark. It felt like an iron pipe that had been sitting in a freezer. The surface was impossibly cold, so cold that the moisture on my palm froze slightly on contact, sticking my skin to the rough surface. I pulled my hand back with a sharp gasp. Rubbing my fingers against my trousers, I picked up my Pulaski tool, swung the small axe head back, and tapped the side of the hemlock trunk with a light strike, just enough to peel back a strip of outer bark to check for disease or insect infestation. Ping! The axe head didn't sink into the soft wood. It bounced off with a sharp, high-pitched metallic ring like a hammer striking an anvil. The vibration traveled up the wooden handle of my Pulaski, sending a dull, painful, numb sensation through my wrists and elbows. I stumbled back, staring at the tree. The spot where my blade had struck hadn't exposed pale yellow sapwood or wet bark. It revealed a smooth, dark gray surface that looked like cold, unrefined iron ore, slick and polished under the mist. What in the hell? I muttered to myself, my breath coming out in thick white clouds. I stood there in the dying gray light, surrounded by 30 or 40 of these massive hemlocks, realizing with a sudden sickening clarity that the entire stand was wrong. The forest around me was quiet, dead quiet. There were no chickadees, no red squirrels chattering in the branches, no wind rustling the dead fern fronds. There was only the sound of my own shallow breathing and the distant, dull click of my radio's dead static. I reached for my radio to call Brenda, to tell her I was pulling back to the road and needed backup. But when I unclipped the radio from my chest, the screen was dead. The black liquid crystal display was cracked from the inside, frozen solid, showing a web of shattered black lines. I cursed under my breath, stuffing the useless radio back into my pocket. "Arlo," I shouted again, louder this time, turning in a full circle.
Arlo, if you're down here, answer me.
Again, no echo. My voice was instantly smothered by the dense, unnatural air. Then, from somewhere deeper in the ravine, perhaps 50 yards down toward the basalt ledge, I heard a sound. It was a sharp, heavy clack, followed by 3 seconds of silence, then another clack. It sounded like two heavy, seasoned hardwood logs being struck together with tremendous force. Clack, pause, clack, pause, clack. It was a cold, deliberate sound, completely devoid of animal emotion, moving through the woods with a terrifying regularity. I held my Pulaski tight in both hands, my boots slipping slightly on the wet rocks as I stepped carefully down the slope, heading toward the sound.
Arlo, is that you?
Are you signaling? The clicking stopped instantly. I reached the bottom of the ravine where a small iron-stained creek ran over black basalt rocks. The water wasn't clear. It was a dark, milky brown, thick with dissolved minerals flowing without a sound. It didn't ripple or gurgle over the rocks. It slid past them like oil. Across the creek, sitting at the base of a high basalt cliff, was an old, crumbling logging structure, a collapsed cedar log cabin from the late 1800s. Its roof had fallen in decades ago, and the log walls were half buried under moss and fallen leaves. Standing right in front of the ruined cabin was Arlo Miller's orange surveyor tripod. It was set up neatly on the uneven ground, its legs adjusted to level the brass transit mounted on top. The lens of the transit was pointed directly into a dark, narrow opening in the basalt rock behind the cabin, a long-forgotten copper prospecting at it, no wider than a standard door disappearing into the cliff face. "Arlo," I called out, my voice dying 3 feet in front of me. I waded through the thick, oily water of the creek, my rubber-soled boots making heavy, wet splashing sounds that seemed to be swallowed by the muddy stream bed. I reached the tripod and looked at the transit. The brass surface was covered in a thick layer of white frost, even though the air, while freezing, wasn't cold enough to freeze metal so quickly. On the small wooden tray attached to the tripod legs sat Miller's brass compass and his leather-bound field book. The compass needle wasn't pointing north. It wasn't spinning erratically either, like you see in bad movies when magnetic anomalies occur. The heavy steel needle was bent downward at a 45-degree angle, pressed flat against the bottom of the glass case, pointing straight down into the dirt between the tripod legs. I looked down at the ground between the tripod legs. There was a hole in the earth. It wasn't an old mine shaft, nor was it an animal burrow. It was a perfectly circular borehole, roughly 4 inches in diameter, drilled straight down through the dark leaf litter and into the solid basalt bedrock below. The edges of the hole were perfectly smooth, polished like dark glass, without a single drill mark, pile of tailings, or loose chip of stone around its perimeter. I knelt on one knee in the freezing mud, pulling my backup tactical flashlight from my belt. I switched it on, the bright LED beam cutting through the misty gloom, and pointed it straight down into the 4-inch hole. The light didn't reach the bottom. The beam traveled down about 6 feet before it seemed to bend, warping off at an impossible angle as if passing through thick water or bent glass, dying out in a dense, dark void that smelled faintly of cold iron, wet tin, and something else, something sharp and metallic, like the ozone smell left behind by a lightning strike. As I leaned closer, my ear near the lip of the smooth stone hole, I felt a faint, steady draft of air rising from deep underground. It was bone dry and icy cold, blowing out of the hole with a gentle, rhythmic huffing sound, huff, 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 and then, clear as a bell, coming from deep inside that 4-inch pipe in the solid rock. A voice spoke. "Julian," it said. I froze. Every hair on the back of my neck stood up so fast my scalp felt tight. My heart stopped in my throat. The voice was mine. It wasn't an imitation of my voice. It wasn't a raspy monster version from a late-night horror flick. It was my voice, my exact inflection, my exact tone, my exact accent, speaking with the precise cadence I had used 15 minutes earlier when I shouted into the woods. "Julian." The voice came up from the dark, dry hole in the rock again, flat and dead. "Arlo Miller, Forest Service. Can you hear me?" I scrambled backward, dropping my flashlight into the mud. I hit the ground hard, my elbows slamming into the wet rocks, my lungs burning as I sucked in the freezing air. The voice coming out of that tiny hole didn't stop. It began repeating my own words back to me, cycling through every phrase I had uttered since leaving my truck, playing them back in precise mechanical order, separated by 3 seconds of absolute silence. "District 2. Vance here. Go ahead, Brenda. Vehicle is unoccupied, door open. I'm going to follow the line. Arlo. Arlo." I grabbed my Pulaski axe, scrambled to my feet, and backed away from the tripod, my eyes locked on that terrible, smooth hole in the earth. As I backed away, my heel caught on something hard buried in the leaf litter. I stumbled, swinging my arm to catch my balance, and looked down. Protruding from the dark soil near the base of the hemlock tree was a human boot. It was a heavy, brown leather work boot, laced up tight, stained with fresh mud. I kicked away the layer of rotted maple leaves and wet pine needles covering it, my hands shaking so violently I could barely hold the axe handle. It was Arlo Miller. He wasn't lying down. He was standing upright, his lower legs buried deep in the mud, wedged tightly into a narrow seam between the roots of the massive iron-hard hemlock. "Arlo," I gasped, dropping to my knees and grabbing his shoulder. "Jesus Christ, Arlo." I tried to pull him free, but he didn't move. He didn't budge an inch. I grabbed his jacket and pulled harder, and that's when I realized why he was stuck. Arlo Miller wasn't trapped in the tree roots. His body, his canvas pants, his heavy wool jacket, his skin, had merged with the wood. Where his jacket met the gray, iron-like trunk of the hemlock, the fabric didn't rest against the bark. It melted into it. The red and black plaid pattern of his jacket faded directly into the dark, petrified grain of the wood, the buttons replaced by smooth, round growths of dark gray ore. His hands, which were pressed flat against the tree trunk, were gray, cold, and hard, the fingers lengthened and thin, turning into long, wood-like tendrils that sank directly into the trunk's inner layers. His head was turned upward, his neck stretched at an uncomfortable, impossible angle, staring up into the dark canopy above. His eyes were wide open, clear, and unblinking, the pupils completely dilated, reflecting the gray sky like 2 polished beads of dark obsidian. He was dead. He had to be dead, but his skin wasn't pale or bruised. It was dark, cold, and smooth, turning into the same metallic timber that made up the surrounding forest. And then, as I stared into his open, frozen face, his jaw moved. It didn't open naturally. The skin around his cheeks cracked with a dry, splintering sound, like a dried log splitting under an axe. His lower jaw dropped half an inch, revealing a mouth that was completely dry, filled with cold, fine gray iron dust. From inside his closed throat, without his lungs moving, without a breath of air passing his lips, came another sound. It was the sound of a heavy diesel engine idling. It was my truck. The sound was coming out of Arlo's open, dusty mouth, the distinct, wet, rumbling idle of my Ford F-250's V8 engine, complete with the faint, rhythmic squeal of a loose serpentine belt. It played with absolute perfect clarity, echoing out of his neck like a recording played through a cheap speaker. I let go of his shoulder and fell backward into the freezing stream. The moment my back hit the icy water, the forest around me changed. The heavy, dead silence didn't break. It intensified. The fine mist suspended in the air stopped falling. It hung frozen in space. Millions of tiny needle-like droplets suspended in the dark gap between the hemlock trunks. From the dark opening of the copper prospecting adit behind the ruined log cabin, something began to emerge. It didn't walk. It didn't crawl. It had no legs, no face, no fur, no claws. It was a vertical column of dark, liquid-like shadow, roughly 10 feet tall and 2 feet wide, moving out of the mine mouth with a slow, terrifying, mechanical smoothness. It looked like a section of the forest itself, a strip of pure, unlit space that had been cut out of the night and set upright. As it moved past the hemlock trunks, the wood where it touched didn't break or splinter. It turned gray. The bark smoothed out. The needle-filled branches above turned brittle, gray and rigid, locking into place with sharp, metallic clinking sounds. Where the shadow passed over the ground, the wet fallen leaves froze instantly, turning into thin sheets of cold, gray slate that shattered under the entity's non-existent weight with the sound of breaking light bulbs. It was an origin of coldness, a localized, traveling pocket of absolute spatial density. It was the thing that pulled the warmth and sound out of the earth, turning living timber into cold iron, hollowing out the rock to create its endless, silent tubes. I couldn't move. The cold radiating off the shadow hit my chest like a physical weight, freezing the air inside my lungs. My pulse hammered violently in my temples, a roaring red haze narrowing my vision as my body screamed at me to run, but my muscles were locked, stiffened by the sheer, overwhelming terror that washed over me. The vertical shadow stopped 3 feet from where I lay in the shallow creek. It had no eyes, but I knew it was looking at me. I could feel its gaze, not as a force of malice or hunger, but as an intense, suffocating curiosity, like a scientist looking down through a microscope at a slide of dying bacteria. The air around my head grew so dense that the sound of my own heartbeat vanished. My ears ceased to register sound altogether. There was no wind, no water, no breathing, only an absolute, terrifying vacuum. Then the shadow reached out. It didn't extend an arm. A long, thin seam opened down the center of its dark height, a thin, straight line of pale, blinding light, no thicker than a human hair, shining out from the core of the shadow. Inside that thin line of light, I saw things that my brain still struggles to process. I saw the roots of the hemlocks extending down into the dark basalt, hundreds of feet below the earth, wrapped around long, hollow pipes of smooth dark metal that stretched for miles beneath the trap hills. I saw thousands of small, circular boreholes identical to the one beneath Arlo's tripod, perforating the underground rock like a honeycomb, and inside those pipes, suspended in the cold, dry air, were human voices, not spirits or ghosts, but physical, captured vibrations, looping endlessly in the dark, cold metal like water circulating in a pipe. I saw prospectors from the 1880s, timber cruisers from the 1920s, lost hunters from the 1970s, all standing upright inside the hollow trunks of the iron hemlocks. Their skin turned to slate, their open mouths endlessly broadcasting the sounds of the forest back into the deep earth. The thin line of light widened by a fraction of a millimeter, and a beam of cold gray light struck my chest. The pain was immediate and excruciating. It didn't burn like fire. It felt as though someone had poured liquid nitrogen directly into my collarbone. My blood felt like it was turning to slush in my veins, thick and heavy, pulling my heart down into my stomach. I looked down at my slicker. The yellow waterproof canvas was turning gray, stiffening, hardening into cold, brittle metal where the light touched it. That pain saved my life. The shock of the extreme, searing cold broke the paralysis holding my limbs. With a primal, wordless scream that I couldn't even hear, I swung the Pulaski tool in my right hand with everything I had left. I didn't swing at the shadow. You can't hit a shadow. I swung at the brass surveyor's tripod standing next to the borehole. The heavy steel axe head struck the brass transit with a violent, shattering blow, crack. The transit exploded into a dozen frozen pieces, brass and glass flying across the slick mud. The heavy tripod collapsed, its legs snapping like dry twigs, falling directly over the 4-inch hole in the basalt rock, blocking the icy draft rising from underground. The moment the borehole was covered by the ruined tripod, the spatial pressure vanished. Sound slammed back into my ears with the force of a physical explosion. The rushing noise of the wind in the upper canopy, the sharp hiss of the freezing rain hitting the mud, the splash of the creek, it all returned at once, deafening and wild. The vertical shadow didn't vanish or dissolve. It simply shifted, pivoting sideways like a revolving door, slipping between two massive hemlock trunks and was gone. Where it had stood, a long strip of grass and soil was completely petrified, coated in a thick layer of blue-gray frost that smelled of old iron filings. I didn't look at Arlo. God forgive me. I didn't look back at his frozen face or his open, dusty mouth. I scrambled out of the creek, my limbs clumsy and stiff from the cold, and ran up the steep slope of the ravine. I didn't follow the survey line. I didn't care about the orange flags or the slick basalt ledges. I clawed my way up the incline, my fingernails tearing through my work gloves, dragging myself up through the wet mud and falling hemlock branches, my lungs screaming for air that felt too thin to breathe. Every time my boot slipped on the wet rock, I expected to feel cold, long, iron-hard fingers grab my ankle and drag me back down into the dark draw. Every time the wind creaked through the hemlock branches above, I heard my own voice, flat, dead and delayed, calling my name from the trees behind me. Julian. Julian. District 2 Vance here, and I didn't stop. I ran through the dark, dense woods, blind to everything except the desperate need to see the red tailgate lights of my truck. When I finally broke through the dense brush onto Forest Road 6300, the night had fully fallen. The freezing rain had turned into a thick, swirling sleet that stung my face like needles. My green Forest Service F-250 was still idling on the shoulder, its yellow and red strobe lights flashing rhythmically through the white fog. I stumbled toward the driver's side door, grabbed the handle with my bleeding, numb fingers and yanked it open. I threw myself into the cab, slammed the door shut, and hit the power locks. I sat there in the dark cab gasping for air, my hands trembling so violently I couldn't put key to ignition, even though the engine was already running. I looked down at my left arm. The yellow sleeve of my Forest Service slicker was gone from the elbow down. In its place was a thick, rigid forearm of dull gray canvas that felt cold and heavy as lead. When I tapped my knuckles against my own forearm, it made a light, dull clink. The skin beneath the torn cuff was gray, dry and cold, though I could still feel a faint, sluggish pulse beating deep beneath the surface like water moving through a thick rubber hose. I didn't call Brenda on the radio. I didn't wait for the search party. I shoved the heavy transmission lever into drive, slammed my foot down on the gas pedal and drove my truck through the low wooden barricade, tearing down Forest Road 6300 toward the highway as fast as the tires would hold the mud. I reached the pavement of Highway M28 30 minutes later. I didn't stop at the ranger station in Ontonagon. I didn't stop at my rented cabin in Bergland. I drove straight through the night, past Marquette, past the Mackinac Bridge down into the lower peninsula, until the gas gauge was sitting empty near Grayling. I tendered my formal resignation to the U.S. Forest Service by certified mail 3 days later from a motel room in Traverse City. I didn't give a reason. I didn't ask for my final paycheck. I left my uniform, my duty belt and my badge sitting on the small laminate desk in that room, packed my personal belongings into a duffel bag, and caught a Greyhound bus south. The official report on Arlo Miller was filed 2 weeks later by the Michigan State Police and the Forest Service District Office. It stated that Miller had become disoriented in severe winter weather, suffered from advanced hypothermia, and fell into an unmapped, abandoned 19th century copper shaft in Section 14. His body was never recovered. The report noted that search and rescue teams encountered hazardous structural instability and unstable ground conditions in the draw, forcing them to suspend recovery operations indefinitely. I know what happened down in that draw. They didn't find his body because Arlo Miller isn't dead in a shaft. He is part of the forest now. He is standing in the dark hemlock stands near the Victoria Reservoir, his hands turned to gray iron, his mouth open to the freezing wind, endlessly repeating my name into the cold earth. It's been nearly 9 years since that night in the Trap Hills. I live in Arizona now, out in the high desert near Flagstaff where the sun shines 300 days a year. The ground is dry and the trees are small, gnarled and sparse. There are no deep draws here, no wet hemlock cutoffs, and no dark basalt cliffs dripping with iron-stained water. But I still don't go into the woods. I live in a small, concrete blockhouse with double-pane glass windows and central heating that runs year-round. My forearm never fully recovered. The skin remains gray, cold and smooth as polished slate, devoid of hair or sweat glands, numb to heat and pain. I wear long sleeves even in the middle of July to keep people from staring. And every now and then, on cold, dry winter nights when the wind comes off the San Francisco peaks and blows across the desert floor, I sit in my living room with every light turned on, listening to the iron water pipes inside my walls. If the air pressure drops too quickly, or if the house grows too silent, I can hear it, deep inside the cold metal pipes beneath my floorboards, coming up from the dry, hard ground beneath the concrete foundation, a faint, mechanical clack followed by a pause, and then my own voice speaking from 40 feet down in the dry desert earth, asking me if I can hear it. If you've spent any time reading the official reports that come out of the Maine Bureau of Parks and Lands, you know they are written in a specific kind of cold, administrative prose meant to make even a black bear attack sound like a minor clerical discrepancy. They like neat categories, clear timelines, and causes of death that can be rubber-stamped by a county coroner who hasn't stepped foot off an asphalt road in 30 years. My name is Caleb Thorne. In the autumn of 2016, I was 36 years old, working as a full-duty district ranger stationed deep in the Allagash Wilderness Waterway in northern Maine, a stretch of 3.5 million acres of spruce, balsam fir, black bog, and ice-carved lakes that stretches up toward the Canadian border like a jagged green spine. I'm not writing this to clear my name, nor am I looking for sympathy from people who sit in warm kitchens and read about the woods like they're a postcard. I'm writing this because I haven't slept more than 2 hours at a stretch in 8 years. And because every time the winter frost sets into the frame of the house I rent down in Bangor, the joists beneath my floorboards contract with a sound that makes my heart slam against my ribs until I can't breathe. People who don't know any better like to talk about the silence of the Northwoods. They talk about it like it's a sanctuary, a pristine cathedral of pine and quiet air. But anybody who has lived out there long enough, anybody who has spent weeks at a time sitting in a timber-framed cabin 50 miles from the nearest paved lane, knows that the forest is never quiet. It hums, it creaks. The frost expands inside the trunks of the hard maples until they snap like rifle shots in the dark. The lakes groan beneath 3 feet of black ice. The wind works its way through the cedar swamps, whining like a dying dog through the dead-standing timber. You learn to sort those sounds into folders in your head. You learn which ones belong to the trees, which ones belong to the ice, and which ones belong to the animals. And then, if you are as unlucky as I was, you hear something that doesn't belong to any of them. That year, 2016, autumn came early and brutal to northern Piscataquis County. By the last week of September, the red maples along the shore of Chamberlain Lake had already turned the color of dried ox blood and dropped their leaves into the black water. The summer canoeists, the city folks who came up to paddle the waterway from Telos Lake up to Allagash Bank, had all gone home. The float planes that brought in wealthy sport fishermen from Portland or Boston had stopped flying for the season. The air had taken on that thin, iron smell that comes right before the ground freezes solid for 6 months. My primary assignment that season was based out of a remote station near the southern end of Eagle Lake, not far from where the old Lombard steam haulers sit rusting in the brush. Massive, 70-ton iron monsters left behind by the Great Northern Paper Company back in the 1920s when they abandoned the timber drives. My partner that season was a man named Arthur Lemieux. Artie was 58 years old, born and raised down in Millinocket, and had spent 31 years with the department. He was a broad-shouldered, quiet man with white hair cut as short as a drill sergeant's, and fingernails permanently stained with pine pitch and two-stroke engine oil. Artie didn't talk unless he had something practical to say, and he had a deep, bone-deep respect for the woods that wasn't built on poetry, but on a clear-eyed knowledge of how fast a man could die out there if he dropped his axe or slipped off the stern of a square-stern canoe in 40-degree water. Our job during those late-season weeks was simple on paper. We were supposed to winterize the outlying backcountry campsites, pull the seasonal navigation buoys out of the thoroughfares, mark timber blowdowns along the portage trails, and keep an eye out for poachers taking illegal moose ahead of the rifle season. It was quiet, physical work. We spent 8 to 10 hours a day on the water in an 18-foot aluminum Lund boat with a 40-horsepower Yamaha outboard, or hiking the timber lines with pack axes, handsaws, and radio packs slung over our shoulders. The first thing that went wrong didn't seem like a tragedy or even a mystery. It just felt like one of those strange, uncomfortable things that happen when the woods start closing down for the winter. It was October 4th. We had taken the Lund up to the northern end of Eagle Lake to clear a cluster of fallen white pines that had choked off a narrow inlet near Smith Brook. The sky was the color of a bruised plum all morning, heavy with cold, unshed rain. We'd spent 3 hours working with a pair of Husqvarna chainsaws, cutting through a 5-foot thick log that had fallen across the water. The air was thick with the smell of wet sawdust, exhaust fumes, and the sweet, resinous scent of freshly cut pine heartwood. Around 2 in the afternoon, we shut off the saws to take a break and eat our lunch. We were sitting on a granite ledge above the water, drinking lukewarm coffee from a steel thermos and watching the fog drift low over the black lake, when Artie paused with his sandwich halfway to his mouth. "You hear that, Caleb?" he asked. I chewed my turkey sandwich and listened. All I could hear was the steady drip, drip, drip of condensation falling from the spruce needles onto the forest floor, and the faint rhythmic slapping of the lake water against the aluminum hull of our boat. "Hear what?" I said. Artie tilted his head, his left ear angled toward the dense stand of virgin timber that rose up behind the creek bank. It was a sector of old-growth forest that hadn't been cut since the late 19th century. Huge, thick-trunked spruces and white pines that stood 80 feet tall, their branches interlaced so tightly that almost no sunlight ever reached the forest floor. "Sounds like someone dragging a log," Artie said softly. "A big one." I listened again, leaning forward. For a long moment, there was nothing. Then coming from somewhere deep within the spruce stand, maybe 200 or 300 yards back into the dark, I heard it. It wasn't a loud sound, but it had a strange, heavy weight to it. It was a rhythmic, dry, grinding scrape. Shht, shht, shht. It sounded precisely like the trunk of a massive, bark-stripped pine being dragged across dry gravel and dry floor litter. But there was no gravel back there. That entire ridge was soft, wet peat moss, decayed leaves, and granite boulder fields slick with lichen. And more than that, there was no sound of an engine. No tractor, no winch, no horse, no human boots crunching through the underbrush. Just that dry, sliding friction moving with a steady, slow cadence through the thicket. "Pulp poachers?" I asked, reaching instinctively for the heavy leather holster at my hip, though I knew as well as Artie did how foolish that sounded. Nobody was hauling pulp timber out of Smith Brook by hand. You couldn't get a skidder back into those woods without cutting a 2-mile road through protected wetlands, and we hadn't heard a single heavy engine all week. Artie didn't answer right away. He stood up slowly, setting his thermos down on a flat rock. He reached down and took his heavy, brass-headed marking axe from where it was leaning against a birch stump. "Let's go take a look," he said. We walked into the tree line together. The moment we stepped under the canopy of the old-growth spruces, the daylight died. It was like walking into a cellar. The ground beneath our boots was spongy and soft, soaked through with autumn rains, yet as we walked, that sound kept coming from ahead of us. Shht, shht, shht. It was moving away from us now, keeping a steady pace, always about 200 yards deeper into the timber. We tracked it for 15 minutes. The forest was dead silent around us. There were no birds, no chickadees, no jays, no red squirrels chattering in the limbs. Anyone who knows the Maine woods knows that a winter forest is never truly quiet. Squirrels and Canada jays are always around, watching, scolding, making noise. But here the silence was total, crushed flat beneath the weight of that sliding sound. Then, about 300 yards off the creek bed, we came upon a clearing. It wasn't a natural blowdown or a logged patch. It was a circular hollow where 7 or 8 massive, mature white pines, trees that must have been 3 feet thick at the butt, lay flat on the ground. They hadn't been cut down with a saw. There were no stump cuts, no axe notches, no splintered fall hinges. They hadn't been blown over by the wind either. Their roots were still firmly embedded in the soil, unbroken. Instead, the trunks of these giant trees had been severed cleanly at ground level, as if the wood itself had simply ceased to be connected to the stump. The bases of the fallen trunks were smooth, dry and bleached gray, like wood that had been sitting in a salt marsh for 50 years. Artie knelt down by the nearest trunk. He touched the cut surface with his bare finger, then pulled his hand back quickly, as if he had touched a hot stove. "What is it?" I asked, coming up beside him. "Look at the bark, Caleb," he whispered. His voice was flat, devoid of its usual dry humor. I bent down. The bark along the entire 60-foot length of the fallen pine wasn't scraped or gouged. It was worn. It was polished completely smooth, as if millions of fine, dry threads had been rubbed back and forth across it for decades. But what caught my eye, what made the skin on the back of my neck pull tight, was the sawdust. Around the base of the fallen tree, resting on top of the wet, black forest moss, was a pile of sawdust. It was bright yellow, fine as flour, and completely bone-dry. In a forest that had been soaked by 3 days of continuous drizzle, this dust sat in dry, fluffy drifts 3 inches deep. I reached down and picked up a handful. It felt like powder in my fingers. It didn't stick together. It had no moisture in it at all. And it smelled wrong. It didn't smell like fresh pine sap or rot. It smelled like dusty attic air, like dry cotton, like something that had been stored in a sealed iron box for 100 years. "Artie," I said, wiping my hand on my canvas trousers, "this doesn't make any sense. A saw leaves teeth marks. This wood looks like it was ground down by sand." Artie didn't look at the sawdust. He was looking at the ground beyond the fallen trunks. There was a track in the moss. It wasn't a footprint. It was a single wide trench about 18 inches across, pressed 4 inches deep into the earth. It led out of the clearing, cutting a straight line through the underbrush, heading deeper north toward the remote swamps near Loch Dam. The sides of the trench were perfectly smooth. The wet green moss pressed down so hard that it had turned black and glassy, like pressed peat, and down the center of that trench ran a thin, continuous line of that dry yellow sawdust. We stood there in the gray twilight of the canopy for a long time. The sliding sound had stopped completely. The woods were so still I could hear the watch ticking on my wrist beneath my coat sleeve. "We ought to head back to the boat," Artie said softly. He didn't look at me when he said it. He just turned around and started walking back toward Smith Brook, his axe held tight in his right hand, his eyes scanning the low branches on either side of us. We didn't talk on the ride back to the station. The Yamaha engine roared, cutting through the black, glass-smooth water of Eagle Lake, throwing up a cold spray that stung my face. I sat in the bow, staring at the endless wall of dark spruce along the shore, watching the tree line slide past in the gloom. I kept thinking about that sawdust. I kept thinking about how a green tree full of sap and river water could produce wood flour so dry that it blew off my fingers like ash. Our base camp was the Eagle Lake Ranger Station, a sturdy, 3-room log cabin built by the Civilian Conservation Corps in the 1930s. It sat on a low point of land projecting into the lake, equipped with a propane stove, a solar-powered battery bank for the 2-way radio, a wood-burning stove in the main room, and a small diesel generator in a shed out back. It was cozy, solid, and insulated. It was a place where I had spent dozens of peaceful nights listening to the radio or reading paperbacks while the wind howled off the water. That night, the atmosphere in the cabin was different. Artie sat at the rough-hewn pine table, cleaning his pocket knife with a grease rag over and over until the blade gleamed like silver in the yellow glow of the propane lantern. He hadn't touched his supper. "You've been in these woods a lot longer than me, Artie," I said finally, setting my coffee cup down on the table. "You ever seen timber fall like that before?" Artie stopped his knife. He didn't look up at me. He stared at the reflection of the lantern flame in the window pane, where the black night pressed against the glass. "My grandfather worked the lumber camps back in the 20s, Artie said slowly. His voice was low, almost reluctant, as if he were afraid the cabin walls might hear him, before they built the dams and put the steam haulers in. Up around the Upper West Branch. They used to cut white pine by hand. Two-man cross-cut saws, broadaxes, logging sleds pulled by pairs of heavy horses. He paused, paring a thin sliver of skin from his thumb with the knife blade before continuing. Old man used to tell a story about the winter of 1923. They were camped up near Russell Stream. Deep snow, 40 below zero for 3 weeks straight. The ground froze so hard the river rocks were splitting open like melon rinds. One night, the horses in the hovel barn started screaming. Not whinnying, screaming like horses do when a stable catches fire. I leaned forward, listening. The wind outside had picked up, rattling the heavy cedar shingles on the roof. The teamsters ran out with lanterns and axes. Artie went on. They thought it was a catamount or a starved bear that had dug under the logs. But when they got inside, the barn was intact. Doors locked from the inside. But one of the big Percheron draft horses, a 1,800-pound stallion, was standing in its stall, shivering so hard its shoes were rattling on the planking. Its skin was dry as paper. All the sweat, all the blood, all the moisture in that animal. It was just gone, dry as a corncob left in a granary for 10 years. And sitting on the stall floor around its hooves was 3 inches of fine yellow dust. Wood flour. Artie looked up at me then. His blue eyes were pale, washed out by the lantern light, locked onto mine with an intensity I had never seen in him before. "What did your grandfather say it was?" I asked. "He didn't say it was anything," Artie replied flatly. "He said the old Penobscot guides who worked the river drives wouldn't go near Russell Stream after November. They called it the Sioux, or something that sounded like it in their tongue. They said it wasn't an animal. It wasn't a spirit like a ghost either. They said it was something that lived deep down in the dry peat, under the frost line where the roots of the old trees rot out. Something that wakes up when the wood gets cold enough to snap." He closed his knife with a sharp clack. Grandfather said when the old drivers heard that dry sliding sound in the timber, they didn't go looking for it. They packed their gear, left their horses, and walked 30 miles out to the nearest railway line in their socks if they had to. Because if it gets into the timber near your camp, it doesn't stop until everything made of wood is bone dry. I tried to laugh. It came out thin and hollow in the silent room. Artie were sitting in a cabin built entirely of 70-year-old spruce logs. Artie didn't laugh back. He just got up, walked over to the gun rack by the door, took down his personal 12-gauge Remington shotgun, loaded 3 heavy brass slugs into the magazine, and leaned the weapon against his bunk post before turning out the lantern. The next 3 days were quiet, but the quiet had a heavy, suffocating quality to it. The sky remained a uniform slate gray, hanging low over the wilderness like a lead ceiling. The temperature hovered just above freezing during the day and dropped into the lower 20s at night. We kept doing our work, but the routine had lost its comfort. Every time we stopped the boat engine to check a campsite or clear a buoy, I found myself holding my breath, listening for that dry, friction-like scrape. We found 2 more patches of fallen timber, one on the east shore of Eagle Lake near the old tramway, and another 3 miles south near the outlet of Chamberlain. Both times the trees were giant white pines, severed at the roots without a mark from an iron tool, surrounded by drifts of that unnatural bone-dry yellow flower. On October 8th, the state radio system went down. It wasn't unusual for the radio towers in the North Woods to lose power during early autumn storms, but when I keyed the mic on the Motorola base station in the cabin, I didn't get the usual smooth hiss of open air or distant repeater chatter from the station in Ashland. I got a sound that made my skin prickle. It was a rhythmic, dry rasping, shht, shht, shht. It came through the speaker in a steady pulse, overriding every frequency on the dial. I turned the knob from channel 1 up to channel 16, through the marine bands, through the emergency frequencies. It was on all of them. The same sound, clear as glass, coming through an antenna mounted 60 feet up in a white pine tree behind the cabin. "Dead air," Artie said, standing behind me in the doorway, his coat already zipped to his chin. "Interference from the frost." "That's not frost, Artie," I said, my thumb resting heavily on the push-to-talk button. "That's the same sound." "We're pulling the remaining buoys off Lock Dam today," Artie said, ignoring my comment entirely. His tone was stiff, his face set like concrete. "We've got 2 days left on this shift before the relief crew comes up from Bangor." Let's get the work done. We left the cabin at 7 in the morning. The lake was as smooth as oil, gray reflecting gray, the fog hanging so thick over the water that we couldn't see 30 feet in front of the Lund's bow. We navigated by compass and by Artie's decades of muscle memory, the Yamaha engine thrumming at low throttle as we crept north toward the lock dam structure. Lock. Dam is an old timber and stone dam built in the mid-19th century to divert water from the Allagash drainage down into the Penobscot watershed for the log drives. It's an isolated place surrounded by dense spruce bogs and shallow, weed-choked deadwaters. When we reached the dam site around 9, the fog had lifted slightly, hovering 10 feet above the water like a wet gray bedsheet. The dam itself was silent. The sluice gates were closed for the season, and the water behind the timber cribbing was still, reflecting the dark, jagged wall of trees on the far bank. We pulled the Lund up to the wooden catwalk that spanned the top of the dam. I jumped out onto the slick moss-covered pine timbers, holding the bowline while Artie secured the stern. "I'll go up to the winch house and clear the debris from the gate chains," Artie said, grabbing his iron pry bar from the boat floor. "You pull the yellow marker buoys out of the channel." "Right," I said. I knelt on the edge of the wooden catwalk, reaching down with a long-handled boat hook to catch the nylon rope of the first channel buoy. The water was clear and cold, dark as tea from the tannin of the cedar roots upstream. As I hooked the line and began hauling the heavy plastic buoy out of the water, I felt a vibration through the wooden timbers beneath my knees. It wasn't the steady thrum of running water. It was a rhythmic, hollow shudder passing through the massive oak and pine structural logs of the dam itself. Thump, thump, thump. I froze, holding the buoy rope in my wet gloves. The sound wasn't coming from the water. It was coming from inside the wooden structure of the dam. I looked up toward the winch house, a small square timber building sitting on stilts 30 yards away in the middle of the dam. The door was half open, swinging slightly in the cold breeze. "Artie?" I called out. My voice sounded small, flat, instantly absorbed by the heavy fog and the endless forest. There was no answer. Just that heavy, rhythmic vibration shuddering through the wood beneath my knees. Thump, thump, thump. I dropped the buoy rope, pulled my service sidearm, a Sig Sauer .40 caliber, from my holster, and began walking slowly along the catwalk toward the winch house. My boots made no sound on the wet wood, but with every step I took, the timber beneath me felt less like solid oak and more like dry foam. The wood felt soft, hollow, giving way slightly under my weight as if the entire structure had been hollowed out from within by millions of microscopic insects. "Artie!" I shouted louder. "Get out of there!" I reached the doorway of the winch house and kicked it fully open. The small room was dim, illuminated only by the gray light filtering through a single, grime-covered window. Artie was standing in the center of the room, his back turned to me, his hands resting on the heavy iron wheel used to lift the sluice gate. He wasn't moving. He was standing perfectly still, his head tilted back at an unnatural angle, staring up at the heavy ceiling beams above him. "Artie?" I whispered, stepping into the room. The smell inside the winch house was overwhelming. It wasn't the damp, river-wet smell of an old timber dam. It was that same dry, suffocating, dusty smell I had smelled in the clearing at Smith Brook, the smell of a sealed tomb filled with dry cotton and pulverized wood. "Artie, we're leaving," I said, reaching out my left hand to touch his shoulder. "Drop the bar and come on." My fingers touched the thick canvas of his work coat. The moment my hand made contact with his shoulder, Artie didn't turn around. His coat collapsed inward under the light pressure of my fingers, like a hollow paper bag being crumpled in a hand. There was no flesh, no bone beneath the fabric. The coat simply gave way, caving in with a dry, rustling sound. I staggered back, my gun raised, my breath catching in my chest like a piece of glass. Artie's head rolled back further, and as the light caught his face, my mind refused to process what I was looking at. His eyes were wide open, staring at the ceiling, but they weren't white or blue anymore. They were flat yellow, filled to the brims with fine, dry wood dust. His skin was gray, drawn tight against his cheekbones like dried parchment. And as he shifted slightly, or as the wind caught his clothes, A steady stream of that yellow flour began to pour out of his mouth, spilling down his chin and onto his flannel collar like sand through an hourglass. He was completely hollow. Every drop of moisture, every soft tissue, every ounce of fluid in his body had been pulled out of him, replaced by dry, pulverized timber powder. I let out a sound, a high, strangled gasp, and backed out of the winch house so fast my heel caught on the door sill. I slammed onto my back on the wooden catwalk, my Sig Sauer skittering across the slick timbers toward the edge of the dam. I scrambling on my hands and knees, reaching for the weapon, when I heard the sound again. It wasn't coming from 200 yards away in the woods. It was coming from directly beneath the dam. Shht, shht, shht. The heavy 60-year-old pine logs that formed the foundation of Lock Dam began to groan. Not the high-pitched squeal of wet wood under stress, but a dry, dusty, disintegrating roar. Right before my eyes, the solid wooden timbers of the catwalk began to turn white. The dark, moss-covered wood dried out in real time, the water evaporating from the grain in visible puffs of cold steam. The wood cracked, splintered, and dissolved into fine, drifting curtains of yellow dust that rose up into the fog like smoke. I didn't try to retrieve my gun. I didn't look back into the winch house. I turned and ran. I ran across the crumbling catwalk, my boots punching through the hollow, powdery wood with every step. The structure was collapsing into the river behind me, not splashing into the water with heavy crashes, but dissolving into cloud drifts of dry yellow flour that covered the surface of the black river like oil. I reached the bank, grabbed the bowline of the Lund boat and threw myself over the gunwale. I shoved off from the bank with an oar, hauled the starter cord of the Yamaha motor with everything I had and screamed as the engine sputtered, caught, and roared to life. I slammed the throttle forward. The boat surged out into the deep water of Eagle Lake, leaving Lock Dam behind in the mist. I didn't stop until I reached the ranger station at the south end of the lake. I cut the engine, drifted up onto the gravel shore, and ran into the cabin, locking the heavy oak door behind me and throwing the deadbolt. I was weeping, hysterical, gasping, cold tears running down my face. I grabbed the radio mic and began screaming into it, calling Ashland, calling Bangor, calling anyone who could hear me. Mayday. Mayday, Eagle Lake Station. Ranger Vance down at Lock Dam. Ranger Lemieux is dead. Respond, respond. For God's sake, respond. Nothing came back through the speaker except that dry, rhythmic rasping. Shh, shh, shh. It was louder now. It wasn't coming from the radio antenna anymore. It was coming from the walls of the cabin. I stood in the middle of the room looking around in total terror. The thick hand-hewn spruce logs that formed the walls of the CCC cabin, logs that had stood against 80 winters of snow and wind, were changing. The dark, varnish-stained wood was turning pale, bleached gray, fine. Dry cracks were appearing along the grain, splitting open with small snapping sounds like dry twigs being broken underfoot. A cloud of yellow dust began to seep out of the wall joists, hanging in the air of the room like a dry, choking fog. The floorboards beneath my feet groaned, feeling soft, spongy, ready to turn to powder under my boots. It wasn't attacking me with claws or teeth. It wasn't a creature with a face or a body that could be shot with a rifle. It was a condition, a hunger, an ancient subterranean dry rot that lived beneath the frost line, moving through the root systems of the ancient forest, drawing every drop of water, every drop of sap, every drop of blood out of the world and turning it into dust. I knew that if I stayed in that cabin for another 2 minutes, I wouldn't leave it. My skin would dry out, my blood would turn to powder, and when someone finally came up the waterway in the spring, they would find my clothes filled with yellow flour. I didn't grab my pack. I didn't grab my coat. I unlocked the door, yanked it open, and ran for the truck. We had an old four-wheel drive Ford F-250 parked in the gravel turnaround behind the generator shed, a maintenance vehicle brought in via the private industrial logging, roads that crisscrossed the North Maine woods. Leaped into the cab, jammed the key into the ignition, and turned it. The engine cranked, hesitated, then fired up with a cloud of blue exhaust. I slammed the shifter into drive, hit the gas, and tore out of the station yard, the tires throwing up gravel as I hit the tote road. I drove like a madman. The private logging roads in northern Maine are unpaved, narrow, rutted tracks built for 70-ton timber trucks, flanked on both sides by hundreds of miles of unbroken spruce forest. The fog had settled down onto the road, reduced visibility to 20 feet, but I didn't slow down. I kept my foot pressed to the floor, the truck bouncing violently over frost heaves and washboard gravel. As I drove, the headlights caught something ahead of me on the road. It wasn't a fallen tree. It was the road itself. For a 100-yard stretch ahead of the truck, the dense spruce forest on both sides of the logging road had died. The green needles had turned bright, rust red, and dropped off, carpeting the gravel in a thick layer of dead brush. The massive trees along the tree line were leaning inward, their trunks bleached white dry, hollowed out like paper tubes. And crossing the road, moving from left to right with that terrible rhythmic slowness, was the source. It wasn't a monster in any shape a human mind could easily describe. It looked like a wave, a dense, towering mound of dry, pale timber, intertwined roots, bleached bark, and sliding yellow dust, 30 feet high and 50 feet wide, crawling through the forest like a glacier made of dead wood. It had no face, no eyes, no limbs. But as it moved, the living trees in its path stripped themselves of bark, their wood drying out in seconds, snapping at the ground and collapsing into the mass with a dry, grinding roar that sounded like millions of teeth chewing on dry bone. It was crossing the only road out. I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. If I hit the brakes on that wet gravel, I would have slid right into the center of that dry, grinding mass. I screamed, pulled my hands tight on the steering wheel, braced my head against the headrest, and slammed the truck into the side of the track, aiming for the narrow gap between the moving wall of timber and a granite ledge on the right shoulder. The truck hit the edge of the mass. The sound was horrific. It wasn't the sound of hitting a metal car or a stone wall. It was the sound of driving through a mountain of dry flour and snapping glass. The front windshield imploded inward, showering me with safety glass and thick yellow dry dust that filled my mouth, my nostrils, my eyes, suffocating me instantly. The side of the truck screamed as it scraped against the dry timber, the sheet metal tearing like wet paper. The temperature inside the cab dropped 50 degrees in a second, a bitter, absolute cold that froze the breath in my throat and turned the moisture on my eyelids to ice crystals. I kept my foot on the accelerator. The engine whined, the tires spun on the loose dust, caught traction on the underlying granite, and the truck burst through the far side of the obstacle, fishtailing wildly before slamming back onto the main gravel road. I drove for 3 hours in the pitch dark, with no windshield, the freezing October wind howling into the cab, my hands frozen to the steering wheel, my chest burning as I coughed up mouthfuls of dry, bitter wood flour that tasted of salt and ancient dust. I didn't stop until I saw the paved asphalt of Route 11 near Portage Lake. I pulled into the lit lot of an all-night gas station, stumbled out of the cab, and collapsed onto the black pavement, vomiting yellow dust onto the clean, wet asphalt under the glare of the fluorescent lights. They found Artie's body 3 weeks later, after the search and rescue teams were finally able to get back into the lockdown area. The official report, the one signed by the Piscataquis County Coroner and the Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, states that Ranger Arthur Lemieux died of accidental exposure and hypothermia following a sudden winter storm. The report noted that his body was found near the collapsed timbers of the lock dam structure, which had suffered catastrophic structural failure due to advanced rot and ice heave. There was no mention in the report of the fact that the entire lock dam structure, tons of solid oak and pine timber, had been reduced to fine, dry powder that coated the riverbed for 3 miles downstream. There was no mention of the truck windshield filled with wood dust, or the 6 miles of dead, bleached white forest along the Telos logging road. I resigned from the Maine Bureau of Parks and Lands the following week. I sold my gear, packed my clothes, and moved down to Bangor. I took a job at an auto parts warehouse, a concrete building with steel shelves, concrete floors, and zero timber. It's been 8 years now. I don't go into the woods anymore. I don't go to state parks, I don't go camping, I don't even like walking down streets lined with old maple trees. My friends think I had a nervous breakdown brought on by the isolation of the job. They think I lost my mind out there in the cold. I let them think it. It's easier than trying to explain what happens when the ground gets cold enough in northern Maine. But every autumn, Around the end of October, when the first heavy frost hits the city and the temperature drops below freezing, I sit in my living room with all the lights on. I sit there listening to the house settle. I listen to the pine joists beneath the floorboards contract in the cold air. And sometimes, in the middle of the night, when the wind comes down hard from the north, blowing off the big woods up in Aroostook County, I hear it. Not outside the window. Not in the street. I hear a dry, slow, friction-like scrape coming from deep inside the wooden studs behind my bedroom wall. Sht, sht, sht. And when I wake up in the morning, before I turn on the light, I reach down and check the baseboards along the floor. There's always a thin, yellow line of dust lying on the carpet, dry as flour, smelling of ancient rot and bitter frozen timber. The timber up in Alaska doesn't groan when the north wind comes through. It hums like a thick cable pulled too tight over an iron drum. Back in the early autumn of 2012, when I was 34 years old and working as a backcountry patrol ranger in the Yukon-Charlie Rivers National Preserve, I used to think I understood every variation of that sound. People who came up from the lower 48 always imagined the deep northern wilderness as this pristine, peaceful cathedral, but those of us who spent 8 months a year living out of remote keyhole cabins knew better. The forest up there is an engine, a massive, indifferent machine made of black spruce, permafrost, and glacial silt. My chief ranger back at the Fairbanks district office, a dry old guy who had been with the Park Service since the 70s, used to sign off on my weekly logbooks by addressing me with formal bureaucratic weight. Ranger Caleb Ross, badge number 4108, just to remind us both that there was still a government back in civilization that cared about coordinates and boundary lines. My primary responsibility that season was a 70-mile stretch of the interior, focused mostly around the Kandik River drainage, a winding, murky tributary that bleeds down out of the Ogilvy Mountains before dumping into the main trunk of the Yukon. By mid-September, the summer riverboat tourists were long gone. The air had taken on that sharp iron edge that warns of incoming freeze-up, and the yellow leaves on the quaking aspens were dropping off in dry, paper-thin sheets. My job was straightforward. Check the emergency public cabins, inventory the wood piles, clear downed blowdowns along the portage trails, and make sure late-season moose hunters weren't setting up illegal camps inside the preserve boundaries. I was working solo for the final fortnight of the season while my partner was off on medical leave in Anchorage, but I preferred it that way. In a landscape that vast, company usually just meant twice as much gear to pack and twice as many opinions on when to stoke the wood stove. The troubles began on a Tuesday, the 13th of September. I had taken the preserve's 18-foot aluminum jet boat up the Kandik to clear a series of river sweeps, tangles of fallen timber that float downstream during high water and jam up the narrow bends, creating hazards for local trappers. The water level was dropping fast, exposing broad, gravelly bars of gray river slate and mud that smelled faintly of rotten vegetation and ancient ice. About 12 miles upstream from the Yukon confluence, near a spot the old-timers called Dead Man's Slough, the river narrowed between two high, limestone bluffs topped with dense stands of stunted black spruce. I had cut the jet boat's engine and drifted into a quiet eddy near the south bank to secure a floating log that was blocking the channel. As I tied off the line to a stout willow sweep, the absolute stillness of the valley hit me. The river was silent, sliding past like grease. There were no ducks in the reeds, no red squirrels chattering in the brush, not even the raspy call of a raven. That kind of silence in the bush isn't common. Usually, even on dead calm days, you can hear the faint rustle of vole runways under the moss or the clicking of beetles in the dry spruce bark. Then I heard the strike. It was a sharp, dry clink thwack, the unmistakable sound of an iron wedge being driven into green hardwood with a heavy sledge. It echoed off the limestone bluff across the river, crisp and metallic, carrying across the water with distinct clarity. I paused with the hemp rope half knotted in my hand, listening. A second strike followed precisely 4 seconds later. Clink thwack, then a third. Clink thwack. I checked my grid map on the clipboard strapped to the dash. I was well within the preserve boundary, at least 15 miles from the nearest private inholding, which belonged to an old hermit trapper who hadn't stepped foot in the region since 2008. Federal law prohibited the cutting of live timber in that zone without a winter permit, and even then, Nobody in their right mind would be clearing wood 3 miles off the nearest marked trail with a manual wedge and mallet when chainsaws were standard issue. I pulled my handheld radio off my chest harness, adjusted the squelch and keying the mic, called into the dispatch desk in Fairbanks. The signal was noisy. Heavy solar flare activity had been chewing up our VHF comms all week, but after a few bursts of static, the operator's voice came through, faint and tinny. I asked if any research crews, trail maintenance teams, or subsistence hunters had logged a presence in Sector 4. The reply was negative. I was the only authorized person within 40 miles. I secured the jet boat to a sturdy birch trunk, grabbed my fire axe, my radio, and my sidearm, and stepped out onto the gravel bar. The mud near the shoreline was soft and river wet, the kind that retains crisp footprints for days. I looked down, expecting to see heavy lug-sole boot tracks or the imprint of a jet boat hull slid up onto the gravel. There was nothing. Just the smooth, undisturbed gray mud and the faint, star-shaped tracks of a solitary muskrat. I pushed up the bank, elbowing my way through the dense alder thickets that choked the slope between the water and the timberline. The sound had stopped the moment I killed my boat engine, but I had a clear vector on where it had come from. A high, flat bench about 200 yards back from the river, dominated by an old-growth stand of tall, white spruce. When I broke through the alder barrier onto the timber bench, the air temperature felt as though it had dropped 10 degrees in an instant. The soil beneath my boots shifted from loose gravel to deep, spongy carpet moss that sank under my weight like wet foam. The light under the spruce canopy was dim, filtered through dense gray-green boughs that blocked out the pale autumn sun. I didn't find a woodcutter. I didn't find a pile of fresh chips or a cut stump. What I found was a stand of 7 mature white spruce trees, each roughly 60 feet tall and 2 feet thick at the butt, that had been altered in a way I had never seen before in my 9 years with the Park Service. The trunks hadn't been chopped down, nor had they been blown over by high winds. Instead, at roughly 5 feet above the ground, the solid green trunks of these massive trees had been bent at crisp, perfect 90-degree right angles. They didn't show fractures in the bark or shattered sapwood. The wood had simply bent horizontally, ran straight for about 6 feet, and then bent 90 degrees straight up toward the sky again, continuing their growth as if nothing had happened. They formed a precise rectangular corridor in the middle of the woods, a gateway of living timber that looked almost structural, like the timber framing of an unbuilt house. I walked up to the nearest tree and laid my gloved hand on the right-angle bend. The bark was intact, tight, and cold. There were no saw marks, no rope burns, no steel braces. I pulled off my leather work glove and touched the bare wood. The bark felt smooth, almost greasy, and lacked the rough, scaled texture typical of interior spruce. Most unsettling of all was the smell. There was no scent of pine pitch or damp earth. The air inside that geometric rectangle smelled faint and dry, like old wool blanket material that had been stored in an iron trunk for 50 years. As I stood there looking at those impossible right angles, my VHF radio on my shoulder harness burst open with a loud pop of static. I flinched, stepping back. "Caleb, this is Fairbanks." The dispatcher's voice cracked through the speaker, distorted by heavy atmospheric noise. "Did you pop? Locate the source of the noise. Over." I reached for the mic, my eyes still fixed on the bent trees. "Fairbanks, Ross, negative on the woodcutter. Found some strange timber damage up on the bench near mile 14. It looks like structural growth anomalies. I'm going to tag the location on GPS and head back to the boat before the light fades." "Over." There was a long pause on the line. The static swelled, rising in pitch until it sounded like dry leaves being scraped across an asphalt road. Then through the noise a voice spoke. It wasn't the female dispatcher in Fairbanks. It was a man's voice. Flat, unmodulated, and completely devoid of regional accent. "Clink," the voice said through the speaker. Thwack. I dropped my hand to my holster, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Who is this on this channel? Identify yourself." "This is an official National Park Service frequency," silence answered. Then the static died completely, leaving the radio dead and unresponsive, the small digital screen on top showing no signal bars at all. I didn't stay on that bench. I backed out of the spruce grove, keeping my face toward those bent trees until I reached the alder thicket, then turned and half slid down the steep bank to the river bar. I unhitched the jet boat, pushed off into the current and yanked the starter cord 3 times before the motor roared to life. As I swung the boat around to head downriver toward my base cabin at Slavin's Roadhouse, I looked back at the limestone bluff. High up on the ridge, right above the bench where I had been standing, the top branches of a solitary dead spruce were moving. There was no wind. The river was as flat as a mirror, but that single dry tree was swaying back and forth in wide, deliberate arcs as if something heavy was perched at the very top, rocking it to and fro. I reached Slavin's Roadhouse just as the sun was dipping below the white-capped peaks of the Yukon Hills, painting the river in shades of bruised purple and slate gray. Slavin's was a historic 2-story log cabin built by an old gold prospector back in the 1930s, now maintained by the service as a field station and emergency shelter. It had an iron wood stove, a heavy pine table, 2 bunks strung with canvas webbing, and a small solar-powered battery bank that fed a single overhead bulb and the high-frequency base radio. I hauled my dry bags up from the boat dock, locked the heavy wooden door behind me, and built a roaring fire in the stove using split birch from the woodshed. The warmth helped push back the chill that seemed to have settled deep into my bones, but it did nothing to clear my mind. I sat at the rough-hewn table, cleaning my sidearm and watching the darkness settle outside the small, double-paned windows. By 8 o'clock, the wind finally picked up, coming out of the north off the Brooks Range. It brought a light, dry snow that whistled against the log walls and scratched at the window glass like handfuls of sand. I tried calling Fairbanks on the HF base radio, but the ionosphere was completely cooked. The speaker just emitted a low, rhythmic thrumming sound, like the idling engine of an unseen truck parked out in the dark. Around 10, I turned off the overhead light to save the battery and lay down on the lower bunk with my boots off, my wool blanket pulled up to my chin, and my service pistol resting on the small table beside my head. The cabin was warm, smelling of wood smoke, old gun oil, and dried spruce pitch. Outside, the blizzard was building, the wind howling down the Yukon Valley and rattling the tin stovepipe that ran up through the roof. I fell into a fitful sleep, filled with nonsensical dreams of wooden corridors and iron wedges striking frozen soil. At 2:14 a.m., I woke up instantly. I didn't wake up slowly or groggily. My eyes snapped open, my muscles tense, every sense redlined. The fire in the stove had burned down to a mound of glowing red embers, casting long, dark shadows across the cabin ceiling. The wind outside was still roaring, but that wasn't what had woken me. Someone was walking on the roof. It wasn't the scurrying, lightweight scamper of a pine marten or the heavy, plodding crawl of a porcupine. These were heavy, measured, 2-legged footsteps. Thump, thump, thump. They started at the rear ridgepole of the cabin, walked slowly along the peak of the tin roof, and stopped directly over my bunk. I sat up without making a sound, my fingers closing around the cold steel frame of my pistol. The cabin ceiling was made of thick, exposed spruce logs backed by tongue-and-groove decking under the tin sheeting. Whatever was up there was heavy, heavy enough to make those old dry logs groan slightly under the weight. I held my breath, listening. The footsteps stopped. For nearly 2 minutes there was nothing but the sound of the storm outside and the low hiss of the stove embers. Then came the sound. It started directly above my head. It was a rhythmic scraping noise, like a long, dry piece of wood being dragged back and forth across the corrugated tin roof. Shk, shk, shk. It moved with a slow, deliberate cadence, sliding from one side of the roofline to the other, as if someone were using a dry branch to sweep away the fresh snow. I cleared my throat and spoke into the dark, keeping my voice as firm and authoritative as I could manage. "This is Federal Park Service Ranger Ross. Step off the roof and state your business." The scraping stopped immediately. A silence so dense settled over the cabin that I could hear the slow, ticking cooling of the iron stovepipe. I stood up, swung my legs out of the bunk, and stood on the cold pine floorboards, keeping my gun aimed at the ceiling logs. From directly outside the cabin's front door, not on the roof, but right on the wooden porch planks, came a sound that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up so hard it felt like needles. It was the sound of my own voice. It was a recording, or an imitation, of what I had said through the radio 7 hours earlier on the riverbank. The cadence was broken, chopped into short mechanical fragments as if someone were manually cutting and splicing tape together. Looks like click, structural growth, click, Anomalies. Click. Head back to the boat. Click. Before the light fades, the tone was hollow and flat, lacking any echo or natural room resonance, as if the words were being pushed through a dry, narrow tube. I stepped toward the door, my left hand reaching out for the heavy brass flashlight sitting on the gear shelf. "Identify yourself," I yelled, my voice shaking despite my best efforts. A heavy blow struck the outside of the door. Not a kick or a punch from a fist, but a flat, solid impact that sounded like a heavy wooden beam falling against the thick oak planks. Thud. The door groaned in its frame, the iron slide latch jumping in its keeper. The smell drifted in immediately through the narrow gap beneath the door jamb. It was the same smell from the spruce bench, dry, ancient dust-choked wool mixed with the faint, sickeningly sweet odor of cold, stagnant water. I raised the heavy flashlight, clicked the beam on, and aimed it at the door. "I am armed. Stand clear." The thing on the porch didn't try to force the door again. Instead, I heard a sound that turned my blood to slush. It was a wet, splintering sound like living wood being twisted under tremendous hydraulic pressure. It moved around the exterior wall of the cabin, scraping against the thick peeled logs, moving slowly toward the small side window near my bunk. I moved with it, keeping my flashlight trained on the glass. The cabin windows were thick, double-paned glass covered by heavy iron security bars on the outside to keep out grizzly bears during the winter months. The blizzard was thick beyond the glass, a wall of driving white flakes swirling in the dark. I pressed myself against the interior log wall beside the frame and peeked around the corner into the glass. The flashlight beam cut through the storm, illuminating the swirling snow and the rough pine railing of the porch. Standing just beyond the edge of the light, less than 6 feet from where I stood, was something that my mind refused to categorize. It wasn't a bear. It wasn't a man. It was tall, at least 8 or 9 feet high, so long and narrow that it looked like a stripped birch pole wrapped in layers of ragged, dark debris. It had no skin that I could see. Its surface was made entirely of tight, interwoven strips of gray, dried willow bark and petrified wood, bound together like the grain of a massive rotted rope. Where its shoulders should have been, 2 thick-jointed boughs extended downward, ending in long, dry wooden tendrils that curled and flexed with a slow, agonizing creak. It had no face. Where a head should have been, the gray timber simply narrowed into a blunt, hollow knot of dark, rot-pitted wood. Inside that hollow cavity, there was no light, no eyes, no teeth. Just a smooth black hole roughly 6 inches across. As I stared through the glass, the hollow knot in its head expanded slightly, the dry, petrified bark stretching with a wet crack. It breathed out. A thick cloud of white steam erupted from the hollow cavity, splattering against the outside of the glass pane. The steam immediately flash froze in the sub-zero air, forming a thick, opaque coat of white frost that obscured the figure within seconds. I backed away from the window, my breathing ragged and shallow, my grip on my service weapon slippery with cold sweat. I backed all the way into the center of the room until my spine hit the heavy pine table. The creature didn't smash the window. It didn't tear down the door. It simply began to walk around the perimeter of the cabin, slow and deliberate, its heavy, wooden weight sinking into the drifted snow with every step. Thump, drag, thump, drag. Every few minutes, as it moved past a window or an exterior corner, it would stop and speak, but it didn't use its own voice. It didn't have one. Instead, it used the voices it had gathered. It spoke in the female dispatcher's voice from Fairbanks. "Did you, click, locate the source, click, of the noise?" It spoke in my partner's voice, captured God knows where. "Hey Caleb, click, grab that extra gas can off the boat, click, before it gets dark." It even spoke in the dry, raspy tone of my old chief ranger, quoting phrases from standard operating manuals. Section 4, click, strictly prohibited, click, report all anomalies to the district office. The voices were flat, dead, spliced together without natural pause or pitch modulation. It was like listening to a child play with a broken soundboard, pressing buttons at random just to hear the noise. I sat on the floor with my back pressed against the iron base of the cold stove, my pistol resting on my knees, watching the frosted window panes and listening to that endless, mechanical march around my shelter. I didn't sleep. I didn't lower my weapon. I sat there for 7 hours as the blizzard raged outside, watching the frost thickens on the glass and listening to my own voice being thrown back at me from the dark. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the wind began to drop. The deep howling roar of the storm relaxed into a soft, steady sigh through the trees. The footsteps outside stopped near the front porch. For 20 minutes, there was total silence. No voices, no scraping, no wood creaking under pressure. Then came a single, sharp, metallic sound from the gravel bar near the river dock. Clink thwack. It was fainter this time, carried on the dying cold wind from 200 yards away. Clink thwack, then nothing more. When the pale gray light of dawn finally filtered through the heavy frost on the windows, I didn't immediately open the door. I waited until 8 o'clock, when the sun had cleared the eastern ridge and illuminated the cabin in thin, gold autumn light. I unlocked the heavy door, swung it open slowly, and stepped out onto the porch, keeping my pistol raised. The blizzard had deposited about 6 inches of dry, powdery snow over everything. The world was blindingly white, pristine, and dead cold. I looked down at the porch planks. There were no footprints in the snow, no boot soles, no animal tracks, but the snow on the porch wasn't smooth. It had been carved into long, deep geometric troughs, sharp, 90-degree right angles cut deep into the drift, forming a square pattern that lined the entire perimeter of the wooden deck. I walked out into the yard, my boots crunching through the fresh powder, and followed the line of right-angle tracks around to the side of the cabin where the entity had stood by my window. Where the creature had been standing, the deep snow had been melted down to the bare, frozen soil, leaving a circular patch of black earth roughly 4 feet wide. In the center of that dry circle lay a single object. I walked over, knelt down in the cold air, and picked it up. It was a wedge, not made of iron or steel, but carved out of a solid piece of dense, petrified spruce wood. It was dark, heavy as lead, and smooth from age. One side was flat and polished. The other side was scarred by hundreds of deep, thin metallic grooves, as if it had been struck thousands of times by something very hard and very precise. I didn't finish my seasonal rotation. I didn't pack up the rest of the river gear or inventory the remaining cabins. I walked down to the dock, started the jet boat, and ran it wide open down the Yukon River for 40 miles until I hit the highway bridge at Circle City. I pulled the boat out onto a boat trailer, drove straight to the district office in Fairbanks, laid my badge, my sidearm, and my keys on the chief ranger's desk, and handed him my written resignation. He looked at me for a long time, looking at my face, my shaking hands, and the dark circles under my eyes. He didn't ask me why I was quitting 3 weeks before my contract was up. He didn't ask about the boat or the uninventoried cabins. He just looked at the wooden wedge sitting on the desk between us, the heavy, dark piece of spruce I had brought back with me, and pushed a blank exit form across the blotter. "You're the third one this decade. Ross," he said quietly, his voice low and tired. "Sign the bottom line and leave the vehicle keys with dispatch." I left Alaska 3 days later and moved south, back to a land where the trees are soft, the winters are short, and the woods don't grow in right angles. I live in a brick apartment now, far away from the forest, in a city where there is always street noise and overhead light. But whenever winter comes around, and the temperature drops enough to make the framing inside my apartment building contract and snap, I freeze in my chair. I sit there in the dark, listening to the dry, mechanical creak of the building, waiting for the sound of an iron wedge to echo through the hall, and praying that I don't hear my own voice speaking back to me from the hallway outside my door. If you were to look through the official National Park Service personnel ledgers for the Wrangell St. Elias District back in the autumn of 2018, you would find my signature on 42 consecutive weeks of backcountry log reports. My name is recorded there as Arthur Vance, 38 years old at the time, employed as a permanent seasonal patrol ranger assigned to the northern interior sector of Alaska. My jurisdiction covered an expanse of wilderness larger than several East Coast states combined. 13 million acres of jagged glaciated peaks, black spruce muskeg, silt-choked braided rivers, and valleys so isolated that a man could walk in a straight line for 3 weeks without encountering a footstep, a cut stump, or a piece of wind-blown trash. People who have never spent time in the Alaskan bush tend to imagine wilderness as a grand, romantic gallery of landscapes like something printed on a calendar or framed in a visitor center gift shop. They think of snow-capped mountains bathed in perpetual twilight, pristine rivers jumping with salmon, and majestic moose browsing peacefully in subalpine meadows. But anyone who has actually lived out on the line knows the truth. The wilderness is not a sanctuary. It is an immense indifferent weight. It is millions of tons of stone, ice, and dense timber that does not care whether you draw your next breath or freeze into a rigid posture inside a collapsed wall tent. When the light fades in early September and the boreal forest locks down for the long winter, the silence changes. It ceases to be the mere absence of noise and becomes a physical presence, pressing against your eardrums with a steady, phantom pressure. I had been with the Park Service for nearly 11 years before the events of that autumn. I was not a greenhorn. I had spent 4 seasons in the high desert of Utah, 2 years along the rainy coastal slopes of Oregon, and 6 full years in Alaska. I knew how to pack a sled, how to field dress an injured mule, how to read river currents, how to repair a jammed chainsaw carb, and how to survive 42 degrees below zero inside a canvas lean-to, using nothing more than dry birch bark and spruce pitch. I was a practical man, grounded in the hard realities of mechanics, weather patterns, radio frequencies, and topography. I did not believe in ghost stories. I did not listen to late-night radio chatter about cryptids, and I treated local legends with the mild, polite curiosity of a government employee filing paperwork. My primary base of operations that season was the Beaver Creek Patrol Shelter, a remote log cabin located approximately 80 miles north-northeast of Nebezna, sitting on a narrow, gravelly bench of ground overlooking a tributary of the Chisana River. The cabin was tiny, 12 feet wide by 14 feet long, constructed out of hand-hewn, white spruce logs by old prospectors back in the mid-1960s and later turned over to the federal government when the National Preserve was established under the Alaska National Interest Lands Conservation Act. It was equipped with a cast-iron wood stove, a single plywood bunk with a thin foam mattress, a small writing desk, a hand-pumped emergency radio, and a solar-powered satellite phone setup that worked about half the time, depending on the thickness of the overhead cloud cover. My job that September was straightforward. The summer tourist season was completely over, and the high country hunters were wrapping up their Dall sheep and moose permits. I was tasked with conducting final boundary checks along the park line, inspecting abandoned mining claims for hazardous material spills, verifying that outfitters had properly cached their bear-proof containers, and logging stream bed erosion before the ground froze solid until May. It was quiet, solitary work. My only regular contact with the outside world was a bi-weekly supply drop by a local bush pilot named Harlan Miller, who flew a battered 1970 Piper Super Cub equipped with oversized Tundra tires. Every 14 days, Harlan would circle the gravel bar near the cabin, drop off fresh mail, propane canisters, batteries, and canned groceries, and double-check my flight-following log before banking back toward the small airstrip at Tok. The weather that September had been unusually dry and cold. By the first week of the month, the dwarf birch and willow along the riverbeds had turned a violent bright yellow, and the permafrost beneath the muskeg had begun to lock up. The sky was a pale, hard blue that seemed to drain the color from everything beneath it. The first indication that something was off occurred on September 11th. Had set out early that morning from the Beaver Creek cabin on foot, carrying a standard 30-pound patrol pack, a 12-gauge Remington shotgun loaded with heavy lead slugs for bear defense, a surveyor's hand compass, and an analog topographical map. My destination was a small, unnamed drainage about 8 miles south of the cabin, officially referred to in park records as Sector 4B, but known informally among the old-timers as Deadwood Creek. It was a dark, narrow notch cut into the eastern flank of the Mentasta Mountains, heavily choked with stunted black spruce willow thickets and deep patches of pale reindeer moss that muffled every footstep like a thick wool rug. The purpose of my trip to Deadwood Creek was to check on an old territorial boundary marker, a cast-iron benchmark, pin set into a granite boulder by the U.S. Geological Survey in Dewey. 1928. The Park Service had received a report from a commercial hunting guide who claimed that someone had been setting up illegal outfitters, camps, and carving unauthorized trailblazes through the state timber reserve bordering the National Preserve. I reached the mouth of Deadwood Creek around noon. The sun was low on the horizon, casting long, sharp shadows across the valley floor. The air was dead still. In interior Alaska, a lack of wind is common during autumn high-pressure systems, but this was a different kind of stillness. Usually, even on the quietest days, you hear the background hum of the wilderness, the distant rush of water over river gravel, the rattle of dry birch leaves, the high-pitched call of a gray jay, or the dry popping sound of spruce bark contracting in the cold. But as soon as I stepped into the mouth of the draw, the atmospheric sound completely collapsed. I stopped beside a fallen spruce tree to adjust the straps on my pack and pull my thermos of black coffee from the side pocket. As I unscrewed the cup, I glanced down at the ground and noticed something unusual about the moss. The carpet of caribou lichen, which was normally crisp and brittle underfoot in dry weather, had been pressed completely flat in a continuous narrow path that ran parallel to the creek bank. It wasn't a game trail. Game trails made by moose or caribou are uneven, marked by deep heart-shaped hoofprints, broken twigs at shoulder height, and scattered dropping piles. This path was roughly 12 inches wide, smooth and entirely featureless, as if a heavy, soft cylinder had been dragged through the moss with uniform pressure. I bent down and touched the pressed lichen. It was cold, damp, and smelled strongly of stale river mud and something metallic like copper wire or wet iron rust. I looked up along the trail. It led directly into a thick grove of black spruce where the sunlight could not penetrate. I took a sip of my coffee, re-secured my thermos, and unclipped the retention strap on my shotgun holster. "Hello?" I called out into the timber. My voice sounded flat, muffled, and strangely short, as if the surrounding trees were lined with acoustic insulation. There was no echo. No bird flew out of the canopy. No squirrel chattered from the branches. I walked along the edge of the smooth path for about 200 yards, keeping my eye on the tree line. That was when I found the blazes. The hunting guide had been right about carved marks on the trees, but he had been completely wrong about what they meant. A standard trail blaze made by a forestry worker or a hunter is a quick, functional mark. 2 horizontal notches chopped into the outer bark with a hand hatchet at eye level, sometimes painted with high-visibility orange or yellow enamel. What I was looking at were not trail blazes. On 6 consecutive spruce trees, arranged in a precise circle around an overgrown clearing, the bark had been removed in long, continuous vertical strips from a height of about 10 feet down to the soil line. The wood beneath was fresh, pale, and damp with sap, but the cuts were utterly smooth. They did not show the bit marks of an axe, the teeth marks of a saw, or the jagged tearing pattern of an animal clawing at the trunk. It looked as though the bark had been peeled off with surgical precision using a hot, flexible blade. Even stranger were the markings inside the peeled wood. Deeply grooved into the bare timber were hundreds of tiny parallel vertical lines, spaced exactly a 1/4 inch apart, running continuously from the top of the bare section down to the roots. They looked less like carving and more like the impressions left by a massive, finely toothed mechanical gear that had been pressed into the soft wood with tremendous force. I stood in the center of that circle of white trunks, feeling a strange, hollow cold settling into the pit of my stomach. I am a pragmatic man. I spent 5 minutes trying to rationalize what I was looking at. Was it a piece of heavy forestry machinery? No. There were no access roads within 60 miles, no tire tracks, no diesel oil stains, and no broken overhead limbs that would indicate a dropped rig. Was it a weird form of beetle damage or a localized fungal infection? No fungus or insect creates uniform, 1/4 inch vertical grooves through sapwood across 6 separate trees in a geometric circle. I pulled my digital camera from my jacket pocket, a heavy-duty waterproof, Olympus that the district issued to all field rangers, and took 12 photos of the marked trunks, making sure to place my pocket knife beside the grooves for scale. I then checked my compass to record the coordinates. The moment I looked down at the compass housing, my chest tightened. The liquid-filled capsule was clear, but the steel needle was not pointing north. It was spinning slowly, smoothly, in a continuous clockwise circle, completing 1 full rotation every 3 seconds with absolute rhythmic regularity. I tapped the plastic housing with my thumbnail. The needle didn't vibrate or flutter. It just kept turning like the hand of a clock running in reverse. I took a step backward out of the circle of peeled trees. The moment my boots crossed the boundary of the flat, pressed moss trail, the needle on the compass jolted, swung violently to the left, and locked hard onto true magnetic north. I took a step back into the circle. The needle resumed its slow, smooth rotation. I didn't stay to investigate further that afternoon. I am not ashamed to admit it. In the backcountry, when you encounter something that violates basic mechanical physical laws, you do not linger out of curiosity. You retreat, log the incident, and report it to regional operations. I turned on my heel and began the 8-mile trek back to the Beaver Creek cabin, keeping my shotgun held across my chest with both hands. As I walked back through the gathering dusk, the forest remained dead silent. But about 2 miles from the cabin, as the sky turned from deep slate gray to black, I heard the first sound. It was a tap. It wasn't a sharp, heavy crack, like a dry branch snapping under a bear's paw. It was a soft, dry, deliberate tap, the exact sound a person makes when they knock their knuckles against the dry trunk of a standing dead spruce. Tap, tap. I stopped instantly, freezing in my tracks. My heart hammered against my ribs. I turned my head slowly, scanning the thick spruce brush to my left. The woods were dark now, rendered in shades of ash and charcoal. "Who's out there?" I shouted, my voice cutting through the freezing air. No answer. I stood motionless for 3 full minutes, listening so hard my ears rang with the strain. Nothing moved. I took 3 steps forward. Tap, tap. It came from behind me now, exactly 30 paces back, from the exact spot where I had been standing 3 seconds prior. I turned around, raising the shotgun to my shoulder, bringing the bead sight to rest on the shadowy gap between 2 large trees. "I am a federal park ranger," I said, trying to keep my voice from trembling. "Identify yourself." "Nothing." The wind didn't even blow. I didn't run. Running in the Alaskan bush at night is a fast way to break an ankle or plunge face first into a hidden muskeg pit. But I quickened my pace to a rapid, rigid stride, keeping my eyes moving continuously across the timber on either side of the trail. Every time I took 20 steps, the sound followed. Tap, tap, always at the same distance. Always 2 distinct, soft wooden taps, timed precisely to match the moment my boots came to a halt. It wasn't echoing. It was responding. I reached the Beaver Creek shelter at 8:45 p.m. I scrambled up the short wooden steps of the porch, unlocked the heavy pine door, stepped inside, and slammed the deadbolt shut. I threw my pack on the floor, lit the liquid fuel lantern hanging from the central ceiling beam, and immediately checked the heavy wooden shutters on the cabin's 2 small windows, bolting them down from the inside. Only when the yellow light of the mantel lantern filled the room and the cast-iron stove was crackling with birch kindling did I allow myself to sit down at the writing desk. My hands were stiff with cold and adrenaline. I opened the station logbook, took out a ballpoint pen, and began writing down the day's details. The coordinate location of Deadwood Creek, the flattened lichen path, the circle of peeled trees with vertical grooves, the spinning compass, and the double tap sound that had followed me for 2 miles through the dark. When I finished writing, I looked at the page. The dark ink on the yellowed paper looked mundane, almost foolish. If regional staff read this log, they would think I was suffering from wilderness cabin fever, early sensory hallucinations brought on by isolation, or simple exhaustion. I reached for the satellite phone on the shelf above the desk. I switched it on, waited for the unit to acquire a signal, and dialed the direct line for the Chief Ranger's office at the Wrangell St. Elias headquarters in Copper Center. The phone rang 4 times, then cut to static. A voice came through, not the crisp, clear tone of Chief Ranger Miller, but a low rhythmic hum that sounded like a mechanical engine idling far underwater. Interspersed through the hum was a faint, repetitive click, tap tap. I hung up the phone. I pulled the battery out of the casing, set both pieces on the desk, and picked up my shotgun. I sat on the edge of the bunk with the gun laid across my knees, staring at the heavy log door until the lantern oil burned out at 3 in the morning, leaving me in the pitch black. The next 3 days passed with a strange, eerie normalcy. The weather remained bitter and dry. The temperature dropped to 16 degrees Fahrenheit during the day and single digits at night. I spent those 3 days doing light chores around the cabin, splitting birch firewood, clearing ice from the rain catchment barrels, and double-checking the emergency rations. I did not return to Deadwood Creek. I told myself I was waiting for Harlan's scheduled supply run on September 15th, before making any further long-distance patrols. During those days, the forest around the cabin remained completely silent. No birds, no red squirrels, no snowshoe hares. The total absence of wildlife in a 5-mile radius was far more unsettling than the presence of a predator. When a grizzly or a wolf pack moves through an area, the local wildlife gets quiet for an hour or two, then resumes its normal activity. But this was an absolute vacuum. It felt as though every living creature in the valley had quietly packed up and evacuated the watershed, leaving only me behind. On the morning of September 15th, Harlan Miller was due to land at 10 a.m. By 11:30 a.m., there was no sign of the Piper Super Cub. By 1 p.m., the sky over the Mentasta Mountains began to change. A vast, bruised sheet of dark gray cloud rolled in from the Gulf of Alaska, spilling over the high ridges like cold syrup. The barometric pressure dropped off a cliff. In Alaska, an early autumn storm is no joke. A sudden front can dump 2 feet of wet snow in 6 hours, drop temperatures below zero, and lock down air travel for a week. At 2:15 p.m., the satellite phone on my desk, which was still missing its battery, emitted a sharp, electronic chirp. I jumped out of my chair, staring at the device. It was sitting on the raw spruce wood where I'd left it 3 days ago, the black lithium battery pack resting 2 inches away from the plastic housing. Chirp. I stepped over to the desk, picked up the main unit and held it to my ear. There was no dial tone. There was only static. Heavy, dry, atmospheric static like a shortwave radio tuned to a dead band. And then, cutting through the white noise, came a sound that made my breath lock in my throat. It was my own voice. It wasn't a recording. It was an exact, perfect reproduction of the phrase I had spoken out loud in the timber at Deadwood Creek 4 days earlier. Down to the subtle cadence, the gravelly pitch, and the hesitation between words. Hello? I'm a federal park ranger. Identify yourself. The voice didn't sound like it was coming from a speaker. It sounded like it was being formed physically inside the plastic shell of the phone, vibrating the outer casing against my fingers. I dropped the phone on the desk as if it had turned red hot. It hit the wood, bounced once, and lay still. The screen remained completely dark. 5 minutes later, I heard the faint, high-pitched whine of an aircraft engine coming from the southwest, fighting its way through the rising wind. I rushed to the cabin door, threw it open, and stepped out onto the porch. Coming low over the tree line, bouncing wildly in the mountain turbulence, was Harlan's red and white Super Cub. The plane looked small and fragile against the vast wall of black storm clouds advancing from the south. Harlan didn't perform his usual smooth, wide circuit around the gravel bar. He dropped the plane down fast, slipping sideways through the wind gusts, and slammed the tundra tires onto the river rocks with a violent crunch. He kept the engine throttled up, the propeller spinning into a blur of gray metal. As he taxied the craft right up to the bank below the cabin, I ran down the gravel bank, pulling my coat collar up against the stinging blast of prop wash and cold air. Harlan slid open the side window of the cockpit. He was 62 years old, a veteran bush pilot with 30,000 flight hours in the territory, a man whose face looked like tanned leather stretched over granite. But as I reached the side of the fuselage, I saw that his face was pale, his eyes wide and bloodshot, and his hands were trembling as they gripped the control stick. Get in. Artie, he yelled over the roar of the Lycoming engine. Leave the gear. Get your ass in the rear seat. What are you talking about, Harlan? I shouted back, leaning into the cockpit opening. I've got the quarter log reports to submit, and we need to unload the propane. Forget the logs, he screamed, leaning toward me. I had never heard Harlan raise his voice in 8 years of working together. Get in the plane. We're clearing out. What happened? I demanded, holding onto the wing strut as a sudden gust of wind shook the aircraft frame. Harlan reached down, pulled a pair of heavy brass binoculars from his canvas map bag, and shoved them toward my chest. Look at the ridgeline over Deadwood Creek right now. Look at the fire tower. I took the binoculars, raised them to my eyes, and focused the lenses on the high, rocky spine 5 miles to the south. Perched on the highest point of the ridge was an old, deactivated wooden fire lookout tower, built by the Civilian Conservation Corps in the late 1930s. It had been abandoned for 40 years, its glass windows long broken out by winter gales, its timber frame weathered to a dark, Bone gray. I brought the tower into focus. The lookout structure was no longer square. The heavy, 12-inch square timber legs that supported the observation cab had been twisted. Not broken, not snapped, but twisted like wet ropes, spiraling around each other in a smooth, tight helix. The entire wooden cab at the top was suspended 20 feet lower than it should have been, sitting upside down, pressed into the bare granite rock of the summit. And surrounding the base of the twisted tower, stretching across 200 yards of alpine tundra, were long, straight, parallel white lines. The scrub vegetation and topsoil had been shaved clear off the mountain, exposing the pale gray limestone bedrock beneath in uniform. Vertical channels. "I flew over that ridge 20 minutes ago on my approach," Harlan said, his voice cracking with a high, tight panic. "Artie, there was no wind down there when I crossed the pass. Nothing was moving. But the ground, the whole mountain peak looked like it was being run through a metal lathe. It was cutting into the stone." I lowered the binoculars. My hands were shaking now, too. "Harlan, my pack, my records are in the cabin. We don't have time," he shouted, pointing toward the south. "Look at the cloud line." The storm front wasn't just advancing. It was dropping toward the valley floor like a curtain of dark ink. Snow was already falling heavy and thick over the Mentasta Ridge, obscuring the twisted lookout tower in a veil of white. "The air density is dropping too fast," Harlan said, throttling the engine back and forth to keep it from stalling in the freezing air. "If I don't get off this gravel bar in the next 2 minutes, the downdrafts will pin this plane to the rocks and we'll both freeze to death in the cockpit before morning. Get in or I'm taking off without you." I looked back up the bank toward the Beaver Creek cabin. The small log structure looked tiny, frail, and entirely defenseless under the loom of the dark mountains. My duties as a park ranger, my oath to the service, my practical training, all of it seemed to dissolve into cold air. "All right," I said. "Hold on, let me grab my shotgun and the flight log off the porch." 30 seconds, Artie." 30 seconds." I turned and scrambled up the steep gravel embankment, my boots slipping in the dry river rocks. I reached the wooden porch, snatched my Remington shotgun from where it leaned against the timber wall, and reached into my pocket for the cabin key to lock the heavy pine door. As I inserted the key into the deadbolt cylinder, the air around the porch went completely dead. The wind from the aircraft propeller 60 feet away, the deafening roar of the engine, the blast of gravel and cold air instantly vanished. It didn't fade out. It was cut off, as cleanly as if someone had turned off a light switch in a closed room. I stood on the wooden deck, key in hand, frozen in total, terrifying silence. I turned my head toward the riverbed. The Super Cub was still there. Harlan was still sitting in the cockpit, his mouth open, screaming something at me through the open window. His hands were working the throttle furiously, the propeller spinning so fast it was invisible, churning up dust and pine needles from the ground. But not a single wave of sound was reaching the porch. I could see his lips moving, see the exhaust pipe vibrating under the cowling, see the gravel blowing backward from the tires, but the air between the riverbank and the cabin was completely dead. And then, from inside the locked cabin behind me came a sound. It was not a knock. It was not a tap. It was the sound of someone slowly, methodically dragging a heavy, metallic gear across the bare wooden floorboards of the bedroom. Scritch, scritch, scritch. The sound moved with terrifying, deliberate speed from the back wall toward the heavy pine door I was standing right next to. I didn't turn the key. I didn't grab the logbook. I dropped the keys onto the deck, leaped off the edge of the wooden porch, and hit the gravel slope at a dead run. I sprinted toward the aircraft, my heavy boots pounding against the river stones. The moment my feet left the grass margin of the cabin lawn and hit the gravel bar, the roar of the plane's engine hit me like a physical wave, a deafening wall of sound that knocked me sideways. "Get in," Harlan screamed, shoving the rear cabin door open from the inside. I threw my shotgun onto the canvas rear seat, hauled my body into the narrow fuselage, and pulled the lightweight door shut. Before I had even pulled my legs completely inside, Harlan slammed the throttle forward to full power. The Super Cub leaped forward across the rough river rocks, bouncing violently as the oversized tires slammed over boulders and driftwood logs. The engine screamed at maximum RPM, the airframe vibrating so hard my teeth clicked together. I turned around in the narrow rear seat and looked out the small plexiglass rear window as the plane lifted off the gravel, its wings wobbling wildly in the rising mountain. Turbulence. The Beaver Creek cabin was dropping away below us. Standing on the wooden porch of the cabin, standing right where I had been standing 3 seconds earlier, was a figure. It was not a bear. It was not a man. It had the tall, narrow outline of a human being, but its proportions were entirely wrong. Its arms were far too long, hanging down past its knees, ending in broad, pale, flat shapes that looked less like hands and more like rectangular slabs of weathered lumber. It was covered in a rough, gray material that looked exactly like the dried, stripped spruce bark from the trees at Deadwood Creek. And it was standing completely, horrifyingly still. It didn't wave. It didn't run. It didn't raise a head to look up at the soaring aircraft. It just stood on the top step of the porch, perfectly rigid, while the air around the cabin began to warp. As I watched through the plexiglass, the visual space surrounding the small log cabin began to distort. The straight, square lines of the walls, the roof ridge, and the stone chimney began to bend inward, spiraling toward the standing figure on the porch like water pulling into a central drain. The dark green spruce trees surrounding the clearing leaned sideways, their tops curving in smooth, impossible arcs toward the center of the lawn. "Harlan," I yelled, my voice cracking as I slammed my hand against his headrest.
Look back.
"Look at the cabin." "I'm not looking at anything," Harlan screamed back, his eyes locked straight ahead on the terrifying wall of black snow clouds filling the valley pass.
I'm flying this plane or we're dying in these mountains.
The aircraft banked sharply to the north, ducking low into the narrow canyon of the Chisana River to avoid the descending cloud deck. The Beaver Creek cabin, the clearing, and the dark notch of Deadwood Creek disappeared behind a high, forested ridge of dark granite. We flew for 45 grueling minutes through freezing rain, heavy turbulence, and blinding snow squalls, hovering less than 200 feet above the Whitewater riverbed, before we finally broke out into the wide, flat expanse of the Tanana Valley. When Harlan finally landed the plane on the asphalt strip at Talk, the sky was pitch black and a thick, wet snow was falling across the interior. We didn't talk while we tied the aircraft down to the steel ground rings. We didn't talk as we walked into the heated pilot lounge at the edge of the tarmac. Harlan walked straight to the coffee machine, filled a foam cup with dark, bitter liquid, sat down at a metal folding table, and stared at the concrete floor with unblinking eyes. I sat down across from him. My hands were freezing, my uniform trousers were damp with sweat and snow, and my ears were still ringing with the silent pressure of the Beaver Creek porch. "I'm quitting," Harlan said quietly after 10 minutes of absolute silence. He didn't look up from his cup. "I'm selling the Cub. I'm moving to Arizona. My brother has a shop in Tucson." "Harlan," I began, but the words caught in my throat. "I've flown in this territory for 35 years, Artie," he said, his voice dropping to a low, rough whisper. "I know every glacier, every ridge, every cabin from the Yukon border to the Sound. That thing on the ridge, that wasn't a storm. That wasn't weather. The mountain was being changed. It was being shaved down." He picked up his foam cup, took a small sip, and set it back down on the table with a tiny, dry tap. Tap. I flinched so hard my knee slammed against the frame of the folding table. Harlan didn't notice. He just kept staring at the floor. I submitted my official resignation to the National Park Service 3 days later at the Copper Center Administrative Office. In my final report, I listed the reason for my sudden departure as severe medical exhaustion and acute mountain disorientation. I did not mention the spinning compass. I did not mention the 1/4-inch vertical grooves in the sapwood. I did not mention the soundless air, the phone that spoke in my own voice without a battery, or the twisted, inverted frame of the CCC fire tower on the Mentasta Ridge. If you go to Wrangell St. Elias National Park today and ask the current rangers about the Beaver Creek patrol cabin, they will tell you that the structure no longer exists. Official park records state that the cabin was destroyed by a localized permafrost thaw slump and winter landslip during the severe weather events of late September 2018. They will tell you that the debris was buried under 40 feet of silt and fallen timber, making recovery of equipment impossible. They will tell you that Sector 4B, Deadwood Creek, has been permanently closed to all backcountry travel. outfitter permits and low-altitude aviation due to unstable geologic conditions and extreme avalanche hazard. I moved out of Alaska 2 months after that storm. I live in a small arid valley in western Colorado now, where the country is dry, wide open, and dominated by flat red sandstone bluffs, where you can see for 20 miles in every direction. I work as an estimator for a local residential fencing company. I don't go hiking. I don't camp. I don't own a shotgun, and I don't keep wooden furniture in my house. Every piece of furniture I own, my bed frame, my desk, my kitchen chairs, is made of hollow tubular steel. My wife thinks I have a weird, quirky preference for modern industrial interior design. She doesn't understand why I insist on leaving the window blinds open at night, or why I refuse to buy framed pictures printed on wooden boards. She doesn't know about the sound. It doesn't happen often. Months will go by, long, peaceful, dry stretches where the desert sky is clear and the night air is warm and still. But every once in a while, when an autumn dry front rolls off the Rocky Mountains and the atmospheric pressure drops fast over the valley floor, I will sit up in the dark, broad awake, listening to the vast, empty silence of the desert night, and then, from the metal frame of the headboard right behind my head, cut into the quiet with mechanical, absolute perfection. It will come, tap tap, and then a tiny, dry voice, vibrating directly through the metal tube against my pillow, will whisper my name in a voice that sounds exactly like Harlan Miller's radio static. Arthur, over.